despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry.
We focus more on our fundamentals, aim, and communication.
Watching VODs together.
Because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experienced sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team Naos PH.
It's more of the Naos core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
Thank you for your continuous support in Action PH.
We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Seeker is gonna stun, disrupt so temporarily. He gets the half and he gets the clutch! NCG, what a waste! A slight breeze could cut him down, and Senior Carl will not allow anybody.
Hi everyone, my name is Maxi.
Hi, I am Mid.
Hi, I'm Patman.
Hi, I am Senior Carl.
Hi, I'm Jin.
Hi, I'm 2766 and we are
SR Nacague. Feels amazing. It feels like I've been reliving my old run on the VCT 2021, and it feels nice to see some new names in the VALORANT Esports scene.
Sobrang exciting niya kasi first time ko sa VCT, and yung feeling na gusto kong mag-compete. Before kasi talagang napapanood ko lang sila, and sobrang naiingit ako kasi gusto ko rin lumaro sa ganitong league. And ngayon part na ako ng VCTPH.
The preparations I have made for VCT is we have been grinding scrimmages a lot, and I've been playing Valorant so much lately that it doesn't even burn me out. Yung last year, sobrang ganda ng run namin kaso nagkaroon kami ng problema, which is yung overplay. So, minake sure namin na ibabalance namin lahat, and nag-usap kami na hindi dapat sobra, at make sure namin na hindi dapat kulang din. So, hindi dapat kulang, hindi rin sobra. Balance lang talaga.
One player para sa akin, si Modder. Kasi feeling ko nakalaban ko yung younger version ng sarili ko.
One VCT player, I say it's Hydra from Abaddon Esports. Kasi sobrang bata niya and he got a lot of potential. And I know na nag-aaral pa rin siya. But I also know na if you focus playing Valorant, mas malayo yung mararating niya talaga.
JAR next year, team. Kasi ang lakas ng presensya nila, tapos sobrang strong ng individually nila. So parang pag napatay mo sila, kaya nagulangan mo sila, parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam. Hopefully makapasok kami ng playoffs, tapos makakuha kami ng titles. Then Sana sa susunod na split 2 naman, sana yun nga, manalo ulit kami, ganun, para makalipad naman. Matupad yung pangarap.
Ang feeling ko anong unique sa amin is yung samahan namin as a team. Outside the game, para kami magkakapatid. Kaya na-apply din namin yun sa in-game, kaya sobrang solid ang chemistry namin.
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa buong team. Sobrang appreciated namin kayo ng buong SR.
Simula sa pamilya ko, sa mga kaibigan ko, sobrang thankful kami buong team. Kasi yung kahit konting suporta lang ma-feel talaga namin. Kaya wala akong iba sasabihin kundi pasasalamat. Thank you so much.
Able to spot Sladen, but he's in the corner. Look at this play. He decides to let it rip. Finds Boogie. Still with a takedown. Ass is there though. Tries to heal himself up. It's a scramble here in the 2v1. Asta finding Boogie. And Asta does it here.
Hi, I'm Asta.
Slatom 999.
I'm Exotic.
I'm Hydra.
I'm Rabab.
I'm V Black. And we are Abaddon.
It feels really good to be back. Last year I played with LFO with the current Oasis players right now, Daximov and Nexi. Now I'm playing with this new team, Abaddon, and we are called as the fastest rising team in the PH. And I'm really happy that I'm back in the PH scene.
So, the feeling na part na kami ng VCTPH ngayon is very parang nervous kami kasi we are new to the scene.
I'm excited because my team is new and we're going to playoffs and we're doing our best.
We are proud to ourselves because we made it. Yay!
After we won against SRD, we suddenly come to a decision to do a bootcamp.
1 week na yung preparation namin kasi nagpa-process kami sa enrollment namin for school and some of them galing sa bakasyon.
And I am like from the far left side of Cebu City, and the bootcamp is like the far right side in Lapu-Lapu. And my manager, Anakin, tried to convince my mom really hard so I can't get like to play in the bootcamp.
The technical issues that we encountered was internet problems and PC problems. That's why we moved to a bootcamp to V Black's house, and having a coach as well helps us a lot.
I look up to Ario because dami niyang tinuro sa akin and at the same time gusto siyang matalo this VCTPH.
Our age is on 16 to 20 and we are against the veterans in this VCT run.
Ganon yung team, di lang ganon nag-give up. Nagta-try hard kami, tas di namin inasahan na mag-Cinderella run kami.
Disclaimer, please wag po gayahin. We are just a bunch of students na nagka-cutting tapos here we are! De, joke lang. Ano talaga kami, mga valedictorian sa school. Lalo na ako, napaka-talino ko. Smart kaya IGL.
Play harder. Don't forget to study hard. And to my friends, watch me grow.
Thank you for supporting us day one until here. Thank you for being there for us, and we will do better in our games.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Not enough to escape the Puggers. They get the pick off now. Fallex though ready to fight on back, and who cares about sticking the deep the plant?
Hear him run around. He just has to play for the time here, but the crossfire is going to be enough for Glab to secure the round. And again, Glab.
Hi, I'm Boogie.
Hi, I'm Drich.
I'm Fallex.
I'm Chase.
Owen here, and we are
GameLab.Alpha.
Masaya maging part ng VCT this year kasi nagbunga lahat ng pinaghirapan namin. And sa lahat ng problemang dumating, ito na yung naging sagot.
Noong una po, parang it felt unreal for me kasi yung parang unang experiences ko is for fun lang talaga. And now, sa sobrang dami ko na na-sacrifice, parang naisip ko na parang worth it naman talaga to be part of VCT this year.
Ang preparation po na nagawa po namin ngayong VCT is, lagi po kami nagpa-practice ng 2 to 3 scrims per day.
Before, nahirapan kaming makahanap ng legitimate org, and dati is nasa bahay-bahay lang kami. And since pangarap namin makapag-bootcamp, and now na nasa GameLab.Alpha na kami, is nakapag-practice na kami ng matindi at talagang na-improve yung laro namin.
Yung mga struggles talaga na-encounter namin is parang nagkakaroon talaga kami ng bad game and parang lagi siyang nangyayari. And na-overcome namin siya ng having a better mentality and parang a better environment din.
Ang nilolook forward kong player is si Disrupt kasi kasama ko siya dati mag-compete sa other FPS games. And ngayon mayroon akong chance makalaban siya.
Isang nilulook up ko na player is si Abaddon po kasi same po kami ng role, which is Senti. Ginagaya ko po yung playstyle niya, which is aggro and passive at the same time. Kaya siya po gusto ko makalaban.
Para sa akin, mabilis kaming makapag-adapt sa playstyle na pinapakita ng kalaban namin. And also is flexible din po kami sa agent composition, kaya namin makapagbigay ng 2 to 3 agent composition sa isang map. And especially, Tita Bap.
Most. Oh, Micro. He lets him pass quickly, could find another. That he does, could find the third, not even. Yes, Micro, what that?
Fights on back. Big 3v2 right now. It's all about the duels. It's all about Micro getting these shots. And here he goes again.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH.
I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry.
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication.
Watching VODs together.
Because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experienced sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team Naos PH.
It's more of the Naos core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
Thank you for your continuous support in Action PH.
We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Seeker is gonna stun, disrupt so temporarily. He gets the half and he gets the clutch! NCG, what a win! A slight breeze could cut him down, and Senior Carl!
Hi everyone, my name is Maxi.
Hi, I am Mid.
Hi, I'm Patman.
Hi, I am Senior Carl.
Hi, I'm Jin.
Hi, I'm 2766 and we are
SR Nacague. Feels amazing. It feels like I've been reliving my old run on the VCT 2021, and it feels nice to see some new names in the VALORANT Esports scene.
Sobrang exciting niya kasi first time ko sa VCT and yung feeling na gustong-gusto kong mag-compete. Before kasi talagang napapanood ko lang sila and sobrang naiinggit ako kasi gustong-gusto ko rin lumaro sa ganitong league. And ngayon part na ako ng VCTPH.
The preparations I have made for VCT is we have been grinding scrimmages a lot, and I've been playing Valorant so much lately that it doesn't even burn me out. Yun, last year, sobrang ganda ng run namin kaso nagkaroon kami ng problema, which is yung overplay. So, minake sure namin na ibabalance namin lahat and nag-usap-usap kami na hindi dapat sobra at make sure namin na hindi dapat kulang din. So, hindi dapat kulang, hindi rin sobra. Balance lang talaga.
One player para sa akin, si Moder. Kasi feeling ko nakalaban ko yung younger version ng sarili ko.
One VCT player, I say it's Hydra from Abaddon Esports. Kasi sobrang bata niya and he got a lot of potential. And I know na nag-aaral pa rin siya. But I also know na if you focus playing Valorant, mas malayo yung mararating niya talaga.
JAR next year, I think. Kasi lakas ng presensya nila, tapos sobrang strong nung individually nila. So parang pag napatay mo sila, kaya nagulangan mo sila, parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam. Hopefully makapasok kami ng playoffs, tapos makakuha kami ng titles. Then sana sa susunod na split to naman, sana yun nga, manalo ulit kami ganun para makalipad naman. Matupad yung pangarap.
feeling ko anong yanig sa amin is yung samahan namin as a team outside the game para kami magkakapatid. Kaya na-apply din namin yun sa in-game, kaya sobrang solid ang chemistry namin.
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa buong team. Sobrang appreciated namin kayo ng buong SR.
Simula sa pamilya ko, sa mga kaibigan ko, sobrang thankful kami buong team. Kasi yung kahit konting suporta lang ma-feel talaga namin. Kaya wala akong iba sasabihin kundi pasasalamat. Thank you so much.
Able to spot Sladden, but he's in the corner. Going to be disciplined, he decides to let it rip. Finds two even Boogie, still with a takedown. Ass is there though, tries to heal himself up. It's a scramble here in the 2v1. Asta finding Boogie, and Asta does it here!
Hi, I'm Asta.
Slaytom 999.
I'm Exotic. I'm Hydra.
I'm Rabab.
I'm V-Black. And we are Abaddon.
It feels really good to be back. Last year I played with LFO. With the current
Oasis players right now, Daximov and Nexi. Now I'm playing with this new team, Abaddon Abyss, and we are called as the fastest rising team in the PH. And I'm really happy that I'm back in the PH scene.
So, the feeling na part na kami ng VCTPH ngayon is very parang nervous kami kasi we are new to the scene.
I'm excited because my team is new and we're going to playoffs and we're doing our best.
We are proud to ourselves because we made it. Yay!
After we won against SRD, we suddenly come to a decision to do a bootcamp.
1 week na yung preparation namin kasi nagpa-process kami sa enrollment namin for school and some of them galing sa bakasyon.
And I am like from the far left side of Cebu City, and the bootcamp is like the far right side in Lapu-Lapu. And my manager, Anakin, tried to convince my mom really hard so I can't get like to play in the bootcamp.
The technical issues that we encountered was internet problems and PC problems. That's why we moved to a bootcamp to VBlock's house, and having a coach as well helps us a lot.
I look up to Ario because dami niyang tinuro sa akin and at the same time gusto siyang matalo this VCTPH.
Our age is on 16 to 20 and we are against the veterans in this VCT run.
Ganon yung team, di lang ganon nag-give up. Nagta-try hard kami, tas di namin inasahan na mag-Cinderella run kami.
Disclaimer, please wag po gayahin. We are just a bunch of students na nagka-cutting tapos here we are! De, joke lang. Ano talaga kami, mga valedictorian sa school. Lalo na ako, napaka-talino ko. Smart kaya IGL.
Play harder. Don't forget to study hard. And to my friends, watch me grow.
Thank you for supporting us day one until here. Thank you for being there for us, and we will do better in our games.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Not enough to escape the Puggers. They get the pick off now. Fallex though ready to fight on back end. Who cares about sticking the deep the plant?
Hear him run around. You just have to play for the time here, but the crossfire is going to be enough for Glab to secure the round. And again, Glab.
Hi, I'm Boogie.
Hi, I'm Drich.
I'm Fallex.
I'm Chase.
Owen here, and we are
GameLab.Alpha.
Masaya maging part ng VCT this year kasi nagbunga lahat ng pinaghirapan namin, and sa lahat ng problemang dumating, ito na yung naging sagot.
Noong una po, parang it felt unreal for me kasi yung parang unang experiences ko is for fun lang talaga. And now, sa sobrang dami ko na na-sacrifice, parang naisip ko na parang worth it naman talaga to be part of VCT this year.
Ang preparation po na nagawa po namin ngayong VCT is, lagi po kami nagpa-practice ng 2 to 3 scrims per day.
Before, nahirapan kaming makahanap ng legitimate org, and dati is nasa bahay-bahay lang kami. And since pangarap namin makapag-bootcamp, and now na nasa GameLab.Alpha na kami, is nakapag-practice na kami ng matindi at talagang na-improve yung laro namin.
Yung mga struggles talaga na-encounter namin is parang nagkakaroon talaga kami ng bad game and parang lagi siyang nangyayari. And na-overcome namin siya ng having a better mentality and parang a better environment din.
Ang nilolook forward kong player is si Disrupt kasi kasama ko siya dati mag-compete sa other FPS games. And ngayon, mayroon akong chance makalaban siya.
Isang nilulook up ko na player is si Abaddon po kasi same po kami ng role.
Bird finds the two, they double up. Waiting for something to spin, gets the ace even! Easy picking to make that three. A highlight deal from Max.
The operator is the stopper. NDG going for a wide swing. No one really to take damage control here for the side of Naos.
Ano nangyayari? Ano nangyayari? What is happening? What is happening is the good is happening, guys. Kasi nandito na tayo sa ating Playoffs Day 1 dito sa VCTPH 2023. Kami nga pala ang Nil. Gets kasi tapa, tas nag-Nil.
Oh, sige.
Sige na. Sorry kasi
Kwento na yan eh.
may duo na kayo, may damots na eh. Feeling ko left out ako noon,
Basta
guys.
kwento mo naman yan, Asuray eh. Basta pag kwento mo, okay na yun. Kita nyo naman guys, from dark to light kami today. Muntik nang kunin ni Lord si
Darwin eh.
Nagmadali tayo ng onte eh. Kasi, wala eh, nagpapa-beauty pa kasi. Pero we do have, beautiful matches para sa araw na ito. Kasi nga makikita natin ang laban ng SR Nacague versus GameLab.Alpha at Action PH versus Abaddon Abyss naman. So, yun lang, excited to get things started.
Yeah, I'm really excited on what's gonna happen later on, knowing na ito yung first day nga ng ating playoffs. So, hindi naman to tulad dati na of course group stage lahat sila maglalaban-laban, pero right now syempre dito tayo ngayon sa double eliminations. So, if ever matalo ka ng first match mo, meron ka pang meron ka pang chance, one last second chance for you to reclaim, or probably magkaroon pa tayo ng lower bracket story, Cinderella story, di ba, Bes?
Gusto ni John Lloyd yan. One more chance. Gusto ko lang ninawin.
Yung headphones ko may sariling buhay.
Gumagalaw. Pero exciting nga yung mga matches natin for today. And actually, dahil nga ito yung day 1 ng playoffs natin, and kung napapansin nyo, kitang-kita nyo na kami in real life. Pwede na kaming magkakatabi na kami.
Ano na ba? Pahawak ka ng kamay nyo? Pahawak ka ng kamay nyo?
Gusto mo lang hawakan yung kamay ni Bill eh.
Pero yun na. Actually guys, meron din tayo syempre recap ng ating regular season na highlights din. So kung ready na yan, pakita na natin.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. They're the familiar faces. But the Classic Divide now online and ready to go. Oasis yet again forcing CQC with this giant wall. Elias who finds Marky. Art now going to be contested, and on to the Link we go. Georgie though fighting on back. Elias finds Wild Oreo bringing out the nade in a gunfight, and the run it back now is the answer here for Georgie. Look at him go. The no command now to the floor, and Georgie, oh my god!
Everything here despite the weapon disparity yet again. He's got the range here. Look at Mojer again. Full confidence. He jumps in. He gets one. He barely even looks. And Wits gets Eugene S. LES still very much alive here. They cannot retrieve that fallen Vandal. It's just a little too deep for them. Oh no, not again! But are you? He saves the day this time. He's learned from his mistakes. Still has quite a bit of time. Rabbit, he gets NDG. He comes alive, but the time is ticking. That Sky Empire can't deny the defuse yet again, and they get cut down where they...
Yeah, dude, that... Alright, I mean, they gotta bait it out somehow. No way Senor Carl gets this, and the transition! No way he gets another third! Senor Carl, he breaks it! Breaks the defense, gets 3, destroys the lockdown.
and single-handedly wins the round here for NCG. I mean, if Marky clutches this, then I will retract my statements, but I will be damned to not give Senor Carl that highlight. What an absolutely phenomenal lurk. Ay! Oh my god, Marky! There you go. Okay.
Hides the waves, the spike isn't planted just yet as Georgie finds the corner and Dritch gets a kill. 1v1 here. It'll be a little bit dicey as the spike hasn't been planted just yet. So as you can see, Dritch is having to wrap around with the door. Noise giving information. We'll see as two players are trying to wrap around each other.
The lockdown going to be in play though. It's going to force Wild Oreo to make a move. Will he back out or will he choose to go closer? Looks like he's going to go for the fight. Maybe able to get the timing. He knows that the turret is there, meaning he knows where the KJ at least is going to come from. Already for the swing, but he's forced to back out. The timing doesn't work out for him and he gets detained. Oh no, not like this. Not like this. Oh no.
Not like this.
Oh.
Oh dear me. It's a disaster in sewer, but Exotic looks to be a chef. Don't do the same mistake. And look at the movement here. He baits out Georgie to swing. And also he reconnects with his teammate here. This is such a beautiful eco round already on the side of Oasis. If they can even do more, and this is going to prove so problematic. That is a huge investment, but it is going to pay off if they can just isolate this fight. They have a bit of a window here, Asterai. But Exotic, he will thread the needle.
You know, highlights natin, and as you can see, lots of interesting things were unfolding nung nagsimula yung ating regular season, and now ano na tayo, playoffs na tayo, we're getting closer to the close of this split 1, and you know, let's look at yung ating match schedule or yung mga team standings natin before anything else. Nakita nga natin yung dominance dito ng Oasis, yung dominance ng Naos, but they weren't absolutely perfect then during the regular split.
Yeah, definitely true. Like, you could definitely see na yung mga teams natin dito, some that just really rose to the top, basically, which is Naos and Oasis, na expected naman natin kung sasabihin pagdating sa brackets na to. And now, they're currently waiting sa ating upper bracket kung saan aabangan nila syempre yung mga matches na mangyayari for today. And I feel like for Nacague and GameLab, we have a certain prediction na sasabihin namin mamaya. Pero feeling ko kasi GameLab is a type of team na kaya pang mag-fighting chance dito.
Yeah, that's true. Kasi dito ngayon sa ating brackets, it's just nakikita natin ngayon yung 4 na teams na invited. Of course, andito sila, kompleto sila dito. And syempre, yung 2 teams na nakapasok all the way from open qualifiers, which is, ito nga, andito ang GameLab and syempre ang Abaddon Abyss. So if ever natin talaga makakaroon tayo ng dark horse, siguro pwede natin sabihin na GameLab at Abaddon Abyss yun. And we're really excited on what's gonna happen later on nga kasi nga ito yung kumbaga ito yung mga rematch nila.
Yeah, absolutely. Nakita na natin during the regular season na it was how do you mention this, awkward yung phase natin kasi there were matches na ang galing ng GameLab.Alpha, there were matches na and
hindi mo alam.
Yung clutch pa ng Abaddon Abyss dito, 'di ba? Na ano sila head to head sila sa Sky Empire and they were able to get into the playoffs. It was so clutch para sa mga teams na to get here sa playoffs natin.
And of course for the players or rather the teams na meron nga tayo like GameLab and SR Nacague, like I mentioned a while ago, hindi mo masasabi kung sino yung posibleng manalo talaga with the 2 teams that we have. Kasi before going in here, na-mention natin nung nag-usap-usap tayo na, ay, SR Nacague yung top team right now. And nakita naman natin yung resulta, parang hindi ganun. Diba? So we can really be proven wrong, especially here sa analyst desk natin with regards to the teams that we have right now for playoffs.
Yeah, actually tulad nga dun sa GameLab.Alpha, no? Talagang natalo talaga nila ang Oasis.
Diba?
Diba? Okay. I mean, which is, hindi yung natalo ng SR Nacague, pero natalo ng GameLab.Alpha.
Exactly.
Ang Oasis Gaming. So siguro there's something in it na wala sa SR Nacague. Pero nung huli naglaban tong 2 teams na to, talagang 2-0 agad eh.
Oo nga eh.
So hindi mo talaga alam eh. Ano ba talaga? 50-50 ba talaga? May pabor ba yung Alpha, yung GameLab.Alpha or SR Nacague? Mahirap.
You could say maybe off day lang ng Oasis or baka yung style talaga ng GameLab.Alpha Kryptonite eh. Anyways, pakita lang natin yung ating match schedule for today. We have 2 series, 2 best of 3s para sa inyo mga minamahal namin. At
love you.
Love you.
mga viewers.
Ay, sorry.
Yan na nga.
Nadala lang kami.
Okay lang. Ako rin nadadala din ako minsan ng emosyon ko. Pero SR Nacague versus GameLab.Alpha sa Action PH at Abaddon Abyss. NCG versus GameLab.Alpha. Yan ang ano natin. Para sabihin to, you said Dark Horse, tapos SR Nacague. I don't know where they currently are right now sa power level ng mga teams natin in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's true. Kasi you know what, back then nga, diba, dun sa off-season nga natin, talaga yung SR Nacague dito, pwede natin sabihin na sila yung nagiging top 1 nga natin ng Pilipinas. They've been actually trying na mag-sumali sa mga international tournaments, and at the same time, medyo tumatagal din naman sila doon. And ito yung nga yung laban, ito nga talaga yung matinding laban nga. Like what you've said, hindi natin alam kung nasa ba SR Nacague ngayon, pero yung GameLab.Alpha, they're trying to make a name for themselves at sobrang nagiging okay nga yun. Being here in the playoffs alone, talagang magandang achievement na yun para sa kanila.
Pero feeling ko, ang isa sa mga na-excite ako na match na mapanood din, tsaka yung parang pinaka malapit sa akin is Abaddon Abyss playing here pagdating sa playoffs natin. Knowing na syempre these are players that are just a group of students. Also like, you know, studying, having different paths in their lives, and now coming together pagdating dito sa VCTPH and nakapasok sila sa playoffs. And I feel like despite having everything else on the side, Abaddon Abyss is a team na parang meron silang structure. Hindi ka magugulat ka na parang bakit may structure tong team na to na parang may strategy, strat play sila na nakikita mo sa high-level play.
I will say, before anything else, we are going to be starting first with GameLab.Alpha. So, let's put them on the board. Perfect.
GameLab.Alpha, of course, isa sa pinaka-bata or youngest na team dito nga sa VCT, pero napakalaki ng potensyal. Nakita na natin, of course, kung gaano ba ka-aggressive tong team na to. Pero there's this time na talaga medyo nag-overextend sila. There's this time na talaga dumarating tayo sa panahon na medyo nahihirapan din talaga yung team nila para maka-keep up. Pero pwede kong sabihin na itong team na to, isa sa pinaka-ultimate lason sa mga teams na to. Dito sa ating playoffs.
At saka, Asoray, napansin ko din na parang yung issues nila from the past, I feel like they're getting more polished as of this moment. Kasi parang nasa gitna ng season natin, medyo yung ano nila rise and then going down and then upwards na naman yung trajectory natin for the team of SR Nacague. And I feel like this is the perfect time to go upwards trajectory all throughout the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Kasi yun nga parang naging nakita natin sa kanila, diba? The struggles that they had, very similar sa Poggers, na yung playstyle nila is more about just showing off kung ano yung kaya nila in terms of the firepower. Pero is yung regular season na maturity na yun enough to propel them dito sa playoffs? Yun yung parang ano storyline ngayon ng GameLab.Alpha.
Exactly.
Yeah. Anyways, we have of course their opponents. I think the top dogs ng series na ito, it is going to be SR Nacague. Perfect.
Top dogs, as you call it, Asoray. For now, so far, I would say, parang may question mark pa sa dulo yun, no? Para sa side ng SR Nacague. But syempre, we have Maxi, Mid Matters, Patman, Senor Carl, and Zid. And along the time na nagpanel ako dito, and I feel like nabigyan ko na magandang example o magandang story itong sina Mid Matters, sina Patman. And I feel like this is finally the opportunity for the other or the rest of the teams to show up. Kasi may mga players ka like Zin, for example. And then, you also have a player na tenured din pagdating sa ating VCTPH, which is Senor Carl. And so far, I would really say that isa to sa mga teammate nila na isa sa pinaka-confident and aside from that, pinaka-consistent.
Yeah, actually yun nga diba? Kasi last time na finisher natin tong SR Nacague, si Patman yung head-to-head natin, pero hindi siya naglaro. Pero at least andito na siya ngayon. Si Patman kasi yung pinaka-flexible na player talaga dito sa SR Nacague. Played siguro mga 7 agents dito sa VCT. Pero I'm really happy nga na maglalaro sila ngayon. Of course, kalaban ng GameLab.Alpha. Pero this is the thing. Ang SR Nacague, never silang nakatalo ng invited team. It's just puro yung mga galing open qualifiers lang, which is ang GameLab.Alpha, Sky Empire, and Abaddon Abyss. Pero dito nga sa GameLab.Alpha, di ba, Oasis Gaming natalo nila. Pero nung huli sila naglaban, ang GameLab.Alpha SR Nacague, 2-0 sweep. Pero tignan natin kung mag-iiba ba yun ngayon.
Ang nakikita ko na lang dito din is it seems na yung woes ng SR Nacague na nakita natin before kasi sabi mo hindi naglaro si Patman for that last series, di ba? They brought in Naro once again.
Yes.
Does that mean ba dito na without Naru it's gonna be a stronger SR Nacague?
I would honestly say yes. I feel like he's having a hard time fitting in right now with the rest of the team as well as the play style of the rest of the team. And with Naru, despite his performances, actually, he's been performing also okay along dun sa mga times na parang mapalapit na tayo sa playoffs. Ang kaso nga lang, it comes to a point na parang naglalaro siya for himself. You know, obviously, he was playing Arena at least, di ba? Pero makikita mo compared to other teams, may mga talagang duo system, buddy system, na hindi natin makikita with regards to Naru. But now, I think we are looking at the head-to-head.
Yeah, it's gonna be Zend from SR Nacague and syempre, FallX naman dito sa GameLab.Alpha. Dalawang pinakamalakas na duelist for their teams. Syempre talagang, ito si FallX at si Zend, talagang masasabi natin na magkaka-jet D-fan itong dalawang to for sure if ever kung ano ba talagang papakita nila. Pero, Bes, ano pong masasabi mo dito?
Nako, si Zend nga, last time na naglaro sila dito, or especially for SR Nacague's side, makikita natin na nag-step up talaga, or rather nag-step on the gas pedal dito si Zend. He was able to perform really well on his race. And aside from that, syempre, from those maps that we saw, alongside with Maxi, ito yung parang partnership na nag-work out for the rest of the team. And for FallX naman, isa sa mga buff niyan, si Tita FallX.
Yeah, actually,
kilala mo si Tita FallX?
Yes.
Si Tita FallX, si Tita May.
Si Tita May.
Si Tita May. Well, actually dito kay FallX, tulad nga nasabi ko nga kanina, di ba? Like what Taylor said, talagang literal na press W Esports yung ginagawa nila. Sometimes, sobra silang nagpapaka-aggressive, nag-overheat, nagpapaka-overconfidence na talagang alam nila, okay ba papatay ka to. Pero yun nga lang, dun sa mga small mistakes na yun, dun sila tuluyan nahuhulog.
So, if tatanungin ko sa inyo guys, at least, opinion nyo lang, sino sa tingin nyo ang mas magaling na duelist dito sa na to? If you wanna say both, okay lang, pero alam ko but we have to answer the tough questions.
Ito medyo mahirap kasi pag sinabi ko sino mas malakas Pwede nating sabihin na sino mas disiplinado.
Okay, sige.
Kay Zend ako.
Ako din. Actually, sasabihin ko pa lang sana, si FallX kasi meron siyang mapusok na damdamin. Ganun kasi pag bata. Alam mo ba yung mapusok? Yung itsura niya parang, ano yung mapusok? Ano sinasabi mo? Mapusok. Hindi ko alam kung ano yung English
Parang bigla-bigla na lang pumapasok sa mga bagay-bagay.
Kumbaga nadadala lagi ng emosyon.
Okay.
Syempre, di ba, as a young player, hindi natin maiwasan na ganun yung mangyayari. And I feel like FallX is a type of person as well that can affect yung mga ganitong bagay. But again, he's a very young player. That's the thing. At yung mga young players na yan, kayang-kaya mo pang baguhin, kayang-kaya mo pang kumbaga maging better as a player along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Parang jet setter.
Tama.
No pun intended. Pero ito na nga, may map video na tayo guys. So let's get into our discussion para sa to. Again, this is going to be a best of 3. So pa rin, kasi nanggaling tayo sa lock-in kaya nasanay ako na
best of 5.
Puro mga best of 5. Pero best of 3 tayo ulit. Let's reel it back guys.
Sabi sa akin ng makeup artist, parang puyat ka today.
Wala kayong alam. Hindi nyo alam kung anong nangyari sa amin.
Shoutout nga pala sa mga morning gang dyan.
Hindi nyo alam kung anong nangyari sa amin.
So, starting this off, guys, I have a couple of notes dito with this particular series na, at least looking at SR Nacague, alam natin nagsimula sila, they're very strong with Pearl, pero during the stay of regular season, parang nag-adjust na yung mga teams. O saka, binaban na rin nila kasi I think teams are starting to adjust. So, ano yung gustong ilabas ngayon ng SR Nacague with their maps?
Minsan, si Nacague na mismo yung nagbaban ng sarili nilang Pearl map.
That's true. Actually, ganito ngayon, dun sa week 5 natin, Pearl ang pinaka-highest na band sa week 5. Na a total pick, Pearl ang pinaka-highest na pick nung pagdating ng week 5 and Fracture yung pinaka-highest na ban dun sa last week nga. So I'm gonna be really exciting. It's gonna be really exciting kung ano ba talaga mangyayari dito. Pero this is the thing ang GameLab.Alpha, 100% win rate sila pag dumating ng third map.
Talaga?
Yeah. Lahat ng wins ng GameLab.Alpha is panalo pag sa game number 3.
Grabe ka na mag-stats ngayon. Besa.
Ayaw mo ba?
Galing nga.
Oo.
Hindi nga proud nga ako Pero, gaya na na-mention mo, no, GameLab.Alpha, kung mag-game 3 nga to, and kung ganyan yung stats na sinasabi nga natin, it is a really big possibility. And I feel like, kaya rin naman silang tapatan ng SR Nacague kasi lagi rin, or majority ng mga games nila, nakikita rin natin sila on the 3-game storyline.
Ito yung parang weird, hindi naman siguro weird, pero mahirap para sa GameLab.Alpha na I think it's safe to say na there is just a bigger pool ng maps dito para sa SR Nacague. So, as Vil mga mentioned, there were a couple of maps na dominate dito ng SR Nacague in their series against GameLab.Alpha. That's why nakita natin yung 2-0. I am looking for SR Nacague to maybe start with yung weaker maps ng GameLab.Alpha dito. Most primarily siguro Haven or Icebox. Ascent, tingin ko may palag dito ang GameLab.Alpha. So, with Fracture and Split being banned out, Split pa rin. Playoffs na, wala. May nagka-ban pa rin.
Yeah. I mean, itong dalawang team na to, never talaga nilaro itong mapa na to. Pero at least, Pearl.
Okay.
For these players nga ng SR Nacague. Pero if ever mag-a-ascent sila, this is the thing as well dun sa mga players ng GameLab.Alpha. Sa mga pinili nilang maps, sa lahat ng pinili nilang maps, halos wala silang pinanalo. Puro decider match talaga. Puro decider maps talaga sila nananalo dito. And dun sa Pearl, at least 2-1 yung score nila dito sa VCT so far. At ang panalo pa nila is dun sa Sky, Empire, and Oasis Gaming pa.
So getting started dito sa Pearl, what's GameLab.Alpha's agad dito? Answer back.
I feel like it's obviously gonna be one of the OG maps. And gaya ng sabi mo, no, they might avoid Haven here. Maybe we are probably gonna see mali, yun na nga, Icebox.
Okay.
Sabi ko nga, one of the OG maps, and I think GameLab has a good Icebox map as well. They have a pretty good setup pagdating sa mapa na to. And especially kapag yung press W gaming na klaseng scenario na pwede nilang gawin, especially here in Icebox, baka mag-workout.
Yeah.
May Lotus pa tayo.
May Lotus pa tayo.
Huwag yung kalimutan.
Alam mo, sobrang tindi if ever decider map nila is Haven or Lotus. Nakadepende na lang talaga doon. Kasi
sana Lotus yung third.
If ever. Pero yun, pag ginawang Lotus yung third, medyo mahirap mag-predict. Kasi itong dalawang teams na to, isang beses pala naglaro sa Lotus.
Ayokong madali masyado eh.
Oo. Ay, mukha nga, bes. Mukha nga. Pero syempre, pabor sa atin kasi hindi tayo magkakast.
Oo, tama. 3 games. Sino magkakast? Si Rere.
Si Rere. Lotus.
Nanonood na sa sidelines lang. Yan ang gusto natin. Pero yun na nga, tingnan nyo na guys. SR Nacague, respecting yung Haven. Okay, interesting at least na makita natin ito. GameLab.Alpha, honestly, if I'm looking at it, they have to ban Lotus. Kasi unless meron silang special strategy dito, we could be, maganda yung composition na brought out ng SR Nacague. They've gone for the double controller with the Omen plus yung Harbor na yun. And I feel like that's one of the stronger compositions na meron tayo ngayon, at least in the Philippines.
Yeah, I actually remember that comp na napakahirap matapatan agad yung mga players na gustong umentry sa site. But I'm actually excited. Let's see kung...
Wow!
Nice one! Game number 3, ladies and gents.
At saka dating din kasi sa mga teams ngayon ayaw na talaga nila maglaro sa mga sobrang liliit na mapa. Gusto talaga nila syempre andyan ng Pearl, Icebox, andyan ng Lotus syempre. Kung walang Lotus, Haven yun nandun. Pero this could be really interesting nga dito sa dalawang teams na to. Kasi itong 2 teams na to, panalo sila sa same Lotus matches nila, which is isang beses lang sila naglaro. So, ito na ang momentum breaker, deal breaker sa dalawa. If ever, sino pa talaga ang mas malakas dito sa Lotus, if ever.
Face off na naman.
Face off na to sa Lotus, man. Wala silang choice. Kailangan nila maglaro dito, syempre.
Pero malamang.
Kailangan nila maglaro dito, Asoray. Ano masasabi mo?
Wala silang choice.
Siyempre, kailangan. Kung hindi sila naglaro, wala tayong
mapapanood.
Wala tayong mapapanood. Ito pala, alam na natin na Lotus na magiging map na to. It would be interesting if we actually go for Game 3 kasi ibang comps ang binibring ng both of these teams. Kaya nasabi ko kanina with SR Nacague, they have that double controller with the Harbor. Para naman sa GameLab.Alpha, something different din. And they're utilizing the Phoenix in this comp.
That's gonna be the Phoenix, Sage, Killjoy, Chamber, or Harbor if ever yun ba talaga ang gagamitin nila. Which is actually parang talaga magpapa-change up the pace nga dito sa dalawang teams na to Pero if ever sa Lotus, I'm actually 50-50 pa. If ever sila pa talaga ang mananalo dito. Kasi if ever nga chinek mo yung dating stats, pareho silang panalo, which is yun lang yung nilaro nila, isa lang. So in terms naman ng information, isa lang ang pag-aaralan mo.
I actually like na pinili nila dito for a decider map is actually the newest map na meron tayo. You just never know kung ano ba yung kaya nilang dalhin for the finale map that we have right now. Obviously, napanood na natin yung kanilang mga play style from the previous games na nilaro nila dito. Pero in the end, we still don't have enough VODs to actually look at and decide on that SR Nacague is a better team on Lotus or GameLab.Alpha is a better team on Lotus.
I have a question para sa inyo guys. Now that I'm looking dito sa map selection, we have Pearl, Icebox, Lotus. You think ba this could be a sniper duel between Fall X saka kay Zin? Kasi napakita na rin ni Zin na he is actually pretty not useful but rather efficient sa kanyang entry fragging din with the operator in some of the maps that SR Nacague have played before.
That's true. I feel like it would definitely be, especially here on Pearl, and then yung sa mga susunod pa.
Yeah, ang thing kasi dito nga sa kabila ng GameLab.Alpha, di ba? Pwede magpalit si Boogie as a duelist din.
Yes.
So at least meron silang diversity kumbaga na para ikaw muna dito sa mapa na to para syempre magulo yung
ma-alleviate yung pressure kay kay Fall X. But the same could be said din with SR Nacague. Sabi mo na, ngayon nandito si Patman. Patman also plays as a duelist. So at least both of these teams have that the diversity nga. Anyways guys, we're gonna go on a quick break. When we come back, sisimulan natin itong first series natin between SR Nacague at GameLab.Alpha. So yeah, see you in a bit.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Not enough to escape the Puggers. They get the pick off now. Fallex though ready to fight on back end. Who cares about sticking the deep the plant?
Hear him run around. He just has to play for the time here, but the crossfire is going to be enough for Glab to secure the round. And again, Glab.
Hi, I'm Boogie.
Hi, I'm Dritch.
I'm Fallex.
I'm Chase.
Owen here, and we are
GameLab.Alpha.
Masaya maging part ng VCT this year kasi nagbunga lahat ng pinaghirapan namin. And sa lahat ng problemang dumating, ito na yung naging sagot.
Noong una po, parang it felt unreal for me kasi yung parang unang experiences ko is for fun lang talaga. And now, sa sobrang dami ko na na-sacrifice, parang naisip ko na parang worth it naman talaga to be part of VCT this year.
Ang preparation po na nagawa po namin ngayong VCT is, lagi po kami nagpa-practice ng 2 to 3 scrims per day.
Before, nahirapan kaming makahanap ng legitimate org and dati is nasa bahay-bahay lang kami. And since pangarap namin makapag-bootcamp and now na nasa GameLab.Alpha na kami is nakapag-practice na kami ng matindi at talagang na-improve yung laro namin.
Yung mga struggles talaga na-encounter namin is parang nagkakaroon talaga kami ng bad game and lagi siyang nangyayari. And na-overcome namin siya ng having a better mentality and parang a better environment din.
Ang nilolook forward kong player is si Disrupt kasi kasama ko siya dati mag-compete sa other FPS games. And ngayon mayroon akong chance makalaban siya.
Isang nilulook up ko na player is si Abaddon po kasi same po kami ng role which is Senti. Ginagaya ko po yung playstyle niya which is aggro and passive at the same time. Kaya siya po gusto ko makalaban.
Para sa akin, mabilis kaming makapag-adapt sa playstyle na pinapakita ng kalaban namin. And also is flexible din po kami sa agent composition, kaya namin makapagbigay ng 2 to 3 agent composition sa isang map. And especially, Tita Bap.
Oh, Micro, he lets him pass quickly, could find another. That he does, could find the third, not even. Yes, Micro, what that?
On back, big 3v2 right now. It's all about the duels. It's all about Micro getting these shots. And here he goes again.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi. Hi, my name is Yanagi, and we are Action PH. I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry.
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication.
Watching VODs together.
Because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experience sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team Naos PH.
It's more of the Naos core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
Thank you for your continuous support in Action PH.
We will do our best individually and as a team.
Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Seeker is gonna stun, disrupt so temporarily. He gets the half and he gets the clutch! NCG, what a win! A slight breeze could cut him down, and Senior Carl!
Hi everyone, my name is Maxi. Hi, I am Mid.
Hi, I'm Patman.
Hi, I am Senior Carl.
I am Jin.
Hi, I'm 2766 and we are
SR Nacague. Feels amazing. It feels like I've been reliving my old run on the VCT 2021, and it feels nice to see some new names in the VALORANT Esports scene.
Sobrang exciting niya kasi first time ko sa VCT, and yung feeling na gustong-gusto kong mag-compete. Before kasi talagang napapanood ko lang sila, and sobrang naiingit ako kasi gustong-gusto ko rin lumaro sa ganitong league. And ngayon part na ako ng VCTPH.
The preparations I have made for VCT is we have been grinding scrimmages a lot, and I've been playing Valorant so much lately that it doesn't even burn me out. Yun, last year, sobrang ganda ng run namin kaso nagkaroon kami ng problema, which is yung overplay. So, minake sure namin na ibabalance namin lahat, and nag-usap-usap kami na hindi dapat sobra, at make sure namin na hindi dapat kulang din. So, hindi dapat kulang, hindi rin sobra. Balance lang talaga.
Kagaya nga ng sinabi ni Vil kanina, at least if matalo sa series na to, there is the lower bracket. Hindi tayo kagaya ng ginawa natin na last event na single elimination.
Single elimination lang, no? Grabe.
Pero nakakaano yun. Anyways, ready na tayo sa ating predictions. So gusto kong, from Vil to me.
Okay lang.
Ano?
Hindi, isa sa middle ka. So second ka, ako last.
Hindi, girls first na lang.
Sige.
So, sino mauna?
Sino?
So, sino? Wala naman eh. Diba? Ako na lang yung mauuna dito.
Sige,
pero
sige.
ang akin, sa tingin ko, I would still go towards that upper trajectory kung nasaan ang SR Nacague right now. And going back, na 2-0 na nila yung GameLab.Alpha, uulitin nila yan for today's video.
Yeah, okay naman. Ako naman.
Oh, sige.
Yes. We believe in you. We believe.
Headphones ko talaga may sariling buhay. Ayoko pa sila.
Sumasayaw mag-isa eh.
Pero yun nga, okay. If ever 2-0, it's gonna be SR Nacague. If ever 2-1, GameLab.Alpha. Pero kung tatanungin niyo ako ngayon, SR Nacague ako. Pero pag umabot ng 3 games, GameLab.Alpha.
Balimbing ka.
Balimbing ako. At least dapat yung prediction ko dyan, half-half.
May bawi prediction, no?
100 prediction rate siya, man.
Ang tawag dito, may clause sa baba.
If, and only if. Yun.
I love it. Alright, so we still, okay. Yung sa akin naman, I kinda don't want to go for the 3 dito na pare-pares ang team natin.
Curse?
Pero kailangan eh. Kasi, or hindi mo kailangan, pero yun yung, yung prediction ko. Kasi I feel like SR Nacague really have that strong suit. Yes, they were a little bit shaky nung regular season nga natin. Pero you still see the brilliance in that team, especially if they're on their hottest of days.
Yeah. Tsaka aside from that, especially dun sa mga players nga na maglalaro today, lalo na dun sa mga head-to-head din natin, di ba? I feel like dito sa mga mapa na nakita natin, like SR Nacague pulling up Pearl again, you know? Maybe they change up something there, they fixed up something already para lang maging okay na ang lahat at wala na silang problema from the previous problems that they had with this map.
Yeah.
And I feel like that would help them a lot, kaya feeling ko talaga 2-0 eh.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting yun if ever kung ganoon ba talaga ang mangyayari. Pero if ever nga 3 games mga kaibigan, GameLab.Alpha tayo. Kung 3 games.
Gusto ko talaga yung ending statement ko eh.
Kasi nga,
isipin nyo na lang 5 minutes ago sabi ni Direk, pass to caster. Sabi hindi pa tapos si Vil eh.
Pero, SR Nacague, pero.
Tapos, okay na. Tama na yan. Basta alam nyo na guys, si Vil, hindi siya convicted sa kanyang,
balimbing siya, guys.
Walang conviction ng kanyang sagot. Anyways, we're passing it on to our casters para sa ating first series, SR Nacague versus GameLab.Alpha.
Welcome everybody to the very first day of VALORANT Challengers Philippines of the playoffs. We're going to be your casters. I'm Ricky. Joining me is Fluffy02. Yes, you can call me Riku too. But before we enter our, tournament proper, we are available in other languages as well. We say others, but there's another one. Aside from English, we have the Filipino broadcast. You can check us out as well on Facebook and on YouTube. So, yep, you've got 2 choices, my friends.
And speaking of choices, a good choice for snacks for this feature is always Grab. You can check out Grab Unlimited using the promo code that you can see on the screen. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're going to be needing some food later, so do grab some grub here. Especially the fact that we're heading over to our very first day of the playoffs, Fluffy. It's crazy.
Super excited to be here, especially seeing this two team. I think we have seen GameLab play the most out of all the other pairs, and it's nice to see them here in the playoffs, finally making it all the way from the open qualies.
Yeah, they've had a very, very long journey when we think about it. The fact that, what do you call this? We're already towards our playoffs. We've only got six teams left from the 8. It's going to be super exciting because at least there's no worry of like a single elimination. I guess lock-in flashbacks. They still have at least the lower bracket if ever, a team loses at the very first day of the quarterfinals. So whoever wins the set series today will have to fight either Oasis or Naos, depending on the bracket, which we will see later on in the panel.
Yeah, but shortly we will be coming to the next game, and this game I think is going to be very important. It's our opening game of the playoffs, and more importantly, it's going to set the tone for the rest of this event. It's going to really set the stakes of what these teams have gone to adapt, because you know there's been quite a little break since the last time we've been on air, and I think a lot of teams, especially with that lock-in reference, really learned a lot from that entire event. There's so many things that happened there that I'm sure that they can apply coming into this game.
Yeah, there's just a lot of strategies that they can apply, considering the fact that, again, it is still going to be a BO3 scenario, and it's going to be a very familiar situation for both of these teams because GameLab.Alpha and SR Nacague did face off during the regular season. But if we take a bit of a walk down into memory lane, just to refresh your memory, it did end up in a 2-0 in favor of Nacague. So the biggest question is, will GameLab be able to repair their mistakes to be able to, get revenge off of this series?
I mean, GameLab is one of the few teams that really have put a lot of dents in the top teams, and the map that they've really done this the best in is Pearl, which we're going to be seeing in the series. So if they keep to that game plan, I think it is a really stable way for them to keep their momentum up and really take out another top team, because NCG seems like the team that really is becoming the team to beat. They're growing in this strategy, and over the course of that little break that they have, I'm sure have learned a lot more.
Yeah, I feel like that's the thing. When it comes to NCG, they're more consistent when it comes to their performances, especially when we look at the map pool. They're very good and consistent when it comes to Icebox. They're also very good when it comes to Haven. Meanwhile, for GameLab, it feels like no matter what map they're on, they're either the on GameLab or the off GameLab.
I think with GameLab, when you look at it, right, they have a very, in a way, a simple strategy.
Yes.
They know how to play their fundamentals well. That can carry you through a lot of your games. It can get you through a lot of the teams, and they even beat teams like Oasis Gaming using these fundamental strategies, and they're really good aim, especially from their two duelists. But it also makes it a bit one-dimensional, which means that it can get a bit difficult for them to really adapt in certain situations where it might, other teams can just take advantage of.
Yeah, it becomes predictable. It becomes more readable, I suppose, and people can expect, especially NCG. So it's one of those things. I guess the biggest question for GameLab, since they're the ones having to come from the back foot when they fight up against when they're in this series, is that how will they be able to adapt and evolve and adjust through whatever NCG is going to be doing later on in the game, considering the fact that, again, they did lose 0-2 against this team. So, I mean, it's been a while since these two teams have managed to duke it out. So there's going to be, what do you call this? They had a lot of time for adjustment. They had a 1-week break as well before the playoffs started. But let's get this party started, of course, as we're heading over to Agent Select. The very first map is going to be Pearl.
So here we are, Agent Select. On the side of GameLab, we see Boogie going back on that Jet. Will they still be running the same composition with the Sage as well as the Reyna? It looks like they're going to stick to this. But this time, on the other side, we have NCG running the Viper as well as possibly a Killjoy. Yeah, they're going to run the Killjoy, Astra, yet again, Sky, and Phoenix. I think that at least for NCG, this comp seems like it has more util, but less mobility. No one to really burst through, unlike GameLab that really has that explosive power when you do the dash with Boogie, and then you have the flash from Folex coming in. I think it's a lot of space that they can take if they choose to take it.
Yeah, there were so many instances where Folex, of course, Boogie, you expect them to be, of course, the first one in. But of course, if Boogie enters the site, enters an area, there's always Dritch to save the day once the Resurrect comes in. We've also seen a lot of, I guess, Sage versus Sage matchups in Pearl, but we wouldn't be seeing that this time around, as NCG does have a different Sentinel in their pocket, which is going to be the Killjoy.
I mean, on the side of Glab, even though they don't necessarily have that anti-flank, we've seen them use this composition so well. The ability to just burst through and gun them down, because Folex is very team player, like very, very good team player as Arena. Instead of being so selfish with the Leers, he always double flashes for his Jet, allowing them to really make a lot of these plays which shouldn't necessarily work out for them.
You gotta keep an eye out on GameLab's layering of utility, but we talk about utility as well on the opposite side, where Nacague does have double smokes on their side. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how their offense and defense is gonna work later on.
Actually, now that you bring it up, I think that the double controller plays such a huge part into this, especially because you have nothing to contact behind it if you are on the side of GameLab. You don't have any turrets, you have no Cypher camera, you are only running the Sage, so every time that they make that perceived pressure, you'll have to manually check it if you don't have a Leer.
And that's the thing, there's only so much that you can do. You've only pretty much have, what, 1 or 2 flashes? I mean, you've got the Leer, in the side. of GameLab.Alpha. So we'll have to see if revenge is going to be on their plate today, Fluffy. Considering that, again, reminder, it was a 2-0 in favor of Nacague. Pearl, though, when we look at GameLab's record, they were able to win recently on this map against Oasis, I believe. So that is an experience in the bag for them that they can possibly take against Nacague.
Unforgettable experience, that's for sure. Taking that game from Oasis Gaming. But I think NCG, they're a team, I kind of agree with what Tero said a while ago, where they have that ability to adapt. They really can change a lot of their tempo. And I feel like this is the type of team that has really put in the efforts to strategy and anti-strat the enemy team. Because, again, they haven't changed their composition at all. There's only so much you can do eventually with a composition and not surprise someone. Maybe early on in the tournament, they're like, what are they going to do? They have no anti-flank. How are they going to handle this? But now you see how they play. Now you know how they react. And they don't change their composition. They're pretty predictable.
Yeah, that's true. They've had this very staple approach, especially when we look at Pearl, the double duelist comp, the Reyna, and as well as the Jet. And now we're on our first map of the day, the very first day of the playoffs, and it's between GameLab and NCG. Let's see how this pistol round progresses.
I mean, GameLab's already starting this out, buying the full pistol. It's going to make contact onto B long, getting pushed back. NCG getting some space, even using the hot hands to clear out the close corners as they move in to get more positioning up on the B side, where it looks like to get a hit, but on the other side, we do see Maxi taking out the enemy Viper, but fortunately for them, they do have those two smoke. Oh, this is the only smoke, actually. Taking out control of backside, the spike is planted, and the retake's going to begin.
Yeah, there's just a lot to clear. Already have managed to get a good control over at least Hall and onto the site, but now it's a 3v5 situation. It's a bit dicey for GameLab. You see Maxi, Patman, first one to fall. This is the third one to fall, rather. Boogie is able to eliminate him. 3v4, still pretty much doable. Double at Hall, and everybody has eyes on Long right now. GameLab. Oh, look at Boogie. He's doing so well and doing a lot of work. 2v2 now. Everyone's at Hall at this point as Dritch has eyes on the prize, and there you go with no sweat. It seems that GameLab is able to get the defuse and take this first round for themselves.
It means simple strats, simple execution. Sometimes it just works out if you have the aim for it. Boogie coming up so big in Rich. Of course, you said earlier, always there to support his team. 1-0 currently in the side of GameLab, which means that they have the upper hand for the economy, already buying up to the full Spectres, even forcing the Vandal on Boogie since he got those 4 frags. Almost an ace. Surprised didn't give it.
Yeah, the fact that they didn't have any smokes, they didn't have a lot of space to work with in an open area such as Long. Boogie and Dritch really did a lot of work there for the defuse.
Yeah, I mean, SR Nacague even started out the round by taking out the own QT on the Viper. So with that, having no smokes, you'd assume they at least take more space. But the firepower coming out from Boogie was just too much for them to handle. And now with this Vandal, it might be punished here. We see Batman going to fall back, or going to spot out 3 players and force the rotate. They're going to try to get something out of it, but GameLab's going to have to fall back.
Yeah, it was definitely don't want to waste, especially with the Vandal that Boogie has at this point. They already have, NCG now penetrating the defenses of GameLab as they go through connector. And we'll see. I don't think they've spotted this just yet.
They haven't spotted it, but Zin's going to try to get some space of his own, trying to crawl his way into A main with the support of his team. But Drisha going to make contact, going to land the first shot. He will run to the second, going to reload. Maybe it's going to be the wrong time, the wrong place. It's not. Going to be able to get 2. Teammates trades 1. FallX now holding the angle, but Boogie is still alive. The Vandal in hand, proving so well a purchase.
A lot of value, sir, as now FallX unfortunately loses that duel onto the Sheriff. 80 HP, though, for ONQD still. Rather, 1v3 situation. Wow, that's a lot of value that they're doing. Boogie landing the shots, and he actually falls. Wow. Even though GameLab won that round, NCG did a lot of damage.
They did. But unfortunately for them, GameLab was able to still recover the Vandal, meaning that this time they still have it moving on to what would be their buy round. If you look at the replay, we see how Rich held his angle, FallX falling, as you mentioned. But it's just the strategy overall of trying to get as much value as they can out of this essentially dead round and really swing the momentum ever so slightly into their favor. This time around, though, it looks like the attackers are going to go for a more defaulty setup, maybe fight mid or get some pressure on A. They knew that last round they were pushing A, but the defenders this time are choosing to give it up.
Yeah, absolutely interesting aiming for the retake as it's a fight at Plaza. Boogie, the knives aren't connecting, but Maxi is doing a lot of work here in mid. He might potentially spot one more at doors and hit the head. And goodbye, Chase, to you as ONQT is the only one left. We'll see if they can get an ace. There is a very big possibility. ONQT burned from the hot hands. Smoke already diminished. So he's not going to have a very clear position here on Flowers. He has to peek. He has no choice. He's going to spot out Sen first off. But there you go. No ace for Maxi, but at the end, it's a flawless round for NCG.
Flawless round for NCG. Senior Carl cleaning up the round at the end. His teammate, though, is what I want to highlight. We see how Maxi was just able to be the actual sentinel of the middle of the map. We see him get his opening kill here, already spotting the off angle, even making his way to get the jet and straight transferring to the third, able to get the repeak as well. 16 HP. They keep all their weapons alive, which is the more important thing overall. But when you look at it, it also means that he has the lockdown available now, especially that GameLab is on their buy. It's such a strong ultimate to have this early on.
Yeah, and the only thing that's close when it comes to ultimate will be Drich's resurrection. If you match it to the lockdown, area control is just so much better. As Fall X, with the first one to fall there, finds Zin. It seems that the approach may potentially be towards A, but the rotation is coming through. Lockdown now being dropped. They're forced to back away. GameLab has to buy a bit of time. I don't think they can reach the lockdown. At least Drich denies value off of the ult. 3v4 right now. Boogie hiding from his Cloudburst, trying to get enough space as much as possible. Zin finds the headshot onto Drich. It's looking real bad for GameLab. 3v2 though, very doable. His dugout, Mid-Mathers gets the kill, Chase with the trade, and everybody over there. NCG ties it 2-2.
These teams are just going at it, trading blow for blow. The trade's coming in so quickly. I feel like for both teams, just not being able to be in the correct position to instantly trade your teammates means that people are just falling left and right. But at the end of it, we do equalize the score at 2-2. Looking at the replay, they do invest a lot into it. They invest the ultimate coming out from Phoenix to run it back, as well as the lockdown just to get the spike down. They're able to convert into a round, especially on the buy, means that they force GameLab.Alpha back into that eco round.
Yeah, it's reset again for GameLab, and the fact that they are we're not even close to their ultimates that round. It's only Drich, but this is a full-blown attack coming from long towards ramps, but they won't find anyone.
This is the play.
Oh, they do.
Try to go and get one with the eco grouping together, but not like this. He's going to be able to get 4 before he drops. It's only Owen now. They tried to do the play. They tried to say, we're on eco. We need to take some space somehow. Do it together. Do it as a team. But unfortunately, Senior Carl was just there to protect the flanks for NCG.
It's a lot of value denied away from GameLab. And now it's all up to ONQT, just as you said, with only just a measly Sheriff. I mean, he had beautiful shots when we looked at the regular season, but against 4 people, we'll have to see if that's going to be an opportunity that he'll take.
I mean, if the enemy Viper can do it, you can do it too. You only have the Sheriff, though, so it might be a bit harder for you. Will you be spotted out? Zin's already on the hunt. He doesn't want him to save. It might be a bit risky, but the Star already knows what it is. The shot lands, repositions, using that Nebula. He's going to back off and upgrade to the Vandal. Still might be able to win this round. There's still enough time if he's able to get one really soon, but it's now ticking to 20 seconds. Maybe not enough to win the round, but maybe enough to do some damage. And a spot out player. Now forcing the 2v1, but the positioning of the attackers is so good. The spike's going to be in contention, but it's not going to be enough. Eventually shut down at the end. Another round for NCG. It feels like after that opening pick, they've just been getting better and better.
Yeah, this map at Pearl for both of these teams are incredibly close. I mean, it all started with, Senior Carl able to just spray down 4 people, but at the end of the day, ONQT is still able to deal a bit of damage onto the economy against NCG with only 2 people left with their guns. Either way, they still have, they can still rebuy anyways.
What is this wall? Is this Sage Wall a play? I'm not so sure. The setup seems a bit interesting. Maybe some adaptations coming in. The early flash from the attackers is going to be able to not spot anyone from B. He's going to fire some shots, going to back off. 1:30 still in the clock. A lot of time for both teams to rotate, but the Viper Spit activated on A means that most of the defenders can already stack onto the B side as they proceed to the attack.
Yeah, here we go. There's a lot of these ults being thrown out towards B. Hot hands to clear hall. They're just trying to flush out the fade with a flash. Right now, we're still able to remove the ult, so that's value off. And buying time, Chase buying a lot of time here. They still haven't cleared this area just yet, and he's holding strong, he's defending strong. But with Senior Carl with the Viper Spit activated, it's going to be a little bit difficult for GameLab to penetrate through a lot of these smokes. They haven't cleared yet. It's still 5v5, by the way, friends. Still 5v5. No one has fallen, and the spike has been planted. And now here comes the push. And here is everyone from GameLab falling like dominoes, but Boogie responds quite quickly with the Viper Spit now gone. That means this area is quite clear. And all of the line of sight disruptors are gone, and it's so clear. As ONQT finds someone in Pillar, and the unfortunate spray transfer will not happen. And at the end, it's NCG winning the round.
NCG just able to buy so much space, using their utility to delay as much as possible. Investing the Viper Spit to even claim the line of sight advantage, as well as just pushing that decay, meant that even though it was a 5v5 and everyone was relatively close, there was just too much for them to handle as they push in. Too scary for them to even try to retake it. And with the Killjoy mollies active on the spike, you know that it's always going to be dangerous if you push it. A great round by NCG, and it looks like this lead is something they're not going to let go anytime soon.
Yeah, they're considering that even though they're not close to their ults, except for Patman. Oh, ONQT will dash. This is a very, very cheeky angle, but they know. They saw him before the Viper wall got up, so this is quite unfortunate. ONQT is stuck in this corner. There's no way!
Okay.
Oh dear. Unfortunate, Fluffy.
I gotta be honest, I kind of wanted to see it, but I don't think you want to see it on the side of GameLab, as NCG doesn't give them any room to breathe, pushing him all the way, even on the eco. They know they want the kills, but that's going to be a Vandal that's going to be dropped. Unfortunately, though, there's only one player remaining. It's all up to Dritch. In a 1v3, his location is known. He has the res, but I don't think it's the time to invest it. Not a healthy buy, no armor. Just going to be able to wait. Maybe die on the spike if you wait out long enough, but already one player spotting you out, dropping you to 44. That's going to give the sound cues to know that you're close, and it's not going to be enough space for you to run. Already too wary of the flank. He's not sure, and that's the downside of not having the anti-flank. You really have to watch all your corners, and it's something that I think NCG has been able to abuse.
Yeah, it's one of those, you gotta take advantage of your first initial attack here, and you gotta give props for the attempt on ONQT, but I feel like, yeah, they know. They know.
You know, I respect it.
Yeah.
You know, fellow Viper main, I see you. You're gonna try to pull this out when you're on eco. You have nothing to lose anyway. If you kill 2 people, good job. We take those.
Yeah, exactly. And now as we head on over to round number 8, there is ult advantage over towards GameLab. Now it's a little bit of when it comes to even firepower, at least when it comes to the guns.
Even firepower, but Dritch, though, has the operator playing the off angle as well. It's going to be able to dodge. Trailblazer not going to be able to land the shot, though. He's going to back off for a bit and hold backside, praying that his teammates are there for the rescue.
Yeah, here comes the rotation already from GameLab, but there's the wall, but that's an immediate trade from Senor Carl. Now here comes the possible onslaught, but this wall is such a nuisance. There's only that little bit of funnel for them to enter a site. That's not enough space for them to work with, and that's why NCG is going to rotate.
Speaking of space, this entire time NCG had their Sentinel already holding up middle, even preparing for this, so they have someone to contact off of Chase's Prowler. They already have held that space knowing that they have the free rotate, but also knowing that they have no Sentinel on the opposing team. They have that perceived pressure, thinking that they can rotate or re-hit. They're even leaving Senor Carl back onto B as they go for what looks like to be an A hit.
It's super interesting to see the rotations coming from NCG. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of positions covered as Zind come into contact with ONQT. Only one will survive, 3v5. And now the rotation is completely towards B from NCG. That is exactly their plan. And that's for retake from GameLab once they hear the spike being planted.
Yeah, they were able to sell the fake that I was trying to say earlier, where they take some A pressure and it's just too much for them because they have to assume that they're everywhere. Now the spike is down and they have an advanced position here on CT. The advanced flash comes in, the spray comes through and through, and there's still one player left alive. Boogie, we've seen what he can do. He almost has knives. He still has a Vandal, but he's peeking an angle too slow. It's too hard to peek that, especially when Maxi's on the other side of the tunnel.
Yeah, there's just a lot of areas covered. Areas covered by Maxi here. We saw him get an almost ace earlier in mid, and he's constantly being that guardian in that area. And at this point, it's one of those things.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to see now. With 4 ults on the side of GameLab.Alpha, this could be their time to bridge the gap with their score.
Bridge the gap. They have to make a play. This Viper smoke's very interesting, going to be able to cut off any turrets, but I don't think it's as effective since they have no anti-flag. This push, though, is something that Boogie is not going to want to back down from. All the utilities firing through out all the smokes. I don't think you can even hear if you're a player here, but you can see that. You can see that NCG is able to take control of the situation, and now Chase is the one who's left alone. He does manage to get one, go up to 1 HP, but it's not going to be enough. They tried to force another fight. This is the tactic that I think GameLab has been able to get away with most of their games, especially early on in the VCT. Grouping up together, playing contact. But as we were talking about it earlier, and the panel brought it up a bit, how this team can feel at times a bit one-dimensional. This strategy is literally just NCG being patient enough and recognize the fact that all they have to do is sit down in mid and hold.
And expect that GameLab.Alpha will come to them aggressively. And because you said, yeah, one-dimensional, Nacague has been reading GameLab's strategy and movements through and through, and we keep talking about the mid thing. Ooh. And the wall's there, the vertical wall's onto doors, so it's going to be a little bit thick to actually get through as Senior Carl gets a kill on O1QT.
Still able to get one. Senior Carl not letting anyone through the Frank no matter what the round is. They lose their only controller too, but the utilities are going to be traded out as they try to take Art. Batman gonna go for the flash, back off, maybe get some info off that. But if you look at the positioning, it means that they have a bit more room to move on to B. Tries to jump over the wall. Unfortunately, not gonna be enough. But with this contact onto B, they are spotted. That's gonna be probably where they're gonna be positioning towards. Batman, again, very careful on the late lurk. Might be able to get the mid player, but on the side itself, Zen is already pushing through a great smoke from heaven, and they're gonna go for the D plant.
Okay, they haven't cleared Hall just yet. Dritch is right there, holding his ground as Patman with the flank and the lurk, as you said. That paid off a lot, as now Boogie, the only one alive here, will have the first headshot. They know where he is. They know where he is. 8 bullets left. He has to reload through this pillar. He gets another, and with the cloud burst, he doesn't have a lot of time here. 1v2 situation, one at long. It is now for a sandwich attack from NCG. And there you go. Good attempt, but at the end, NCG wins the round.
In fairness, that's a great attempt. Boogie even had the bomb in the best position for him because he's not open to that many angles since Zin did plant in that specific spot so that he wouldn't get wall-banged early on in the round. But looking at it as a whole, these lurks are just so impactful. The way that NCG is able to rip apart the defenses of GameLab using perceived pressure and positioning is really what's outplaying them in the map. Just having Senior Carl as well on the sides just really prevent any of these aggressive plays to happen. And on the off chance that he does fall, he gives the info that multiple people are there and you can still play off that. So it's a great way of playing for NCG, and GameLab just has to go for a timeout and think what they're going to do to adapt.
Yeah, it feels like GameLab has to always worry about, yeah, you're right, someone's who's always lurking quite far back when they do their rotations. Either they have to worry about Patman, they have to worry about Maxi most of the time. And yeah, you're right, this composition, the one-dimensional composition that GameLab is doing in Pearl is starting to, well, it's not even cracks anymore. I feel like it's actual materials falling on the floor at this point. So Nacague constantly have to, it's a rinse and repeat, and so far GameLab.Alpha hasn't been evolving throughout this Pearl, and now it's 2-8.
I think they just need to bring back that firepower connection. Looking at the stat line, Fall X at the bottom with the actual O10 is not a great sign that you want to have for your Reina. Normally, we see him on the top alongside Boogie, just really going for a lot of these aggressive plays and to play off each other. But maybe there's because they're starting on the defense, so he can't do much. Or maybe he's getting punished by the lurks. But whatever they're doing is not giving the Reina just all that aggression, power, and really that space-taking agent that you want her to be, and you're not able to play that way. It's really shutting them down, since that's most of your game plan with this comp.
Yeah, usually we see either Boogie, Fall X, maybe they start a fight in Plaza, and then if it fails, you do have Dritch's resurrection at least. It seems to, that was their style, and it has been working, just as you said, but it's not working against Nacague because, yeah, you're right, they've been reading this book many, many times. It's a weekly reread for Nacague at this point.
I mean, for NCG side, though, when you think about it, even on the attack with this much utility, they still have the aim and firepower in their players to really do the trades that they need. And I feel like the GameLab really needs to start getting and stacking as many rounds as they can, because this team, the SR Nacague comp, on the defense is going to be very, very hard to push through. You can perma-smoke something using both of your controllers. You have a contact turret. You also have the Phoenix Molly. You have info from Sky as well as the concuss. It's just a lot to deal with. And yes, you have the explosive firepower from GameLab. But the moment that Jet dashes in, there's nothing that can follow. Once something is mollied after him, he gets isolated, he can fall, and that is something that they have to think about moving on to the future, which is why now is really the time that they really have to stack up as many rounds as they can.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They only just have a few rounds before the next half, before Nacague goes on to defense. And you're right, stack some smoke, stack some intel. And now as we proceed from the timeout, let's see how GameLab reads NCG. It's their turn to read, as now they are stacking up in towards Plaza to see if NCG is someone going to lurk there. Let's see, Ascend finds two headshots. Oh dear me, Dritch with a trade though, but he still gets two, doesn't change the story. 4v3 Fluffy.
4v3. The three players, though, they are able to give Boogie that Vandal, so they have a bit more firepower. The spikes already be planted early. The Molly's not going to land to delay them. They have the Sage Wall for the retake, but if GameLab already has one on the flank, he's going to be able to get one. No, he won't. He still has enough HP to land the headshot. And on the other side, Dritch is going to make a play, but it's planted for long. Now Boogie with the Vandal in hand. We've seen him do it before, but not today. It's going to be Astra. Going to be closing that out. Mid matters. Great on the trigger. Man, that tac pause was so confusing, to be honest, because they took a minute of their lives to say, what are we going to do? And then they attacked mid again. That's kind of questionable.
It feels like, what do you call this? GameLab.Alpha wanted to see if they can destroy whoever was going to be playing further back for the lurk. But Sen just kills two people as a response, and the plan was set into shambles.
I'm surprised on GameLab.Alpha. We've seen Dritch use this operator twice already. Normally we see Boogie use that on the Jet. He's going to hold the same off angle as he did previously. Something that should be unexpected, but because it's been used before and he's also firing it downrange, is also very expected. This is a great flame wall for the perceived pressure. Also using the dash already, and he even gets hit by the concuss, forcing him below the wall. So much space for NCG on B.
Yeah, they baited a lot of the utility from Boogie for the retreat in exchange for just a couple instead. As ONQT does have the Viper Spit to deter any attack here, but that's not going to stop NCG. They're going to continue on to this route.
Zind is feeling it's already jumping for joy as he peeks through the corner. They do know that the Viper is in it, and he's going to be sniffed out. The dog will see him, the ping will come through, and Maxi's going to be able to get the frag. That's going to remove the controller, and now we have the Killjoy coming in with everything. The whole zoo is here. The flash comes through as well. The run it back's going to be running in very deep, taking control of connector. But no, it's going to fall back just in time, get so much space for the attacking team.
That's honestly the scariest thing that you could ever hear. You should run, jokes over, you're dead, and seek them out. It's honestly super scary. And we'll see, though, as a Viper Spit is also here on top of the Cosmic Divide. I know it's the last round as Mid-Mathers finds the kill onto Boogie. It's just so difficult to penetrate through all of these as the defuse from Fall X will get cancelled. That's just a little bit of a bait. 3v2 situation might be still doable. The Nano Swarm will buy some time. Hunt will spot them out. They know that they're right there as Dritch will cover his teammate, and that's going to be a no. 1v2, it's not even half.
Oh, not like this.
Not like this. 7 bullets.
Oh
no,
my
it's still
God.
going to be a 210 for NCG on the first half.
Amazing round from NCG. Able to take that cleanly, literally using all the utility that they possess just to get that round. But it's very important. This pushes their lead so far into the stratosphere that if they win the pistol, it'll probably be game.
Yeah, this is a potential snowball into victory. Take a look at that again. There was a lot going on. Basically, just all of the ults funneled into this one side, and no response. Unfortunately, no response as GameLab.Alpha didn't have the utility to fight back.
Yeah, speaking of no utility, now that they're on the attacking side, it might be less of an issue. They're going to be able to commit together, which is where we've seen them really be the strongest. But on the other side, NCG, with all that utility, have everything to break them apart, keep them isolated, and not let them become that death ball that can really roll over the defenses. Looking at the default, again, everybody loves middle on this team, and they're going to go fight for it again. If they can't win on the defense, they're going to try on the attack.
This has been the style of GameLab too, coming from doors, from mid, kill someone who is in link, But Sen denies that plan with a headshot. He has to reload, he has to run away. And ONQT immediately gets that trade, slowly gets that trade rather. And now it's a 4v4.
4v4, they do lose Senior Carl, but they do remove the only flash for GameLab. It's going to be very hard for them to take anything but the contact's going to come out. And the re-aggression from NCG is going to get another, rewarding them to a 4v3 situation. 58 seconds on the clock. They have to start thinking of where they're going to end. But Mid-Mathers already spots out some early contact on B and already has the wall to play for himself if he need be.
Yeah, especially the fact that Zind is nearby to help Mid-Mathers here on towards screens. They're moving slowly with 40 seconds on the clock. Everybody is near. Even Patman is on Heaven. So this is going to be a bit dicey once they break Crossfire. They didn't check screens. I don't think they know someone's in screens. As Mid-Mathers now shows himself, lands the shot. Chase is getting a lot of these kills. Patman's on 22 HP. They're forced to plant with 20 seconds. The Hunt will spot him still onto Heaven. He's gonna jump on the wall. Is he gonna jump through the wall? No, that's not the idea here. Maxi will kill, and that's the second kill. And a defuse will be possible, making it into a 2-11.
NCG, that was a sketchy retake, but at the end of it, they still come out on top. 2-11 is a massive difference in the overall league, and their eyes are everywhere, just like the retake. Everyone looking every which way, not really sure what's happening. They were able to get the pressure off because of Maxi's positioning on, Carl's positioning back onto the screen side, but it was able to really not be enough for them to land the shots, even though the pressure was there.
Yeah, they had the look towards a different angle almost immediately. I feel like Patman was thinking it. Maybe there were two fork roads. Either you just wait at Heaven, look for a headshot, or just maybe surprise them if one of your teammates are nearby and jump towards the wall. But now it's 2-11, near the match point. NCG has been doing great in this first map.
NCG is doing better than great. They're even going for Bulldogs on their team in the Vandal, really buying up for the next game. And it looks like they have so much control with the firepower here on B-Long. You don't even need to use a star. Will he get punished for it though? Yes, he will. 2 is better than 1. Able to use their team and man advantage to take out. That's a Bulldog if they choose to retrieve it back on the B side, forcing the defenders to move. Oh, nope. Zin's just going to throw it away. None for you guys.
Denied. Yep. 36 HP for Dritch. Still holding his ground here on ramps. Decides to just scout and see if anybody's going to be rotating onto B to do the quick maths to see where they're going to be rotating instead. They will be moving towards B, actually, back to B.
The thing with GameLab, though, is they have very limited options of how they want to play the map compared to NCG. They really have to do this thing where they have the full commit. It's hard for them to pull rotations, especially with the Killjoy turret active, but that's going to be on the opposite side. On the B side, Fallex finally at an advanced position, going to be able to use the Leer to get some more space, control halls if they can. They'll find no weapon there because early on, Zin did throw that away. They'll still be on the lower buy. Patman already has heavy control, going to be able to get 1, still has the flash if he needs to for his teammates swinging up on the right side. The flash comes through. Senior Carl is going to be in advanced position, get 1. Will he be able to get 2? He doesn't need to. Now 3v1, they have to look for the last player. He spotted out. Zin already has the angle held for them, and it's going to be enough with the Viper wall to take him out. Another round for NCG. 1 round and match point.
And it has been complete control from NCG. No answer from GameLab. It's again, NCG just figuring out already the story of GameLab. Time and time again, Patman, or rather, Senior Carl with an aggressive push towards the side is able to find the right targets and get the defuse down.
This round has to be GameLab's round. Like,
yes.
It actually has to be their round. They have a better buy, they have more utility, they have more armor, then they actually need the round or else the game is over. So they have to make their plan really very carefully, and it looks like this time they're going to go for an A hit.
They need to be swift and steady. See if the aggression will pay off here. As Fallex will get the first peek. Just trying to see as Zind ready for his flash to peek onto 5 people, by the way. Let's see if the timing is going to be correct. He has the flash. They didn't check the boxes just yet. He has 31 HP. And he gets the ult too with the hot hands. He gets a lot of damage on the side of GameLab, but at the end, Boogie still gets a response. 3v3 now. Maxi lying and waiting for this position with the Viper wall now activated and ready. The Haunt, and as well as the smoke, he can hide on this smoke. They don't know if Maxi is there. They have no information, but Boogie finds another person. You said, Fluffy, that they needed this win, and they can possibly get it unless Senior Carl denies this from them with this Bulldog.
He's able to do it before. We've seen his incredible aim as he swings on. Will Boogie stand ground?
There it is.
He's going to be able to get one. Boogie and Shay's left. He's not going to be seized, but they know his location. Will he just go for the save here? I think he will. Falling back, playing it smartly. They only need one round. They can afford to give up one at least. But on the other side, GameLab cannot afford to do anything and make any mistakes.
It's one of those things where, okay, we have a lot of leeway. NCG has a lot of leeway when it comes to points. Of course, they wanted to finish this there and then. But at the same time, it's okay. It's okay if we move to the next round, if they move to the next round.
Yeah, at this point, it's all in the hands of NCG. They already have control. All they have to do is get that one round and make sure that they get the victory. Because at the end of the day, they just need the map to start the momentum for the series for them. And it's very unlikely that GameLab will be able to get it if they don't adapt fast enough. Looking at this adaptation, though, for NCG, I think this was actually a really good play. They bait the Sky Flash so that they look to the left or anti-flash it. The Phoenix flashes the opposite side. Even if he doesn't use the run it back there, it does so much damage. Even able to get 2, I think if he got 3, the game was over. But getting those 2, still a lot of damage. If we look at GameLab, because of that round, even Chase has to go with the half armor. Fallex, again, with the half armor. It did do something.
Yeah, it did a lot of work in that round. Now GameLab repeating a very aggressive stance from long as they're trying to clear every single thing. It's only Senior Carl and as well as Mid Mathers from Hall guarding this site. So we'll see.
Boogie jiggling the corner. Fallex is first contact. The flash comes through late. Senior Carl gets 1. Gets traded. Chase already on the refract. Able to get another. That's Senior Carl falling down and Mid Mathers. That means there's only 1 controller left for them and no duelist on the team. But the spray coming in from Batman. The crispy shots. 2v2. They have the upper angle and they know where they are. The Molly also is still in play. I think the plant will be spotted though. Unfortunately, it bounces off the wall. The resurrection is going to be huge. Going to be able to take control of long. Now in this 3v2, the Cloudburst even a delay for more, but it's not necessarily planted for them. They can still diffuse it for a bit on the left side, but it's such an easy spray through. There's no way that they actually get this unless they over-peak. And it looks like GameLab is taking 1 at a time. He's going to be able to get 1. Tap, flash through. Will he spot it? No, he flashes himself. Doesn't get the flash through. Now in a 1v1, but there's not enough time. 53 HP in the decay. They have to know where this is. Does he land the flick? No! GameLab survives another round.
That was crazy. That was crazy close. This could be the start of a comeback of GameLab.Alpha. I mean, hey, that seemed to be a possible Nacague retake. We saw that Zind, he had his Phoenix wall, and he had a little bit of Pixel peeking towards long, so it felt like that was a possibility.
I think if he was able to get 1 more, or to be super honest, if he didn't flash himself through the wall, I think he would have gotten the round. But moving on, NCG, just, you know, they have to play this eco well. That way they don't face a full buy when they actually go into their buy. They're going to do this early molly. Not sure where that's for. Maybe the cross if they use the smokes. Actually really smart. And they're burning a bit of time, but again, they're at the wrong place at the wrong time. There's no contact for the defenders on B. And it's a free walk in the park for all the attackers, as every defender assumes it's going to be an A hit because of the early Viper wall.
Yeah, at this point, they're going to have a very difficult time rotating towards this area with, you know, not so better guns than GameLab. Wow, that's a very long wall.
It is very long and very deep. It's going all the way to CT. It only leaves this 1 gap under, and I think it's an advanced wall to stop the eco. It's actually really smart.
Yeah.
It means that they have to play this far range, and they can't just swing through it close. That way they keep the range advantage since they have the Vandals.
Yeah, crazy stuff coming from GameLab. NCG, though, Maxi trying to do the flank, but they don't have a lot of time. Fall X misses the first. At least Dritch is able to get 2. No one's watching the flank, by the way. Maxi, the only one left, but with this available, they're able to get a headshot. You said very winnable. Nano Swarm activated to flush out any potential person. We know Dritch is on screen. It's now a 1v1. He's wall banging, but unfortunately, Dritch, Maxi couldn't check that corner. And at the end, GameLab wins this. Takes it at 5-12.
They do win the round and closer to equalizing the score, but it's still a ways away for them. On the other side, NCG doing so much damage. Even though GameLab are winning the past couple of rounds, Chase has been hugging this half armor for the past 3.
Yeah.
They're just not able to get that full economy because NCG is able to do so much damage. And now I'm afraid that with the Sky Ultimate as well as the lockdown, it might be the end for GameLab because they have nothing really to destroy it.
That's true. That's true. They have to either dig deep to try and destroy it. And at this point, with a lot of utilities on the table for NCG, you're right. They're primed and ready to take this to 5-13. As Run It Back activated, aggressively trying to spot out anyone, but they fall back actually and it doesn't find anyone except maybe one more. No.
Oh, that was so close. They got the info though. They know that they're already stacked, but they didn't choose to push out from B, still holding the defense pretty static, waiting for their stack to show yet again. But with 1 minute remaining on the clock and them controlling A main, it's a lot of positioning for them for the defensive side, really getting the early info. That means they can afford to leave less people on the site and start pushing the extremities, as they should know that this is going to be the re-hit, especially because the Trailblazer is going to go into place, or the Seekers rather.
The Seekers already unleashed to spot out anyone. Hot hands to slow down this push. And now the Lear, unfortunately, didn't have a lot of value lockdown as well.
Smart.
Yeah, 38 seconds on the clock left. They can't, if they want to rotate, they gotta do it now, but they're still stacked up on towards A, and even a Viper spit towards Art even. Senior Carl spotting out, 1v1 on the Viper, and Senior Carl wins this one. 4v5 situation now as Zin finds the headshot. A lot of these flashes, a lot of these coordinated flashes, and there you go. NCG wins the first map of their series here in the playoffs. Crazy stuff, as you can see, a little bit of a sigh of relief from the side of NCG. Different reactions from the players. One is like, whew, good thing we ended that one. And others are just more relaxed, as you can see, just focused on towards the next game.
I think it's great that they ended that way. So clean how they ended it on the last round, able to really secure, and a very smart usage of their utility. I think Carl's kill was my favorite in the end, how he just jumped to the left of the Viper, avoiding the snake bite and getting him on the off angle of the Viper spit. But also the early lockdown, knowing that they had to commit, was just so smart. If we look at the post game, we can see the statistics of how everything ended for the map 1.
Yeah, there was a lot going on, but it was, the main story was NCG basically knowing what to do at every point of the game, as we get to see MVP is Senior Carl.
Senior Carl, I mean, you saw him on the attack, how he was the anti-flank of the team that he needed, and on the defense was also the sentinel that Viper kind of provides on the team. GameLab, though, on the other hand, they did have some shining stars. Boogie, especially for me, did so well, but if you look, the first blood kills, so much momentum coming into these early rounds for NCG, 15-3, and if we look at how the Thrifty's gone, just clean games from both teams, no one actually going for an upset, just a good way of punishing each other throughout the rounds.
Yeah, there were a lot of close calls between these two teams, a couple of them actually, but at the end of the day, NCG just knows what to do once they have a very comfortable eco, once they have all the firepower, once they have all the ults as well. They know how to secure a round, and that's the reason why NCG is such a scary team, because they know how to, well, you know, not only micro, but how to use a lot of these ults in their favor and make sure that it really counts.
Yeah, we look at NCG, a team about adaptability, and we have a team like GameLab that has that reliability, and it looks like that strategy, that thing just really clashes with each other. And unfortunately for GameLab, it's the adaptability of NCG that really takes them through and through throughout the majority of this round. Yes, they have their moments. Yes, they land the shots, but it's not going to be enough to always do the same thing all the time. So moving on to the next map, I hope that for the GameLab fans out there, that they really make the most of it, getting as many rounds as they can, especially by changing up the strategies. These amazing shots coming through and through from NCG are not going to stop. It's up to GameLab to really make the adaptation this time.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question, right? Are they still going to be going through the same approach as Pearl, which is the double duelist composition, and just create this death ball and hope to see if they can, you know, make all of these shots count, or just create a different style then?
Maybe, but at the end of it, we do have Batman delivering the win here with Grab Unlimited. Use that QR code, of course, check it to check out our promotions, but also a promotion in a way for NCG as Batman does get themselves the momentum on the first map of the series of our playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly exciting to see what the adaptation is going to be, considering that, again, when we look back into the past, it has been a 2-0 against Nacague. It was 2-0 Nacague versus GameLab.Alpha. So I'm so curious if I know this isn't an elimination series. There is still a lower bracket for GameLab.Alpha. So curious to see if they're gonna release all of their cards this time around, unless they want to go through the long haul towards the grand finals or something like that. But we'll have to see what the plan is in store, because when we look at the record, it feels like there is a little bit of reliance on what the map is for the success of GameLab when they win their games. So at this point with Icebox, it has been a bit of 50-50 for GameLab and a little bit of consistency when it comes to SR Nacague. So we'll see what kind of GameLab we'll see in our next map. But of course, before we head on over to our next story, we are going to head on over to a short break. But when we come back, it's going to be more pew pew action. to VALORANT Challengers Philippines split number 1, and we're here at day number 1 of the playoffs. We'll be your casters again. I'm Riku. Joining me is Fluffy02. And of course, while you're watching the English broadcast, we've got other broadcasts to share with you guys. If you want to watch in Filipino, we've got Facebook and as well as YouTube. If you want to come on over and what's the word? Make kulit with the Tagalog casters. Is that right, Fluffy?
Yeah, that's right. We're going to make kulit with other casters. But speaking of that, if you also want to be makulit or not get makulit whenever you order some food, you can always check out our promotions with Grab Unlimited. You can see in the promo code on the side how you can celebrate your great wins, great food, and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month.
You know what time is it? It's already like 5, so you're heading over to the... What's the combination of snacks and dinner?
Sninner.
Yes, you're gonna gotta grab some sninners right now. But of course, we still got the series one is still not over. He's cringing, but just let him absorb all of that as we take a look and summarize what happened in game number 1 for first series between GameLab.Alpha and SR Nacague. SR Nacague had complete control over at Pearl, and they were unstoppable.
Yeah, unstoppable not only in their firepower, but also how quickly they adapt from round to round. On the opposite side, you kind of see the opposite end of the spectrum, seeing GameLab run the same strategies, even taking a tactical pause to run the same strategy.
Yes.
So they really need to build on an adaptation. But fortunately for them, the next map is going to be Icebox. And even though both teams have their own records on Icebox, it is still a very aim-based map, and GameLab do have the aim.
Yeah, this is their time to shine and time to, utilize one of their best strengths, I suppose, which is strong arming sights and winning gunfights. So just as you said, this could possibly be the opportunity for GameLab to scratch, even take a dent out of the, out of NCG's armor, considering that, again, they were, unstoppable. They were very difficult to topple over at Pearl, so this is their chance. But, now we're heading over to Icebox. What agents are you expecting this time around?
I'm expecting that Jet will still be very important for the team. They still need that explosive firepower, someone to really breach the gaps of the defenses and just go in to take the first contact, take the first entry, and hopefully come up with the first kill. But also, Sage is pretty standard on this map, as well as a Sova Viper, which, if you think about it, is similar to the comp that I already played on Pearl. Sure. And it's agents that they're very comfy with. If they choose to go for something like that, it's going to be to their benefit, if anything.
Yeah, you gotta Boogie again once more, expected to be either on the Jet or maybe Fall X on the Jet. We'll have to see what the dynamic is going to be, considering that, again, there's a lot of all of these vertical spaces that a Jet will just thrive on Icebox. And maybe Sage, TikTok walls, anyone? Maybe
some TikTok walls, maybe some setups also from TikTok coming out from Killjoy's, another very popular pick, which I've seen Boogie play before. He plays it on Haven and I think Icebox as well. Something that, he has that duelist aim, but as Nico Black and Blue has said before, duelist is only a mindset. And it's really something that comes down to the player. If you really land the shots, it doesn't really matter what agent you're playing.
Yeah, sure. We've seen a lot of these, operators with on Sages, on Sentinels, and they will make it work. It does work a lot. And at this point, we've talked about a lot of GameLab's strengths and their style when it comes to Icebox and their chance to try and take over NCG. But for NCG's strengths, what do you think is going to happen? Are they still going to go through the staple with a lot of utilities in play?
I think on a map like Icebox, it really lends itself in the GameLab playstyle. So to break that playstyle, you need a lot more disruption coming in for your team. And as we move on to the agent select really soon, we will see what agents they end up choosing, and we don't have to make any guesses for ourselves.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially now, there we go, there it is. Agent select for Icebox here, and so far, there are a couple of differences, as we can see. I feel like the Sova is going to be a very big difference when it comes to NCG and GameLab. Oh, never mind. I should stop talking. Your turn, Fluffy.
Oh, there goes the Sova. We have Sova and Patman, though. On the other side, we do have a mirrored Sova, but this time with the KO. I think the KO provides the disruption that they're looking for, but it's going to be on the side of GameLab. Not going to be running another anti-flank. No Sentinels for them, except for that Sage for planting the bomb, but there's not going to be enough for them to really stop any of the perceived pressure, which has been their weakness on the first map.
Yeah, I feel like GameLab relies heavily on being attackers first, they really truly rely on having to build momentum through attack and build confidence through attack. So now they're forced into this situation where they have to build that confidence onto defense first, and they do have a lot of this utility to scout out information with their Sova and KO.
Yeah, I think the suppress really is the one major difference between both teams. Yes, there are some agent changes, but overall, suppress is just a keyword that's one of the most powerful outside of maybe detained in the entire Valorant scene. And especially in a map like Icebox, where most people play Viper, means that every time you get suppressed, your Viper wall goes down and you have to wait another 8 seconds to go for that retake yet again.
Yeah, you gotta wait. There's also having a jet enter a site with no dash whatsoever with a suppress. You basically trap a lot of these, utilities that NCG would love. So this is GameLab.Alpha's a chance to shine with a difference in their composition now.
I mean, it makes sense though. They had troubles running into util, so let's just suppress the util.
That's true!
So it works out for them if they're able to get a knife that really lands, gets all that value, aside from the information, just the area of suppress. But I'm sure that SR Nacague is very aware of that and will be in position to break the knife early. Because if they do, it's going to be a struggle. They have no mobility outside of that jet on the side of GameLab. So what are they going to do if the second person who's going in is going to be that KO?
Yeah, I think that's something that they definitely have to watch out for. Also, we are now in Icebox at the second map of our series today. NCG won Pearl, and now we'll see if they are able to get a 2-0 or will GameLab respond as we head on over to the pistol round.
NCG going to be on the attack, going to play a bit slow, just make sure no one's pushing mid, no one's pushing A, going to lean onto the B side, drop the Viper wall as well. Boogie's going to be the first contact, moving back from that position, already giving up pretty early. Nope, he's going to double back here, going to dodge the recon dart. No, he'll give presence that he is there. If he holds his position, it'll be pivotal for the defense.
Yeah, still staying onto yellow. Owen QT is there with him at least as Zin gets first blood. Traded immediately, by the way, by mid Mathers. 3v4 right now. Maxi keeping tabs on mid to stop any sort of rotation. I don't think he knows that someone is right there as Maxi is able to get a kill onto Chase. And there you go, Zin gets the second one. And it's only up to Dritch to clutch this round. Little bit difficult as there's 3 people looking at him. And that's the first round won by NCG.
He had a dream there and he had the weapon, was able to get the first one but not enough to secure the round. NCG carrying that momentum from the last map to this one, starting this Icebox and turning into a remorseless winter for GameLab.Alpha, where they seem to struggle against not only the lurks but also the early pressure. They tried to double up and take control of back yellow, a pivotal position for the attacking team to control, but the lurk already pulled so much pressure and just left alone. Dritch had no chance once the Viper wall did fall down.
So many things GameLab has to take into account. The attack of NCG and as well as the lurks coming from either Maxi. It was Patman before in the previous round. We'll see with A as now the point of attack here for NCG.
They do have the suppress coming in already so soon. It's going to deny the drone from getting already more value, but Zin's going to be able to dash, take space on up to pipes. They have the control of the left side, only the right is what they have to worry about. The flanks are going to come in, but the shots are not going to be able to land. Has to go for the reload. Now it's going to be 4v4. They have control of the backside. They're trying to do this. Will they get the first? Will they get the second? Now 3v2. The spike is already down, but not yet planted. They still have time, and it's pretty secure for them. But honestly, good damage already coming out from Glab for this defense.
It looks really good right now, but they gotta take this control of this site. It matters, no one's in heaven. 1v3 right now. It's a very tricky situation. Owen QT only has 70 HP left, with only the wall as well. Everybody has eyes on screens. Very difficult. Very difficult situation, Fluffy.
He doesn't have the weapon advantage. He doesn't have the positioning advantage, nor the man advantage. It's really up to him to hold his position on his own. Hopefully, maybe he'll fall to the spike instead of giving an orb to an enemy player, but it looks like they're postured to swing out. Jet already ready for the first swing. Tries to go for a classic burst, but Sin's going to be too quick to land the headshot. It's going to back off, save 3 rifles, which I think, because one of them is a Vandal, is going to be really good into the Glab buy round now that we're in round 3.
Yeah, this is the time where GameLab has to rack up points as much as possible. They don't want the snowball. They don't want any thrifties happening on the side of NCG. They've already had too much, and it was pretty close. It was a 2v3 situation. It was a little bit doable, but with the numbers, with the gun advantage, was a little bit difficult to penetrate through these sites.
I think one thing we didn't talk about as much earlier was how, even though the Icebox map lends itself in the playstyle of GameLab, them not attacking first actually hurts the momentum coming early onto this game. We see Zin already high above the heavens. Gonna be able to spot out one of the late recon dart and take him out. That's gonna be the only controller for the defensive side. That's so much space, and it drops the wall from A. That gives you so much pressure, and still Mid-Mathers is going to be lurking up on mid with that low buy. Even able to get one. They drop the Vandal too for them, so if they picked it up in long, that's an extra weapon for the attacking team.
That's a lot of value for NCG for sure. And now, two people pushing through tubes. They find the one. VALORANT doesn't know there's another one with him as Maxi immediately trades. Now it's a 3v3 situation. NCG is going to commit towards side B this time around. Dritch 48 HP. To reload though, he's pretty much stuck in here. Chase playing very close here. He lands the shot though, he's able to make it count, but with the wall, and he has to reload. He has no chance to do this 1v1. And now it's a 1v2 situation. The spike's about to get planted at top. And Dritch is forced to run away.
He's going to plan to save the Vandal unless he's going to go for the re-hit. No, he's going to go, and he knows, maybe does he know he's the second floor or not? We'll find out soon enough, but he has to clear kitchen, make sure that all the angles are checked. It's just such an open plant, and even before this, his teammates already falling to the unexpected. It's hard to predict where the enemy team can be playing, even one playing below sight, not even getting line of sight of the bomb. It's going to be Senior Carl holding an angle, waiting for contact off of Batman, who might even have his recon dart soon. The recon dart does come out. They spot out the first play. He's not going to get pinged, so there's no reason to tap. And it's going to be Batman with a clean swing with Senior Carl just to back him up, just before the spike is finally at least diffused. No chance for the retake there. It's going to be another round for NCG, and forcing GameLab again on that eco.
You know, we were talking about how it's so important for GameLab to at least try and equalize once they have the better gun power. And it all started with this kitchen attack from Tube. VALORANT thought that was just one person lurking, but it was Maxi along with him.
Just great momentum coming in from NCG. Moving on to this round, GameLab.Alpha this time on their eco buy. Gonna force the two Marshals, maybe get some long-range engagements in their favor, but it's gonna be blocked off by this one Poison Orb. This trade through is already gonna be known. 7 HP and a Dream. They're able to trade him out though. That's still more value for the defensive side. Another one falls. So there's actually two weapons that they could possibly get. They're also committing so much on the B side as Patman tries to clear up and salvage the round. Now in a 2v2, but the weapons on both teams are equalized. With the Resurrection, the advantage now for NCG.
Yeah, with the Resurrect too, but they're able to find. Oh, he's actually dashing, but Patman actually finds him. But Boogie, with the crossfire and everything, it is still NCG at the end of the day that wins this round and takes it to 0-4. That was a lot of crossfires over crossfires there.
Yeah, the mid push coming in from Glab was insane. They were able to get so much value, dropping 2 already. Even though they lost their Viper on the eco, it's not that bad considering that you gave your team at least a chance to win the round. But after that, like you said, so many trades after. It looked a little dicey for NCG. They even had to blow the res, and even the res was already got on the kill. This slide was just an attempt. But honestly, it's a good round for Glab, even though they didn't win it. So much damage coming in for SR Nacague.
Yeah, look at them now. They do have the knives, which is activated. I think it's VALORANT versus Zind at this point. Dritch trying to push through space. A little bit risky as he was floating in space.
Oh, the wall.
Yeah, that's a really nice wall. It already dropped, but spot some heads. Zind now knows someone else is there, but the trade immediately VALORANT on towards Zind's 1-for-1 now. We'll see. Owen QT is being the sole guard in here towards mid. Looking actually gives that up for a bit. Doesn't spot anyone anymore.
Gonna go a bit quiet here with 1 on the round. The enemy rest now. This gonna be able, gonna even jump up to bait in case there was a refrag there. The attackers posturing themselves to take Tube as well as mid. And GameLab, I don't know if they have an idea that they're already close by. They have kitchen control because he misses out the timing. They spot out his barrel from the second floor. He's gonna be able to still use it. Gonna use the wall and just go for a safe plan.
He's gonna just plant under. Very safe plant here. Meanwhile, trades here and there. Mid-Mathers onto Boogie. There's a snake by it at least. Just gonna cut kitchen. Senior Carl spots him out though. Chase with 30 HP. 3v2 now. Not in a very healthy position. With 1 knife, will he get the reset? That's the biggest question. Yes, he does. Senior Carl gets the trade though, and NCG once more. This is a snowball in Icebox.
snowball indeed, and that's going to turn into a snowstorm if they're not stopped. GameLab really have to do something, and this time they're going to pop the operator. FallX going to be carrying that massive weapon into this round, hopefully getting some impact. We've seen what he can do before on the duelists, but this time he has to get so much value. This angle from Zin was so insane, able to get the headshot. Unfortunately for him, does fall down there, getting another kill here as the round closes. I think FallX could have gotten this, honestly, because it was almost a lineup, but sadly the knives, you know, it didn't align perfectly for him in this 2v1. It's a very hard situation.
Yeah, with two people looking at you.
Oh, the double bounce belt shock dart.
Let's see. Oh, there's the Hunter's Fury activated. Let's see if he's going to get anyone. That's the biggest question. A little bit, though. Chase actually spots everyone stacked onto attacker spawn. It's a 1-for-1 so far, though. A little bit of a slow. Owen QT has the high ground. Let's see, though. He's looking at that angle. Doesn't know someone's at pipes. There we go. Zind gets the kill. Good timing. And now it's a very slow start of the round, but kills are falling like dominoes.
Falling like dominoes indeed, and FallX still with the operator in hand, still keeping the pressure alive, already pinging out the possible locations. They know the operator is already on B, so that will force them to run into contact on A. They have the man advantage. Now just one player, not even on site. It's going to be Chase, going to be falling out. They're going to get the site for free, meaning it's going to be a hard retake with the op.
Very, very difficult. You do have full utility, but you don't want to waste the op as Chase falls in the hands of Zind. And now FallX has to play very far back with this to save this operator.
This op was supposed to be their saving grace. It's the gun that'll get you back into the game, but not being able to get that kills and now forcing to save it means you're automatically -1. And there's so many angles that he's open to. If the enemy just pushes by him, it's just a long barrel. They can see him from the right side. The recon dart going to come out as well. Might spot him out. If he doesn't save this operator, the man advantage is too huge, and it just gets spotted out. The barrel poking out behind the boxes, it just gives away as he waves the white flag of that Ion operator, turning this to an 0-6, and hopefully not going to be a salute for this team in an 0-7.
Yeah, it's just perfect. This was a really good patient play coming from Zin to coming from Pipes, and now here comes the timeout as this is a complete, it's a 0-6 for NCG.
0-6 for NCG, kind of similar story of how they played the first map, just stacking these rounds after rounds after rounds. And even though they have the punish available, they're not giving any room for to breathe for GameLab as they gasp for air. SR Nacague, they even have the lockdown available, but in response, GameLab does have that Hunter's Fury if they need to, as well as the null command, but not with a good buy. It's going to be so hard to do them much damage, especially with only the Sheriffs and the Stingers.
Yeah, it's one of those things they have to give up this round for the next round and use their ults with better guns. But the thing is, for Nacague, they're not exactly close to having their economy ruined just yet. GameLab still has to win a couple of more rounds, as a lot of the players from Nacague quite rich in the bank at this point.
Yeah, with the economic difference, 6.2K versus 23.3K. It's a massive difference in investment in this round. But GameLab still choosing to buy up more, spending 9,000 credits in total just to get more weapons, get that Marshal up, get some Stingers, get some armor, Sheriffs. They really want to try to at least get one because you're on that max loss bonus anyway. You might as well try to buy something. Get yourself at least one round to get you back into the game.
Now this move, very important. Zint. Already knives activate onto Tubes. Fine.
Oh,
Boogie
no!
misses all the knives. And Boogie now with a Sheriff gets a heal. Now they have control over towards mid. They've already removed Zind in the picture.
Oh my, Sage, Boogie just willing to dance his way out of that situation. Not going to be hit at all. Going to upgrade himself to that Vandal, and we know how strong Boogie is on the Vandal once he has it. Oh no, the timing! Regis, he doesn't land the shot, but he does see and spot out a player, does some decent damage, but Matha is just going to take him out. That's the KO out already for the round. Boogie still has the wall, as well as other utilities available. The Hunter's Sphere going to be invested. Already brought to half HP. It's a wall-bangable area, but the trades are coming in too fast for an eco. This is so good for GameLab. Even forcing NCG to bring out the lockdown.
Yeah, the fact that they weren't able to get the plant just yet, that was a lot of value onto the Hunter's Fury. Chase forced on this angle with the Marshal. He's very open and exposed from heaven. Doesn't change the fact that he's still able to get a kill before then. At the end though, NCG 7-0.
Yeah, that's salutes for GameLab, but unfortunately, it's not going to be the round for them. They always fall through the same pattern. They get the round, they get the early kills, they get momentum, it looks winnable, but at the end, they're just not able to close it out. And it's weird how these ecos turn or look a bit more successful than some of their Byrons. It looks like they keep fighting, but overall, able to waste the lockdown, able to waste a lot of ultimates, still keeping the null command, I think is good damage. But you don't need good damage right now, you need rounds.
Yeah, with a 7 lead from NCG, it's not one of those things where you flip the pages of your strat book and see what can work, where's plan C, where's plan D, and now GameLab trying their best to guard this area on A, as NCG seems that the attack will be on towards this area. He is spotted out though by the recon dart. Xin using the cloud burst to maneuver around this area. There's just so much smokes. How can you even see through the smokes?
Oh no!
But he's still able to get a kill with Xin before the wall even rises. As the plant will come down 2v5. This seems to be an 8-0 round for NCG at this point.
It looks very unlosable right now. They have every player alive on NCG, and again, the operator gonna go for the flanks to be able to get one, but will that be enough? If you don't save this operator after, it's gonna be so hard, especially when you're trying to go for the clutch. They do lose the op, forcing this into a 3v1. Will he go for the save, or will he still try? The bomb is still ticking, and he might have time. If he does get this kill, he spots out the stage. He knows they're going for the pre-fires. Will he be able to land the shot? Yes, he will. Will it be enough, though? Has to break the recon dart. Losing ammo right now, but Xin with the flank quickly ends the round. 0-8 for NCG. A stomp so far, and GameLab not getting any value from the 2 times that they had that operator.
Yeah, that's just a lot of investment, only to return with just a kill and not a round win. NCG has been blocking this sort of approach from GameLab time and time again.
Blocking, shutting them down, slowing their pace, and really outmaneuvering this team. They even have the firepower to back it up. It looks like an NCG game, and honestly, GameLab yet forced in another eco. They have again the same story, the same song with a double Marshall. Oh no, but ONQT gets spotted out, casting the Viper Spit, and his teammate pays for it.
Wow! Knowing where the bullets came from, Chase immediately gets a trade though onto the Marshall. Senator Carl as well, as trades after trades, but numbers advantage on towards NCG.
Oh, this is a scary fight for Maxi. He's running into an enemy that has enough damage at that range to take him out on a body shot. Can still stick it out and hold the angle. That only means one person on site, and they know where the last player is. Sage gonna heal herself up and move as Boogie is gonna try to make his way onto the bottom of mid.
Very
Oh no.
scary team, NCG. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Boogie has no escape with that Sheriff versus a lot of the heavy-powered guns. And now it's 9-0, and it's NCG just very, very strong team, especially in these maps that we're looking at on this series.
Yeah, they're able to really take that momentum and not let go of any of the gas, keep that pressure on, and Drish not even able to use his ultimate because they haven't had a good buy up until now. They've been saving this null command for ages. Yeah. And I think it's one of the reasons that they have a hard time going for the retake, because they didn't use it early, the ult economy not working out for so much for them. So they hopefully use it now as NCG get punished on the push, getting the early pick. It's a good start for GameLab.
Yeah, GameLab has been reading and seeing Zind always climbing up on towards tubes. And they took the 50-50, checked that out, and they were able to spot that jet flying. And now, with a one-man advantage on the side of GameLab, this is definitely the round that they want to win.
Definitely, indeed, is the round. They really need to get the momentum back. If you're an NCG, you have to be able to re-clear a lot. And it looks like they get a pretty deep hold onto A for the attacking side, already clearing out most of the front side and even being able to clear out backside relatively for free. But on the other side, Glab still does have that ultimate remaining off, and they even, they lose one, they lose two, but Matters and Patman able to win their duels. Now, the advantage rolls onto NCG as GameLab have to go for the retake.
And yeah, at this point, with 3 members, we don't have the ult just yet. Chase needs one more kill at least to get Hunter's Fury. So that's one thing in mind for them to win this round. They need to clear a lot of these angles first before attempting to defuse. Maxi on 30 HP. Dritch already starting, but it doesn't matter. Oh dear me. Oh, and QD 1v1, and Patman, Mathers rather, or Patman is able to save the day.
Wow, I was surprised that they even got the Snakebite out, considering the fact that there was a null command. So whatever range he threw that molly from was just enough to take Dritch out and enabled him to really make a lot of plays.
Lineups.
They line up Larry's?
Larry's probably? It felt like it was close, but yeah, you're right. There, yeah. Dritch, fortunately, wasn't able to get the defuse down, and Nacague. 4 ults in the bag.
I like his move though, the KO. He
Uh-huh.
tried to go up the rope so he wouldn't be hit by the molly. But speaking of utility, KO able to get one, redeeming himself from the first round, but spotted out in the air. The Hunter's Fury not going to get as much value as they dream of, but they do take out Zin as they go for the rest. But the reverse Hunter's Fury going to try to go for the punish, already blasting Fallex. But on the other side, a deep rotate coming in. Mid-Mathers already did to cut the rotation. But from the skies, Fallex gets one. On the flank, though, is exposed. And now I think the round's going to stabilize slowly as aggression continues from both teams.
Yeah, this is a chance from GameLab. They have the numbers advantage. They even had the res, and now they're on a 5v3 situation. With this, though, NCG decides to rotate. Owen QT falls in the hands of Senior Carl. Chase still has a drone, but he didn't spot out anyone that... I don't think he knows that as someone entered tubes. So this is a very, very interesting conundrum. The Senior Carl pushes through the wall, actually. 3v1, only up to Padman here. They know where he is. They have eyes on him. There you go. 1 point in GameLab. This could potentially be the beginning.
Winnable.
Winnable.
Last round.
I mean, they almost made it back on a 2-10 half on the first map. So if they get this round, they still have the confidence in themselves that they'll be able to salvage something, especially like we mentioned earlier, because they'll be on the attack and will really be able to play their game rather than play NCG's. Looking back on what happened, we can see how NCG was able to dismantle a lot of the positionings by out-positioning and out-rotating their team, especially with the util that they have. But with the current buy, again, Fallex has the operator. We haven't seen it had the most value. Hopefully this round, though, is going to be able to be enough as it is the last round of the game.
You gotta get that on the board just as we
my.
Tough, tough. And now, at least there's a trade 1-for-1 so far. It has been Senor Carl able to win the duel. Chase always has eyes on mid to spot out anyone, possibly even send earlier. No! Nice push coming from Dritch. Maxi is gonna push himself, but the knife is gonna spot and gain information. Nice timing coming from Boogie into Kitchen. And now there's no choice. Coming from the side of NCG, they are in a fork road, and they think that B will be the best decision.
B for best decision. That is true. It looks like they have the positioning for it. If they want to commit, they have a man advantage as well for GameLab. So it's going to be just for them to pick apart. We're saying that they need the 210, and it probably needs to come into formation unless... Oh, Maxi tries to go for the heroic play, but at the end of it, similar score from what they had last time. A bit of banter between the teammates there towards the end, but now the game already swapped on the half. We can see the differences in playstyle. This time, SR Nacague is going to be able to really leverage their util, but GameLab is able to play the game plan.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier how it was whenever GameLab wins games, they gain, you mentioned this earlier, they gain momentum when they're attacking side first and ramp up scores and take that firepower, momentum, and confidence into the second half. But with this at a deficit on the attacking side, they have to make this count. They have to make this work if they want to enter map number 3.
I mean, mentally, I think you just take this one step, one round, and one fight at a time and make sure that you clear everything correctly. But going for something bold to start things out, already quickly taking middle, getting control of top pipes, Kitchen as well, choosing them to fall back, but they do still have control of yellow, meaning it's going to be so much space for the defenders with no one falling yet.
Oh, wow, yes. And they have a different approach coming from mid with this wall, this teeny tiny pizza corner. They'll be able to get the plant down. But here comes Patman with a potential flank, gets shut down immediately by Owen QT. They only have one small coverage to guard, as Owen QT is in tube. Still is Maxi getting a double kill, by the way. Senior Carl already been defused. They've already been destroying this wall. And now Chase is gonna jump on top. Senior Carl, he has to knife it. Not like this. They get the defuse down, and NCG clutch it with a wall on top of a wall.
Oh my, they go for the Tetris play there, just making sure that there's no way for them to go for the defuse, or to remove the defuse rather. Even though they end up winning the gunfight, it's not the way to secure the round. And another round going for NCG means they have the better buy. Look at the replay, trying to salvage it somehow, but the walls are just too tanky early on the pistol round.
I love that slow motion. That wall was used against GameLab.
They did. And now we have the bigger buy coming in for the team with already the bigger lead. It's going to be such a huge deficit, almost impossible for them to come back from this checkmate position without some heroics coming on from this round. Going for the force as well means that they're ready to put all their lives and their tournament lives on the line on this round.
Yeah, and the heroic play will have to come from Folex for sure. As we get to see the Cloudburst already. He's going to eat eye to eye with Patman. He gets the first kill, but Patman denies and gets the trade immediately. The wall is ready. The wall is prepped. Somebody peeks out from yellow. That's going to be mid Mathers. And Owen QD, it's all up to him now. Look at Senior Carl. He's wrapping around. And there you go. NCG, match point already.
They went for the force. They tried to go for the heroic play, the play that they needed, the play that they deserved, but not what ended up happening. NCG with the punish was just enough firepower. And now as we move to match point, the final round possibly, NCG just has such a better buy and economy and stat line compared to GameLab. They did go for this aggression play. It worked somewhat, but it just wasn't enough to really change the economy that drastically as we move on to the final round, possibly.
Yeah, it will take a miracle, just as you said, with just Bulldogs and one Vandal in the hands of GameLab, in the hands of Folex. We keep talking about the heroic play will have to come from him, but Patman deals first blood onto Dritch.
Oh, they're changing up pace. NCG surprising them with the aggression. It's going to be able to get 1-2 now, just in a 1v3 situation. It's going to land the headshot, but it's not going to be enough as the game is secured by NCG, coming in with a victory for the first game here in our playoffs.
Super duper strong showing from SR Nacague. They were able to repeat history. They too owed GameLab in the regular season, and now they have done it again, and they can breathe, a sigh of relief as they move on to the next round. This is currently, day one quarterfinals, and at this point, this is definitely a big morale boost for them heading over to their next match.
I mean, for NCG, the consistency really is starting to show again, and for GameLab, a bunch of flaws kind of being exposed by the topper teams. They had the break to really analyze a lot of the things that they were doing, and GameLab not being able to change that up just really punished them in this series. Not a great showing for them, but for NCG, on the other hand, a great showing for their adaptation, mind, and gameplay.
Yeah, NCG never they were so just consistent. They were always relying on, again, their solid teamwork. They were setting up all of these crossfires. They were making all these team fights and gunfights work. And that's the reason why GameLab had a very difficult time, because they're a team that is very well known for their successes on, again, raw firepower. But NCG also has the same, is also very solid when it comes to that strength.
Raw firepower is one thing, but looking at the first blood kills, we can see that NCG had the upper hand. Again, not many thrifties here, just the punishment and discipline coming in from, I think, NCG, because most of these forces, I think, came from GameLab, just able to really not give them any space to breathe when they choose to take space on site.
Yeah, they're just really, it's always so difficult to lower your guard when you're up against NCG. You kill one, no, someone's immediately there to trade you and more. And the fact that you saw GameLab try some of these interesting walls, try to spice up their strategy, try to be unpredictable, but it felt like NCG always had an answer for those.
I feel like whenever GameLab gave them a question, NCG just always had the answer. When you throw the ball to a team like NCG that knows how to play their fundamentals correctly, they can really adapt so quickly that it doesn't really matter how you throw it. Surprises are nice, but that's not how you get consistency.
Yeah, it just feels like, NCG, when you look at every single angle on this team, they're very solid overall, and that's the reason why, that's the reason why you get to see the scoreline.
Not only do you get to see the scoreline, we get to see Zind deliver the win with Grab Unlimited. You can use the QR code on the screen to use your Grab Unlimited promo, but also congratulations to Zind and NCG as they secure their first victory here on the playoffs, securing their first game and showing our game 1 for the playoffs.
Yeah, we keep talking about this. It's a big morale boost for the side of SR Nacague, especially as we head on to the conclusion week of the VALORANT Challengers Philippines playoffs. And again, when it comes to when you see their progress from the regular season and now for the playoffs, it's just so it's just so nice to see the consistency of this team and their growth, and it feels like there's no signs of stopping, and it feels like the next challenge for them, at least for now, would be either Oasis or Now. So I'm sure the panel is going to be very excited to talk about what the breakdown and what happened with this very big 2-0 from SR Nacague. But of course, we have been your casters for this exciting series. My name is Riku, and together with me is Fluffy02, and we're going to send it over back to the panel. So see you later. We're going to do a little dance. You ready to dance?
No.
No? Okay, I'll dance for you.
Okay.
This is what do you call this? It's I actually don't know what this dance is called.
What is?
Maybe the panel will know.
Are these the moves?
Ang pag-pronounce dun is Dapa Nil. Yan, tama. Dito na kami guys, nagbabalik para sa inyo. Once again,
Oy! Nawala tayo, pero yun nga lalabas tayo.
Invisible no jutsu!
Ito na. Ganito pala yung feeling. Ganito pala yung feeling na maging green screen, di ba? Ayun! Kalma lang kasi. Meron kasi tayong animation dun, di ba?
Oo. Transition.
Buti hindi tayo yung umiikot. Alam mo yung pag may PowerPoint ka ng high school, bounce.
Yung washing machine sasabihin mo eh.
Direct sa paa.
Anyways, nga pala si Asay, kasama natin si Taylor at si Vil. And nakita nga natin, SR Nacague, our prediction was correct. And napakalakas nga na talaga nila.
Yun yung analysis, malakas.
Hindi tayo dumating dun sa pero. If ever na game number 8.
Walang but.
Pero wala, pwede ko sabihin dito sa dalawang teams sa Toman, nung unang naglaban, yung SR Nacague and GameLab is just heaven and asset. Dun sila nagkita. Pero right now, syempre, panibagong mapa na to. So sa 4 na mapa, naglaro itong teams na to. It's just, man, SR Nacague winning everything na meron sila.
Nakita talaga natin from game 1 up until game number 2 as well. A very dominating win. Actually, a very telling win against GameLab.Alpha.
I just wanted to point out lang din dito na yung head-to-head natin, we were talking about Zin sa kasi Fall-X. Fall-X was non-existent nung game 1. Ilang rounds dito, Vil, na I think at the first half pa lang ata, 9 rounds in na 0 kills pa rin si Fall-X.
Yeah, yun nga diba. Pero if ever gonna check out yun naman yung stats ni Fall-X talaga, pag whenever na Reyna siya, talagang medyo hindi talaga siya super nagper-perform kasi pa natin sabihin na siya yung talagang taga-support lang din talaga kay Boogie, which is yung nagiging main duelist nga dito, best.
Speaking of Boogie, he actually performed in map number 1. I would say na kahit nga nahirapan talaga dito yung GameLab.Alpha, isa si Boogie sa mga pagkakatiwalaan nilang mga players, especially in taking in the sites here. But unfortunately enough nga, dito sa first map natin, halos, if I'm not mistaken, ang nakuhang rounds lang dito ng GameLab.Alpha is almost as if pistol rounds lang for map number 1. Those 4 rounds that they got in map number 1 are all just pistol rounds. And moving forward sa game number 2, kung saan lahat ng players ng SR Nacague literal na nag-online, masakit sa ulo para sa kanila, Asoray.
Sa tingin niyo ba, kung nag-adjust ng onte in terms of sabi ko champions ng agents natin, ang G-Lab, mas maayos pa kaya ang magiging performance nila at least nung sa Pearl na map?
Well, itong lineup na ginamit nila, ito talaga yung pinaka-comfy picks talaga nila. So if ever darating tayo dun sa punto na papalitan natin agad-agad or siguro...
Or bring back mo si Fall-X sa jet sa niya nung Pearl. Tingin mo ba mas okay yun? Tapos bigyan mo kay Boogie yung Reyna? Kasi nagre-Reyna din naman siya on Icebox before eh.
Yeah, pero nga of course, there's certain maps nga din talaga na ito yung mga lineups nila, no? If ever din talaga na papalitan mo, bigla-biglaan, baka malay mo maging mas...
Delix pa, no?
Delix pa rin or probably is gonna change. Pero yeah, kahit ano.
Of course, our MVP para sa series ito is none other than Senor Carl. He only was able to utilize the Sage, pati the Viper. And he was just absolutely wrecking it then. Honestly, it felt like it wasn't just him eh. Kasi parang, I think... sila Ray was mentioning sa Tagalog cast na every single round parang may player ng SR Nacague na nakakuha ng highlight dito. We saw Senior Carl, we saw Patman, we saw Maxi be able to get a couple of clutches then from the NCG lineup.
If I'm not mistaken, meron pa nga atang nag-ace kanina during our first map in Pearl as well. And you can definitely see Senor Carl here on map number 1 on the Viper itself. Show off yung mga Viper pagdating sa mapa na to eh. And Senor Carl really showed up upon the first map that we had. But I would say that nung nag-swap sila on the defense itself, nung nakita na natin yung players ng SR Nacague dito, parang nahihirapan ako para kay Zind. Mas effective talaga siya during the time na nag-attacker sila. But during forward or rather na nag-swap sila ng side dito, parang nahirapan si Zin makakuha ng mga placing or yung mga spots niya to actually really counter yung pressure na binibigay ng GameLab.Alpha. But in the end, saglit lang naman din yung swap ng sides.
Yeah, yun nga. Pero dito na sa SR Nacague, just wanna say na sobrang concise nila. It's just sobrang napaghandaan nila itong game na to if ever. At saka talagang lumabas dito yung sobrang pagiging diverse nga nitong team na to. Na like what you've said, di ba? Every player is talagang meron talaga silang highlight moment and knowing na ito na yung pagbabalik ni Patman, nakita na natin, game number 1, siya pa yung MVP.
Yeah, to give even more insight sa mga highlights that we have, of course, guys, prepared for you an interview with one of the players ng SR Nacague. So, matatanong natin sila
hot seat
ng mga juicy questions.
Ay! Yan ang hot seat.
Sarap ng...
Hindi niya pa ata alam, nakita na siya eh, no? Hello? Hello?
Hello, caller.
Live ka na.
Hello, caller. Narinig niyo po ba kami? Hello po. Hi, yeah. Good afternoon po. May I take your order?
Burger stick? Burger stick.
Tingnan, di ata tayo narinig.
Hindi na ba? Nag-aayos pa lang siya at this point. Sabi niya,
okay,
parang
okay.
maayos na itsura ko for the camera later. Tapos, di niya alam, nandito na pala siya.
Yeah. Sir, can you hear us po?
Eh, parang hindi niya pa tayo naririnig.
Thumbs up po if ever? Hindi pa.
Hindi pa. Wala pang thumbs up
pero napapansin ko, talagang, of course, SR Nacague, kasi talagang sama-sama na sila talaga as a team, di ba? So talagang they have this better communication at nakikita mo talaga yung emosyon na makakampi mo. Which is yan ang pinaka number 1 na problema talaga sa Valorant. If talagang dumating sa point na mas nangibabaw na yung emosyon, delikado na eh. Kasi doon tayo, tayo gumagawa ng mga desisyon na hindi sana dapat natin ginawa. Mapusok, kumbaga.
Hello! Hello, nandito ka na ba, sir? Hello?
Si Maxi.
Hello?
Rinig mo na kami, Maxi.
Maxi?
Wala pa.
Wala pa rin. Okay, sige.
Balik muna tayo sa chismisa natin. Anyway.
Ayun, rinig
na kami, Maxi.
Maxi, rinig niyo ba kami? Thumbs up?
Wala pa.
Wala pa. Okay lang.
Ano nga yung sinasabi ko kanina?
Alam mo na, mapusok.
Pag-chismisan natin si Maxi kasi hindi mo
mapusok?
Oo, mapusok. Pero,
sige, tuloy mo.
Mapusok.
Okay. Gusto ko lang idagdag din dito na guys, na because they won the series na with GameLab.Alpha, seryoso muna. Ang kalaban nila, sinabi nito ng English desk kung Naos man or Oasis. To be more specific, Naos ang kakalabanan dito ng SR Nacague, which one of the teams talaga na nahirapan sila. We saw how they got decimated nung sa Pearl. I remember si Wits just pushing up onto mid, getting multi-kills dito sa SR Nacague and basically breaking yung momentum ng team na ito. With all of that being said, ano kaya tingin yung mangyayari dito? SR Nacague, are they ready or...
Feeling ko nga kasi upward trajectory na sila at this point eh. Lalo na playoffs na tayo.
Yeah.
Lalo na itong team ng SR Nacague, nakita na natin sila even on a LAN setting.
Yeah.
And they perform, you know? So, yung mga outside pressure na ganyan, feeling ko kaya nilang tapatan talaga. And even on the pressure itself na ganito, kaya na nilang tapatan. But anyway, I think a much better person to ask,
Maxi.
si Maxi.
Yeah, tapatan na kami.
Maxi, naririnig mo na ba kami?
Narinig mo na kami, Maxi.
Ay, opo, sorry.
Yun!
Opo, narinig na.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up kapag naririnig mo.
Thumbs up.
Heart reacts ka kapag naririnig mo kami. Heart react.
Puso, finger heart.
Yan. Okay, naririnig na nila tayo.
Okay. Loud and clear. Yeah. So, ipapasa ko muna ito kay Vil for the first interview question.
Yeah, I mean, for my interview naman, of course, nakita na kayo ng GameLab back then. 2-0 yung score nila. Dito sa second time na nagkita kayo, are you expecting the same story or baka GameLab na ang manalo dito? Or siguro kung di man GameLab, 2-1 ang score?
In-expect ko nga po, nakapaghanda sila kasi matagal naging pahinga. So, may oras para mag-practice.
Yeah.
Tapos,
sige. So, feeling mo yung performance nila today, parang hindi sila prepared?
Nasobrahan po siguro sa tibag.
Okay lang.
Just check mo yung control kung ano na.
Nabura na ata yung control ng kabila.
Baka nasira yung control.
Meron nga tayong tinatawag na turboman, di ba?
Turboman si Owen. Pero ito yung tanong ko, kung may bebe buff, ano yung buff today? Last time na nakasama ko kasi kayo, si Patman, na nakausap ko parang hindi daw naliligo bago maglaro. Ano yung buff nyo today, Maxi?
siguro po, this time naman, kinontra naman namin. Para usually, naligo kami. Naligo kami ngayon.
Wow, si Vil kasi once a week lang.
Oo,
Ayun.
kakaligo ko lang kasi last week.
Oo, sayang naman. O, diba? Anyway, Azuray, yung tanong mo.
Parang parang si off-tempo yung tanong ko eh. Pero ito, isa sa mga seryosong tanong galing sa akin. So, nasa upper bracket pa rin ang SR Nacague. How confident are you guys na kaya nyo i-keep yung sarili nyo sa upper bracket and, go straight into the grand finals?
Kumbaga, siguro 10 out of 10 na confidence kasi talagang pinaghandaan namin na matagal ito. Pero respect pa rin sa lahat ng kalaban. Siguro ang pinakahahawakan namin is respect, ingat lahat. Tapos, yun lang. Respect talaga sa kalaban.
Nice.
Pero kung makakatapat nyo na yung naos sa next bracket, ako kasi yung magulo dito sa panel namin eh. Anong score? 2-0, 2-1?
Siguro,
truthful, honest answer lang. Okay lang yan.
Kahit 3 games yan.
2-1 para sa amin.
Okay.
Pero for the last question, sino sa tingin nyo ang pinakamahihirapan kayo na kalaban dito ngayon, if ever?
Sa buong bracket, sa lahat?
Yes.
I mean, overall.
Kasama yung lock-in.
Sa playoffs.
Siguro, din talaga, Oasis. Napakaganda ng composition ng mga players nila.
Okay, perfect.
Salamat, boss.
Again, Maxi, thank you so much sa pakikisama sa amin and good luck sa mga next series nyo. Again.
Thank you. Higa ka na ulit.
Thank you.
Higa ka na ulit.
Pwede ka na ulit humiga.
Higa ka na ulit, boss.
Sino yung katabi mo, Maxi?
Sino yung katabi mo?
Si Senior Carl.
Si Senior.
Si MVP.
Hello nga po pala sa inyo mga taga Cebu.
Mr. MVP.
Hello po sa mga taga Cebu.
Nice.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Salamat
Have
ulit.
a nice day. Bye-bye.
Good night. Sleep well.
Pero gusto ko yung sagot niya na, again, gusto natin yung honest answers dito. Hindi naman mayabang pero they are confident, which is good for a team na like ng kagaya sabi ni Eliza na is coming up to that forward trajectory, or upward trajectory.
Tsaka maganda rin, kinounter nila yung buff for today, di ba? Naligo sila. So, magandang pangitain yun, guys.
So, pag kunyari, pag naglalaro kayo, pag na-din-lose streak kayo, talagang kailangan
Paano pag-win streak? Ano pag-win streak?
Huwag ka maligo.
Hindi, ano yung tawag sa pag-win streak?
Wag mo na kami pag-isipin.
Huwag mo na pag-isipin.
Nandito na nga kami pinag-iisip. At isipin
Kaya
na lang.
nandito tayo kasi panel tayo eh.
Darwell, 8 hours namin inisip yung joke na yun. Wag mo na kami pahirapan ngayon.
Sige. Susunod na lang. Baka split to may. Susunod na tayo para sa win streak. Anyways, guys, go muna tayo sa ating break. And when we return, it's going to be the next series, Action PH versus Abaddon Abyss.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Not enough to escape the Puggers. They get the pick off now. Fallex though ready to fight on back end. Who cares about sticking the deep the flank?
Hear him run around. He just has to play for the time here, but the crossfire is going to be enough for Glab to secure the round. And again, Glab.
Hi, I'm Boogie.
Hi, I'm Drich.
I'm Folex.
I'm Chase.
Owen here, and we are
GameLab.Alpha.
Masaya maging part ng VCT this year kasi nagbunga lahat ng pinaghirapan namin. And sa lahat ng problemang dumating, ito na yung naging sagot.
Nung una po, parang it felt unreal for me kasi yung parang unang experiences ko is for fun lang talaga. And now, sa sobrang dami ko na na-sacrifice, parang naisip ko na parang worth it naman talaga to be part of VCT this year.
Ang preparation po na nagawa po namin ngayong VCT is, lagi po kami nagpa-practice ng 2 to 3 scrims per day.
Before, nahirapan kaming makahanap ng legitimate org, and dati is nasa bahay-bahay lang kami. And since pangarap namin makapag-bootcamp, and now na nasa GameLab.Alpha na kami, is nakapag-practice na kami ng matindi at talagang na-improve yung laro namin.
Yung mga struggles talaga na-encounter namin is parang nagkakaroon talaga kami ng bad game and parang lagi siyang nangyayari. And na-overcome namin siya ng having a better mentality and parang a better environment din.
Ang nilolook forward kong player is si Disrupt kasi kasama ko siya dati mag-compete sa other FPS games. And ngayon mayroon akong chance makalaban siya.
Isang nilulook up ko na player is si Abaddon po kasi same po kami ng role which is Senti. Ginagaya ko po yung playstyle niya which is aggro and passive at the same time. Kaya siya po gusto ko makalaban.
Para sa akin, mabilis kaming makapag-adapt sa playstyle na pinapakita ng kalaban namin. And also is flexible din po kami sa agent composition, kaya namin makapagbigay ng 2 to 3 agent composition sa isang map. And especially, Tita Bap.
Most. Oh, Micro. He lets him pass quickly, could find another. That he does, could find a third, not even. Yes, Micro, what that?
On back. Big 3v2 right now. It's all about the duels. It's all about Micro getting these shots. And here he goes again.
Hi, I'm Blurred.
Hi, I'm Derek.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kevzi.
Hi, my name is Yanagi and we are Action PH. I just feel excitement more than anything.
I feel so thrilled to compete against with the other teams.
So much has changed throughout the many months I've missed, and I just want to prove that despite being inactive for so long, I still have what it takes to be on top.
Since we are a new team, we mainly focus on our team chemistry.
We focus on our fundamentals, aim, and communication.
Watching VODs together.
Because we only practice less than a month, so we focus more on that, the basics of how we played Valorant. Less than a month kami nag-form. So yung mga struggles namin is yung paano namin na-execute yung mga strategy namin. Tapos yung previous tournament namin is parang medyo pumalpak kami kasi since hindi kami experience sa pagsasama naming lahat. So parang nagkakamali kami. Pero at least napansin naman agad namin yon before mag-VCT. So na-polish naman namin.
The player I look up or team that I look up to VCT 2023 is Team Naos PH.
It's more of the Naos core trio of Wits, Ja, and Papi Chulo because they have been my teammates for a long time, and I'm just excited to be in the same server with them again.
Thank you for your continuous support in Action PH.
We will do our best individually and as a team. Please continue to support us in VCT 2023. Thank you.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Seeker is gonna stun, disrupt so temporarily. He gets the half and he gets the clutch. NCG, what a win! A slight breeze could cut him down, and Senior Carl.
Hi everyone, my name is Maxi.
Hi, I am Mid. Hi, I'm Patman.
Hi, I am Senior Carl.
I am Jin.
Hi, I'm 2766 and we are
SR Nacague. Feels amazing. It feels like I've been reliving my old run on the VCT 2021, and it feels nice to see some new names in the VALORANT Esports scene.
Sobrang exciting niya kasi first time ko sa VCT And yung feeling na gustong-gusto kong mag-compete. Before kasi talagang napapanood ko lang sila and sobrang naiingit ako kasi gustong-gusto ko rin lumaro sa ganitong league. And ngayon part na ako ng VCTPH.
The preparations I have made for VCT is we have been grinding scrimmages a lot, and I've been playing Valorant so much lately that it doesn't even burn me out.
Yung last year, sobrang ganda ng run namin kaso nagkaroon kami ng problema which is yung overplay. So, minake sure namin na ibabalance namin lahat and nag-usap kami na hindi dapat sobra at make sure namin na hindi dapat kulang din. So, hindi dapat kulang, hindi rin sobra. Balance lang talaga.
One player para sa akin si Mojer kasi feeling ko nakalaban ko yung younger version ng sarili ko.
One VCT player, I say it's Hydra from Abaddon Esports kasi sobrang bata niya and he got a lot of potential and I know na nag-aaral pa rin siya. But I also know na if you focus playing Valorant, mas malayo yung mararating niya talaga.
JAR next year, team. Kasi ang lakas ng presensya nila, tapos sobrang strong nung individually nila. So parang pag napatay mo sila, kaya nagulangan mo sila, parang ang sarap sa pakiramdam. Hopefully makapasok kami ng playoffs, tapos makakuha kami ng titles. Then sana sa susunod na split to naman, sana yun nga, manalo ulit kami ganun para makalipad naman. Matupad yung pangarap.
Feeling ko anong unique sa amin is yung samahan namin as a team. Outside the game, para kami magkakapatid. Kaya na-apply din namin yun sa in-game, kaya sobrang solid ang chemistry namin.
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa buong team. Sobrang appreciated namin kayo ng buong SR.
Simula sa pamilya ko, sa mga kaibigan ko, sobrang thankful kami buong team kasi yung kahit konting suporta lang mag-feel talaga namin. Kaya wala akong iba sasabihin kundi pasasalamat. Thank you so much.
Able to spot Sladden, but he's in the corner. Going to be disciplined.
Yun na nga, nagbabalik tayo dito sa ating playoffs day 1 ng VCTPH 2023 Split 1. Ako nga pala po si Acer, kasama ko ngayon si Fluffy at si Rico and we'll be the panel pa rin. We'll take it kasi kahit mawala dito si Taylor sa si Phil, okay lang yan. And we are preparing to get into our fight, or hindi naman natin kakalabanin sila, pero they'll fight each other. Abaddon versus Action PH.
Handa ka na lumaban.
Excited na ako eh, because I'm a big fan of both teams.
What are you most excited about?
I'm most excited about seeing the head-to-head natin with Blurred saka si Exotic.
Spoiler! Char. Sorry.
Spoiler?
Okay lang. Kasi tayo naman nag-dictate kung sino makikita na sa head-to-head. Kaya okay lang yan, okay lang yan. But I'd like to ask you guys, what do you feel is gonna happen today lang? Like, short and simple, with the series.
I think Abaddon Abyss has clutched it out before, and they can really bring that momentum that took away from a top team with top players. And they can, if they bring that energy into this game, they can just flat out win it if they really choose to do so. Yeah.
Well, para naman sa akin, feeling ko ang mangyayari, similar to the previous match that we saw between Nacague and GameLab.Alpha, Action PH, based on na nakita natin sa performance nila during the regular season, it's gonna be solid, it's gonna be a steamroll.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Again, we are preparing to get into this particular match kasi it's also going to be quite interesting to kind of get into it kasi nga pinag-usapan natin before the panel started na Abaddon Abyss, they came in from a very clutch series against Sky Empire. They had the same standings and yung pinaka-final series pa nila was against Sky Empire where they mounted, I felt like a really nice comeback against Sky Empire who even though they had their own woes, were still, I think, one of the stronger teams in the regular split.
It was such a strong comeback too, because ending that game with a 2-0, not even giving them 2-1 or a map, it really provided them the opportunities to showcase what they can do as a team if they're put together. That's why I believe in them moving on to this match.
Yeah, feeling good. And it feels like when Abaddon Abyss is put in a position where they literally have to crawl out of the abyss, lumalabas yung tunay nilang strength. So at this point, we're in a series where meron pang lower bracket. So it's one of those situations na kailangan nila maghugot. Kumbaga, feel like this is their only single chance and pretend that the lower bracket does not exist.
Ang magiging difficulty na lang nila dito na nakikita ko at least, right, is the maps for both teams. Feel ko mas expansive yung maps dito ng Action PH, or maybe that's just the case kasi nga they're, I feel like, even more talented. Anyways, we do have our first team intro, so let's see ano muna, Abaddon Abyss.
Perfect. Just look at that expansive roster. Abaddon Abyss coming back with that roster of Rabab's Exotic, Hydra, Slatham, Vanta Black, as well as Asta on the side, has always been able to really pull when it really matters the most. One thing great about this team as well is they came from the open qualifiers. They've had a long road behind them. They've done so well, but the moment they got into VCT, they've struggled a bit, especially from their opening games, losing to APH, Naos, Oasis, and SR Nacague, but they clutched it out at the end, taking out Sky Empire with a convincing 2-0. And that, I think, with the time that they've had from since then to now in the playoffs, is the adaptation that they can bring and what they've learned to really continue the momentum from their last game and hopefully take this for themselves this time.
Yeah, I love how you brought that up, Fluffy, kasi kung titingnan natin yung qualifiers run nila, they had to lose the upper bracket and go and proceed from the very lower bracket from the get-go. And that really goes to show how that this is their play style. Kumbaga, if it really counts, if they really need to, if their tournament run is on the line, that's the time na linalabas nila yung totoong strength nila as a team.
I definitely agree. Pinakita din ng Abaddon Abyss na they have the capacity to really adjust to their opponents if need be. You've seen them do this multiple times in opening qualifiers, diba? So with all of that being said, how will they fare up against Action PH na feels like a similar team pero they just execute on a far higher level? All right. So anyways, sorry, nabigla ako noon. Hindi ko na ano eh. Anyways, nandito tayo with Action PH with our team intro.
Perfect.
We've got Action PH, part of the invited four: Blurred, Derek, Kevzi, Micro, and Yanagi. This is a team that basically clutched the formation of their team and started last year, just at December. They've been very solid. They've basically already proved themselves, knocking out a lot of the teams in the regular season, but fell short against Naos and Oasis. So it's one of those things where they've already proven their strength. They've already showcased their talent. Pero pagdating sa top 2 teams na meron ngayon currently sa VCT Challengers Philippines, dun sila muna na kailangan nila ma-prove. And at this point, I'm just so excited to see their performance, especially against their matchup against Abaddon Abyss. Kasi even though let's just say my lower bracket, we'll see if they're gonna show something new or just stick to their strats kasi gumagana pa naman.
With all of that being said nga, diba, they've already played a series during the regular season na alam natin, you know, I don't want to use this term, but they bodied.
Okay,
they definitely bodied Abaddon Abyss. Nakita natin on Icebox, it was a 13-5. On Lotus, it was a 13-10. And alam mo na it stems from the fact na even though Action PH is technically a new team, this is still a team that has mga former teammates na magkakasama, duos that we've seen before. Blurred and Kevs, you got Derek Sasi Micro playing from SBEC, Blurred and Kevs from Naos before. So with all of that being said, alam mo pa rin na may synergy itong team na to. It really shows with their playstyle, even though they did lose to, as Rico mentioned nga, with Oasis, with Naos, even with Sky Empire, there still is that lethality with Action PH.
I mean, they are that top team. They have all the tools and the potential to really be the top 2. Currently, they're sitting around the top 3, but as we look at it, there's a lot of important players that they have on both teams, and I think when you look at the head-to-head, we'll find out which 2 players we think will really make the most impact this game.
Yeah, it's Blurred saka si Exotic. I think we've already run past na in the regular season most of the players na meron dito, but looking at these 2 explosive players, both from Cebu, diba? Raf, tingin nga sa akin, pares sila Cebu, diba? Kasi ikaw Cebu na dito. Yeah, yeah.
Thumbs up.
Approve.
In any case, I think the only difference from both of these teams is yung supporting cast nila. Action PH feels like they have a better setup play dito para kay Blurred, where Exotic, sometimes he has to play for himself talaga.
I feel like you're right. Blurred does have that foundation in his team. They have the duos that you mentioned earlier, but also a bit more strategy and experience coming into that. When you look at Abaddon Abyss, their team does have some consistency issues, but when they are put together, they play it very well with Exotic leading the charge.
Yeah, I think yung pinaka biggest difference, right? Like, it's when you look at it on paper, napaka same ng stats nila with a bit of advantage dito kay Blurred dun sa damage. Pero when we look at it, it's more like how will these duelists actually play with their team and take advantage of the puzzle pieces na ina-assemble ng mga team nila and take advantage of that. But I really do like what you guys said. I mean, it's Exotic also sometimes leading the charge and playing the lone wolf. So excited ako makita yung difference kumbaga ng dynamic nila dito sa team nila.
Speaking of dynamic naman, guys, while we are preparing na para sa ating map veto dito, it feels like there are some really iffy na maps na nilalaro, specifically ng Abaddon Abyss. And I think one of those has got to be, without shadow of a doubt, yung Fracture nila. You've remembered how Exotic plays on that Cypher talaga. He does not go for the duelist. He sladam ata yun when he goes on that Neon. So if madrag out ito ng Action PH, Abaddon Abyss, will they adjust or still go for that same agents? What do you think, Fluff?
I think that you have to adjust. You have to know at this point in a league system that we have here in VCT that they will study you, they will know your weaknesses, and they'll probably pick that. So you might even just ban the map out because their win rate right now I think is sitting at 20%, and it's not the most favorable thing for them to really go in. Ideally, maybe they pick a better map that they're in, something like Pearl, where they've successfully taken up some top teams, or something else like Bind, but that's not on the pool right now.
No, Bind and Breeze, wala dito, wala dito.
Wala na. I like how you guys pointed it out na Fracture is definitely one of the Abaddon Abyss leaning maps. When we keep talking about all of these map leaning teams, and I want to say Action PH equals Icebox. I swear, they practically won their entire run with Icebox as the first map. So if they do get Icebox as the first map, watch out. It could be a duo.
Speaking of map veto, dito tayo guys. Let's go in. Again, kagaya sinabi ko kay Taylor sa kasi nanggaling ako sa sa lock-in rebroadcast. So nasanay ako na for 4 days parang may puro best of 5s kami. Ngayon, best of 3 na muna. So we have more grayed out dito, maps dito. This is going to be interesting. Kasi Abaddon Abyss will be first on the veto. We could be looking at, kaya sinabi nyo, the Icebox ban first.
Excited ako makita kung it is going to be truly Icebox ban, considering a lot of the Filipino teams are truly comfortable with this map. It's a question of kung sino yung makakalaban nyo. Win rate-wise, alam natin na si Action gustong-gusto nila yung Icebox. And ito, most of Action's win comes from Icebox. So now, what is the choice ng Action PH? Most of their second map wins are either Pearl, Lotus, or Ascent. So dalawa na, ay tatlo yung medyo choices nila kung gusto nila mag-lean towards of those maps.
Speaking of Ascent, though, it's also a map that Abaddon Abyss have been really successful at. They haven't lost yet here on VCT Stage 1. And moving on to the playoffs, I'm sure that they've adapted their strategies even further. I'm more surprised that the Fracture map that we were so confused with, if they were going to pick it, if they're going to ban it, is still in the pool. So Abaddon Abyss, maybe they have an adaptation or something ready because they have to be so confident moving on to this map veto with that map still in the pool.
Oh! APH actually banning out themselves. Ano yung stats dun, Fluff, with APH? But at least with this one, this opens up another strong map para sa APH. We could be looking at Ascent na is fair play for both teams. And since Abaddon Abyss is on that first selection, there is a huge possibility na this is gonna get picked up, guys.
Yeah, remember, di ba, sobrang leaning towards APH. When you look at their map scores, when it comes to the stats, napakalakas pa rin nila when it comes to Pearl. So I'm not going to be surprised if we're going to be seeing that right now. Ascent as well and Lotus. So those are the 3 maps they have contained their successes, especially sa second game, if they don't get their icebox.
Ooh. There it is. Okay. Ascent first map.
Yep.
We're going to see a great head-to-head, or team versus team, hindi na head-to-head. But I am very curious as to how Exotic will play about this. Pero at least we know that he is going to be on that duelist role. And when Exotic is on that duelist role, he does look absolutely phenomenal. And Abaddon Abyss will be starting on that attacking side.
On the upside, though, I think that every team at this point is familiar with Ascent. So maybe APH actually has the advantage because they're able to start with the side that they want. Every team, with it being so default, knows how to play this. And moving with APH's next map pick, Pearl, we will be finding the second, leaving the decider still open to a lot of questions.
The thing is, when we look at Abaddon Abyss, they don't have the best scores when it comes to this map in particular. So this is absolutely extra pivotal for them to actually win Ascent. But when we look at Action PH, they've actually picked up a couple of Ascent matches so far, and they have won as well, according to their records. They actually, picked it up like 3 times or even more on Ascent, and they've actually won it. So this is it's going to be very incredibly difficult for Abaddon Abyss here.
I will say APH, hindi ganun solid yung performance nila on Pearl. Even though they have that 2 win rates, it was both on very close matches. With Sky Empire, they've hit, I think, double overtime. With GameLab.Alpha, naka 13-11 din sila. So it's very close, but I think they are looking much more confident compared to Fracture na we haven't really seen, I think, explosiveness doon ni Blurred. But he's played it multiple times then when he was on the Naos roster. Guys, I don't think we'll ever see Split. Siguro pag Naos na lang sa Oasis. I'm not sure Fluffy will never confirm this to us, pero our final map will be Haven. So at least when you look at it from this perspective, guys, it's very laruin ng Pilipino.
It is very. And I think with the split ban, it's also smart now that you mention it. Because when you think about it, when you're Abaddon Abyss here, you know that APH hasn't played it yet. You don't want to go into anything that you're unprepared for, any surprises. And if you leave it for the decider map, you allow APH to actually pick the side, meaning that they'll probably stick to defense, and it'll give them the opportunity to stack up these rounds. But giving them Haven instead as a decider map means that it's something that you're both familiar with, you both can play on. And I think for all 3 maps, this could go literally either way.
Absolutely. This is, I think, pag titingnan natin to, this is the perfect talaga. Veto for all of it, for both of these teams.
I agree, Asarai. The fact that we rarely actually see Haven when we look at APH and Abaddon Abyss in their records sa regular season. Bira nitong laruin tong mapa na to compared to the other matches. So there's a lot of mystery shrouded around this last decider map. So yeah, nakaka-excite.
I think with this lineup that we have for the maps, map 1 being Ascent, map 2 Pearl, and map 3 Haven for the decider, it's going to be very interesting because it shows that both teams are more afraid to fight the unknown, and they're just comfortable playing their own game, and it's about which team can play their own game the best rather than to anti-strat someone necessarily.
I think I like that more because you're playing on your strengths more than anything else, diba? You don't feel like you're forcing it too much. Ayaw mong mag-innovate when you want to just play your own style dito. Now that we finished with the map veto, guys, and dito tayo sa exciting part ng ating panel, which is going to be our prediction. So I'll pass it on muna sa kay Rico kasi paano tayo?
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, sige, of course. Sige, sa tingin ko, ang mananalo ay si Action PH. Medyo nag-spoiler mode kanina ako kasi, again, napaka-consistent ni Action PH. When we look at their track record, they've won almost every single match and series that they had except for a couple of teams, 3 teams now as Oasis, at least when we look at the top 2. So parang ito na lang yung kailangan nilang improve. Are they top 3? Are they top 2 or 1? How did they beat Oasis and now? So yun, nag-move on na ako sa kwentong yun. And that's why I think it's gonna be 2-0.
Wow, very confident answer. I think for me, though, I'd go the other way. I think Abaddon Abyss has the potential. We've seen how even their fighting spirit from the open qualifiers, they lose one game, the moment they win one, they just continue the streak till they get out. And now they finally won a game, so moving on to playoffs, if they continue that streak, I think that they can really build and take a lot of these top teams out if they really do it together, which is why I think it's going to be either 2-0 or 2-1, but for Abaddon Abyss.
Sa akin naman, guys, I love Abaddon Abyss. Exotic is there, V-Black is there, pero I have to go for Action PH because I am just a big fan of Blurred and si Kevs. Blurred most importantly kasi naglaro siya sa dating tournament ko eh. So when he was still in GBP Esports, you know what? He's always there, shining, shimmering, and splendid. So, I'll go for Action PH ito. Napaka-plugging ko, napaka-bias ko. But you know what? That is what the prediction is for. And as you can see, 2-1 si Fluffy dito ang pumalag with Abaddon Abyss.
Any believers?
Any
believers? Let's go.
Raph is a believer
over there.
Ayan, si Raph.
Siyempre, Cebuano team. Sa Cebuano, the Cebuano here. The import. Alright, anyways, babato natin sa ating casters. You'll have a surprise there, guys. So, casters, take it away. Ladies.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you are wondering where Asteroids sprout from, that's exactly where. Right next to me, where he belongs.
Yes.
Now,
Wow, we belong together, brother.
of course, you and I. Well, that's crazy me talking about it, guys. But welcome to the playoffs. I know it's the second series of the day, but my goodness, what a statement it has been. I guess my biggest question is, despite completely ignoring all of you on panel.
Wow.
I like how Fluffy's like, what are you talking about, man? In any case, I'm really curious how both these teams stack up because with, again, just to reference our first series, with NCG going against GameLab the way they did, I feel like things have been restored to the natural order of things where NCG expected the way we expected them to operate, even at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
But now it seems a little more amplified during the our playoffs, obviously.
Well, we just have to see what kind of happens there, especially that their next series is going to be against Naos Esports.
Oh, yeah.
So with that being said, that is definitely something to watch out for. But going to this particular series that we do have with Abaddon Abyss and Action PH, you already mentioned how you're very much the Abaddon Abyss supporter. But do you, like, honestly, if I'm going to ask you right here, right now, honestly speaking, do you think they have a chance to go against Action PH?
Of course, absolutely. Fluffy had made a very, very nice point earlier, is that Abaddon is very keen on taking that momentum. Once they take a map and they're just going to steamroll with it. We've seen that many times. The biggest question for Abaddon is that since they're so young and still they're so full into this developmental stage of theirs, how long can they actually last while suffering through these growing pains, right? Because on the opposite end of things, Action PH is already a very, very developed teams in terms of player maturity, how secure they are with their roles, and just their protocol in general. So it is definitely a big, big challenge for Abaddon Abyss, but of course we have our firm believers. Nasrai, I know that you are also incredibly excited to see your boy, our boy, Blurred
of course.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, the thing is, at least looking at what they've done in the regular split, right, is Action PH looks more cohesive because they've got the 4-3 standing compared to Abaddon Abyss that when I was in the panel, we were discussing how they truly threaded the needle in that particular, run of theirs because they're basically neck and neck with Sky Empire. They needed to clutch a win, and they did by the skin of their teeth. But up against a team as Action PH that look decisive for at least, 50% of... Because Abaddon Abyss looked decisive like 10% of the time. Because they only had like one series win before they won against Sky Empire. So with that being said, was the weak break enough that, they can break through the series against Action?
Is it truly a break, or is it a time for studying without all the cameras, without every single person, right, to study their moves and basically inspect their playbook? Is it enough? I feel like that's going to be gauged when we start watching the series. But with everything that you've mentioned, and I'm glad that you talked about the other teams too, because despite us having such similar standings, the way they approach the game and the philosophy of their playstyle, super, super apparent. We know Action PH has been as refined as they can be, despite the limited time of development. Whereas, as you mentioned earlier, Abaddon Abyss, they have these streaks. They have these moments of brilliance that they haven't really stretched out to be as consistent as they need to be, or at least that's what we saw in the regular season. As we like to highlight, all these teams become a completely different beast during the playoffs.
I am curious to see how we're going to see the beast unfold in this entire thing. Because, again, with Abaddon Abyss, at least with this particular map veto, right? I mean, it seems like they have a better shot at performing more than anything else. We're going to start with Ascent.
No fracture.
No fracture indeed as well. And what's kind of interesting about that is Action PH actually was the one that took away at fracture. Maybe it's because, like Fluffy mentioned, they wanted to play on maps where they can really just shine together or, you know, against each other. So truly made the better team win compared to, like, let's say Fracture that, oh, you know, I don't really know how to go about this. They're going to just get tested with how well they know the map. But here, it's more of how well they are as players. Does that make sense?
Yes,
You know?
Astra, being in arguably one of the most premier tournaments we have in the region is truly a test of skill for the players that are trying to be the best. What else are you going to tell me? Oh, they have really good game sets. Yes, they're professional players.
I'm just trying to set a narrative here, man.
Remember when I said Astra belongs next to me, guys? I am starting to have my second doubts.
Well, I mean, we are beside like a, you know, a very tall pile of rocks.
It's like, yes.
That is pretty far down.
It is pretty. Can you actually check? Can you drop like a pen or something to see how far that actually goes?
I don't want to ruin this pen.
Maybe not that one.
I want to ruin this pen.
In any case, there are heights that we are ready to witness. At least our teams try to achieve it, right? We've already seen the best of, as we mentioned, the region really stack up on a more global stage. We've had lock-in very recently, and now we're going to have quite a bit on our plates. I think it's very easy to overlook that it's really just the beginning of our competitive year. Everything has just been unfolding in such a great way. There's already been stories that we've been linking since what? The beginning of the competitive history of Valorant 2?
Yeah.
And now here we are. There's still so much more to give.
That's what I think Riot has done, right? With all of what they've done with 2023. I think there was a interview before lock-in where one of the heads of Riot or heads of Valor was mentioning that they wanted to create a more enjoyable and good or easy or simple to follow route of like tournaments to watch, right? And this is like the perfect time for us because now we have a more clear understanding of what's happening with the teams, how are they performing against each other, the round robin is there, and thankfully, at least in our local scene, we do have the double elimination, which gives chances for these teams with regards to like GameLab.Alpha. Whoever loses this fight with Action PH and Abaddon Abyss, they still have a chance because, again, they're going to be coming in from the lower bracket. So there is always that possibility of comeback, at least with a second chance.
Wow. And that is just pretty much a callback on how brutal lock-in was for every single team that participated, right? So what happens now? We lost, you know, a series. So when does lower bracket start? What? What lower bracket? But
yeah,
I feel like since we, again, just because we touched on the topic, right? We have so many bright teams. We have so many new players introduced to the world that realistically, if we had a lower bracket, I don't think lock-in would be finished, at least up to this point, right? So there is a bit of a, I guess, reasonable approach to this. That being said, it also tests the mettle of all those rosters that joined to kind of withstand the shock value. And that being said, also a test to our newer rosters, kind of like Abaddon Abyss, because this playoffs is going to be maximum shock value for them. Although they have faced Action PH once before, if not a few times actually, but the most recent one, Action PH, very, very convincing in the way that they defended themselves and executed their plans. How is that going to present itself this time around with the stakes being much higher?
And this is technically the first time we're seeing majority of the Abaddon Abyss roster actually get up until this point. Because even Exotic, who we saw was teammates with some of the players from Oasis before, for LFO, with Nexi. Who was it? I think EJ was also there. Let me just double check the roster here. So that was Symbol, Nexi, Chowdy, and Draxi. They only reached up until the group stage. This is the first time we're actually seeing Exotic into the playoffs.
That is true.
So it's a really big thing for him and Abaddon Abyss.
And the things that I've heard about Exotic as a player, even outside the VCT season, he's been so incredibly eager to learn. You know, I've heard many good things. I guess the buzzword for me here is that he's incredibly coachable, despite his role being naturally, I guess, ego-inducing, because it does feel really good when you're playing Duelist and you're just melting everybody. You look at them, they die. And so far, like I said, the player profile for Exotic is that he's been very humble. He's been a student of the game, despite just the natural way that role develops players, especially our younger talent.
And I gotta say, even though he's been in the scene for as long as he has as well, right? Because he's already gotten a couple of years under his belt in terms of tournaments for Valorant in the Philippines. He's still such an eccentric Jet player. I absolutely love him on the Agent. It does not seem like he has a lot of mistakes. And if you put a good team behind that, Exotic can really soar heights here.
So now take everything you said, replace Exotic with Blurred, and
it's the same thing.
It's the same thing. It's just the biggest contrast between these players is that I feel like despite both of them being very coachable, very young, and have
how old is Exotic?
I think Exotic's like 19 or something.
And he started playing like 3 years ago, so he was 16 when he started Valorant.
So like you said, right?
All right.
Like we said, all these players are very young, and with everything I've mentioned, just the biggest contrast between these two is I feel like Blurred is a little more safer, but when it comes to Exotic, he really will push and test the limits of every team he plays against. And it doesn't seem like they're overextensions too, just eye test alone, because he always knows that there's support behind him. It's just how effective can that be when the entirety of your team is pretty much relying on your first contact. Again, they pivot that very first firefight really, really well. I just feel like the results are a little more tangible on the side of Abaddon because it's basically get this kill and then we're going to go snowball the rest of the round, whereas Action PH has a little more of a fallback, a bit of a flowchart. Yeah,
they have at least a more solid flowchart because it feels like Abaddon Abyss, whenever they play a game, it's more of they adjust mid-round and in a slower sense, I think, compared to Action PH, who, because they had all that experience and all of that pedigree from a lot of teams, SBE, NAOS, all of that good stuff, they kind of congregated really, really well with how they played. And it really shows with the matches that they've played in the past, right? So with Abaddon Abyss, they do have the brains behind it, but sometimes the times of execution is going to be a little bit off, and maybe those little bits of lag is what costs Abaddon Abyss here. Because again, there's just speculating, but in my opinion, Abaddon Abyss still feels like a team that is behind Action PH before we get this thing started. Because again, we already have a metric that they got bodied in that first time that they played each other, 2-0, with Icebox map being a 13-5. And that was one of the maps where, I think it was the first map that I saw Blurred play, where he was just blazing or just windy with the Jet. Because if I say blazing, it could be, you know, Phoenix, but...
That is true. And, you know, since you talked about Phoenix, you talked about pretty much the Heat. What do we correlate Heat to? I don't know, a lot of things. I feel like I am missing some of my points here because I am getting pretty hungry, Aster, right? You know what that means.
Yes. Grab. Unlimited. Yeah, celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month.
My goodness. It is truly a different vibe when you hear it in person and he's right next to me. Sometimes I feel like I should really...
What's up?
There you go.
What?
It's
what are you
right there.
Do?
But in any case, Asterai, aside from that, it's not just the great wins we're going to have with Grab. It's not just the fantastic orders that I hope people are going to be putting into, you know, maximizing that subscription. I believe we also have a lot on our table. But before any of that, I mean, we talked about the discrepancy between Abaddon and Action PH, and it's really just the veterancy and the age of Action PH as a core unit in terms of experience, right?
We are getting deeper into this discussion point. In any case, of course, we do have our giveaway, guys, that we prepared for you that you can actually join here. I wonder if we can show the poster so that, you know, our viewers can witness it as well. We do have a couple of, what's the word again? VP.
I don't think that's a word. I think those are 2 letters.
Valorant points. Words. All right, smart guy. We have, whenever people hear the word VP and they're Valorant players, they already know that it means Valorant points. So we're giving those away, guys. I'm not sure if we can show you the poster, but it should also be live on the socials of Valorant Esports Philippines. We can check out on Facebook at Valorant Esports Philippines. Yeah, we also have on Twitch. Wait, I have this. Twitch.tv / Valorant_PH, and YouTube, which is at Valorant Esports Philippines.
There you go. I love how production waits.
Valorant Esports PH.
Hang on.
You really waited for it, guys.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
We do have now the agent selection prepared for you, so you can check that out later. Yeah, transition. Yeah. I'm trying to use my powers to transition.
I'm not even trying to say anything here. I am just glaring at you. But instead, we now take a good look on what we might actually see between Action PH and Abaddon. Abaddon actually picking up that Astra. I believe this is on Ascent.
Yes.
It is on Ascent. It's right there. It's right in front of me. Oh my goodness, I can read.
This is going to be almost a mirror match with only the Smoker is going to be the differential. We already know Micro really loves his Omen play here, so it makes a lot of sense. V-Black, excuse me, also on his Astra. So, wait, I forgot my question to you.
Wow.
Well, my question actually is, or rather my fun fact is, do you know who the most picked agent is in the entirety of regular split?
On the regular season?
Both.
Was it Killjoy?
Yeah, absolutely. 76%.
See?
Over
Accurate.
the Jet, I think, who is hovering over 56, because we do see from time to time some teams not going for the non-duelist comp.
To be fair, in comparison to Jet also, I feel like Killjoy, and this is two completely different roles that we're about to discuss. There is an ease of execution for Killjoy that doesn't really present itself in other agents. But as I mentioned that, it's actually exotic on that Jet. Does not want to stop representing that role. And of course, that playstyle, the aggression, just a little too much to handle here, Aserai. And we are already set for a retake. With Derek away from the board and the numbers on Abaddon's side, how is this going to pan out? We still have Rababs on that B main too, but when it's Latham, he gets one. There's a double swing. He gets another.
This is the perfect setup basically for Abaddon Abyss to just capitalize, and Micro blinded to Blitz will just get bombarded by Rababs, and Abaddon Abyss take themselves a flawless pistol here, Raf.
Flawless indeed, and again, pistols are those types of rounds where a lot of people would say it is RNG because pistols are, you point and you click and you spray down, but in reality, it is also one of the best heat checks in the game, and there is quite a bit of, if not monetary value, intangible value. Now you're going to be feeling good going into the next rounds. You're going to have those upgrades, and you feel like your aim is on point. Abaddon Abyss, they seem to be very adamant on still taking this B site. I think it was Riku saying that B's for best decision. We'll just have to see how that pans out because these pistols can do a lot of damage close up.
That's true. If they can isolate a couple of fights here, that would be absolutely glorious for them. But a couple of those recon darts really making it difficult for Abaddon Abyss to make anything happen. But as I say that, as I mention it, there was almost a wipe there. But Yanagi pops up with the 2K, and that is going to be huge. But Action PH, they actually won the round. I thought it was Abaddon Abyss's, but no.
Like I said, the range can be so deceptive on these pistols. The Classic is an absolute demolisher when you are right in each other's faces. And the Frenzies, I mean, it has been a gun that's been a big point of discussion for a lot of people. And it's been incredibly divisive. We have players that swear by it, but right now we are going to be seeing mostly Sheriffs on the side of Abaddon Abyss. How are they going to adjust? They seem to have two players trying to at least divide the attention of Action PH, but is it enough?
Trying to slow play outside of B main here. They're trying to feel at least the defense for APH for the moment. I do like how you can already see Slatham just hunkered already at A short. He only really has the Classic, so if he tries to play this far away against Yanagi, this could be bad for him. The Pop Flash is going to be set up. The double swing will just overwhelm Slatham a bit too much. He can't really handle it. The push out from the rest of Abaddon Abyss to try to go through B, but this is going to be well read by APH because they have that A-short control, they have that mid control, and Derek's already find a couple of contact. He's just going to clean up house, get himself a flawless, and of course stack up on those juicy ultimate charges.
Indeed, the orbs will contribute to the economy one way or another, but my biggest question here, and this might be just another point of why are we overly inspecting this, but I don't think it should be a Sova crawling up short. I feel like they should have swapped positions there with Hydra, who was on that KO. Again, we saw why KO is so good on tight corners like that. The knife, the 0 point can be incredibly destructive alongside the flashbang. But with the flash drive unavailable for them, Slatham just became so helpless. Now, once again, fully equipped, still getting tickled by that turret, will not push them away from this B hit, Asar, and they've already taken forward space.
Okay, so the plan here for Abaddon Abyss is to shock and awe.
right? Always catch APH on their toes. They've gone for the B split or the B push 4 rounds in a row now. And now, this time, they're going to have their setup. They're going to have 5 people stacked up on the back. But APH, they've already upgraded the weapons. They still have utility to utilize here. And they're going to start moving in right about now. Kevsy's going to start it off with the drone, as he's going to try to find the rest of the pack. But of course, that drone a little bit too shallow, won't be able to get all the information, but here they come now.
What is the point of contention here for Action PH? Yes, they know that they still have enough weapons to make this as dangerous for Abaddon Abyss, but it's coming a little too late. But as I say that, Action PH just drops the hammer! But Slatham, how many rounds in a row do they hit B? And how many kills did he get that round, Asarai?
4. That should have been the win for APH, but Slatham steps up so well that he just saved the bacons of APH, or Abaddon Abyss here. I hope we get a quick little replay from that, because that was just glorious. I mean, gotta give it to APH. They had the smokes and everything. They were isolating the back of B, but fortunately for Slatham, he had the left opening not smoked up. So he had chance to isolate a couple of fights, and I think the smoke from Micro actually helped him a little bit, because now some of the players of APH can't really fight Slam in the back because of the smoke hiding him.
And indeed, it's Blurred this time being hidden by the smokes, Astra, and I'm glad that you talk about the mini games that can happen around just one smoke, right? It pulls so much utility in that direction. Blurred with the operator still threatening, trying to, I guess, pass through the eye of the needle. But so far, nothing has really happened here on the side of mid. Sure, Abaddon Abyss have caught a little bit of attention, but the defensive lineup, or rather the defensive layout for Action PH remains untouched. We still have the quick rotators still on Blurred. I love the reposition here, but I don't think this is going to deter Abaddon Abyss just enough. What else do they have in their bag? We still have, I believe, one more star off cooldown, so they could potentially hinge off that. But Kevzy getting found like that will eventually get saved by Blurred.
Thankfully, there's going to be a turret that should be helping him on the contact here. And Abaddon Abyss just completely unaware of the setup, so Kevzy's going to be able to capitalize. Now that Recon Dart is just exposing V Black, and Blurred, he's already given position because he doesn't really need to hold mid. Again, there's the turret there, there's Kevzy there. All he has to really do is find the other entry point, which is B main, and just shoot the living bejesus out of the remaining players of Abaddon Abyss.
Lest we not forget, Kevzy is one of the forefathers of the fragging Sova, at least here in our local region. As you mentioned, he can turn every single believer out there into doubters, at least for the opposite team, right?
Yeah.
But Abaddon Abyss, they are once again suffering the consequences of a poor economy. Now, the game is still incredibly competitive. It is 3-2. They might take a chunk out of that shock dart, but they still manage to dodge it. The biggest thing that we have to look is that Hydra does have null command very, very soon. My question is, when are they going to use it? If they find a pick here, maybe, right? But I feel like they should just carry over the next round, no matter what happens in this one.
Yeah, definitely carry over the next round, because Blur's already found one target with Hydra just blasted away by that operator. Abaddon Abyss, they haven't gone for a default A at all. It's just been the heavy-handed B push. And I mean, okay, they have a set play for this, but the longer they keep doing this, the more APH gets conditioned actually for the better of APH. Again, you can condition your opponents to feel good about one thing and then bad about the other thing. But this time, it feels like it's just all about APH. And Derek is not going to give up this side. Yara Babs will find Kevzy, but turret, yeah, pretty good. Refragger.
Gotta move that gear up. Slatham is going to be alone and will be slain where he stands. And pretty much a handy route on the side of Action PH there. Nothing really too out of the ordinary. What was the question you posed earlier when it came to the, I believe it was the composition of Abaddon Abyss? Or no, rather, the conditioning. There you go. That was the word you were using. Conditioning. A's for Action PH, B's for Blurred, basically. Nah, I'm kidding. But in any case, Asterai, yes, Abaddon are making a good case of taking the attention of Action PH away from this A side, but I don't think the returns have been that good because they still have a decent round lead over Abaddon, and they're not gonna be
Oh.
too scared, but Blurred,
Oh.
wow. Could have stayed a little bit longer, but like I said, the biggest difference between Exotic and Blurred is that Blurred will never overstay his welcome here. Exotic, now he's looking to push the tempo here. He feels that this corner that is actually called Hot Dog is occupied right
Really?
now. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because it's a hot dog.
Yeah,
Drawing
there's
a hot dog. Perfect, perfect. Anyways, you're absolutely right, man. There's going to be the push right now. I do like how Blurred's fire senses were definitely tingling because he knew that there was going to be top mid players here. And Action PH's call just to slowly get that control back is giving them so much massive, I think, pushback against Abaddon Abyss. Because again, Abaddon Abyss, they haven't found any picks on mid. And now they're going to try to go for B once again. But thankfully, this time, as you mentioned, there was the null command. But Kevsey, he's played himself so far back into the side that his ultimate is going to have contact for days. Derek holding on, but they will lose that fight once again. Derek and Blurred are down, and we still have 4 players up and running for the ABBA roster.
Spike planted.
The ABBA roster, a man of many talents. So Wordsmith is another for Asura here. As Abaddon Abyss, they've made a bit of a trench here for Action Page to respect. We see the utility delay coming towards their end, but the smoke is eventually going to run out and slay them. Still finds Yanagi. An interesting exchange. We still have 2 players on the side of Action Page. They can definitely back out here, but with a bank as full as theirs, they will try their damnest. But instead will be expelled to the next round by Abaddon Abyss. Now this is where it gets scary. Is Action Page willing to lose this 1-round advantage just to stack up on B? And is Abaddon finally going to pull that card where they decide A is for Abaddon?
The flip side to that is how much utility did Abaddon actually committed to that B push just to make that work, right? Because they blasted with the KJ ultimate to lockdown. They also used the null command at that point, and because of that, Derek's utility was null and void, so he was just forced to really push it. Actually, V-Black's ultimate was also used, the Cosmic Divide, so that's 3 ultimates that Abaddon Abyss had to utilize for that. So I feel like APH, their answer would still be, we can hold this the same, and it won't really matter too much because, again, now we know Abaddon Abyss, they still don't have that firepower unless they really rely on those ultimates, which would happen every 7 to 8 kills, but that is very far from happening like this round.
A crux that has been identified even a few rounds ago. How is Abaddon Abyss going to change this defensive layout? There is slight variation here with the KO being a little more forward. Yanagi was playing on the weaker side of things.
Yeah.
But now the Sentinel is going to be taking control over a short as Exotic. He has gone unpunished a lot of these rounds where he occupies mid like this. I'm not entirely sure when APH is going to put the pedal to the metal by actually trying to wrestle that away, but with the flashes and all the utility being shuffled towards Tree, this is exactly the round that APH was trying to, I'm assuming, avoid, as Rababs is going to open up Blurred, but the trades are going in the way of Abaddon Abyss, so they are going to have that spike down without an issue. But since their utility is running dry, they might just have to fall back on that gunfight asset. Derek doesn't see the barrel of Rababs here, and Rababs could get the god timing. He gets 1. He falls back, but Yanagi's just too sharp. 2v3.
Oh, Yanagi still has his ultimate. He can even pop the null command right now to go absolutely Rambo onto the site, and there he goes, blasting in. You know, Yanagi can basically win these 1v1s. He doesn't really need the help of his teammate Kevsey, and boy, would you have it, 4 kills. Only Yanagi, only the null command, and he single-handedly wins this round for Action PH.
Yanagi the Poisoner, turning anything into a lethal force of nature in Abaddon. They are shocked. Like you mentioned, there was a lot of conditioning happening. The first, 4, 5 rounds, and suddenly they run into an absolute Terminator in the form of Yanagi's KO here. And Yanagi is the type of player that's been very, very quiet on that grind. He has had a steady rise. Again, in the time frame of last season, this season, he has been playing in a lot of community circuits and has been on notable teams, but he is really shining right now.
What was Yanagi's team before he played with Abaddon Abyss? Or,
You mean Action?
Action PH, excuse me. He was with Sanguine Rebel Dragons. He was also Stream Rangers Nacague, and he was also way back Kadalima.
KDM. Yeah.
KDM.
So a lot of notable teams that he's been on, and a lot of, I believe, roles that he shifted towards.
Yeah.
But this time, despite everything, actually no, because of all the experience he's found and he has garnered for himself, he has been an effective tool that Action PH has been very, very happy about.
Uh-huh.
And right now, with a different pace, we see Micro actually testing Faith here. He knows that Blurred likes to play this angle, but since there's no information towards a main, he's not gonna suspect anything. But Derek, how do you manage to do that? Calls Exotic his bluff just a little too much here, making him drop his tomatoes and flashing that badge, Aserai. Let it be known that this site is not open. A third, a fourth.
Oh my god! We got the 4K last round. We'll get the 5K this one with Derek at the helm. I mean, Abaddon Abyss, they're isolating fights well, but the positioning is... It's awkward in a sense, right? Because if you're trying to take angles like this, look at how well positioned Action PH really are. Look at how Derek, he had to, of course, get the trade his teammate, but it's all for the better of Action PH here, as now you can really see Abaddon Abyss struggling to find these picks. And unfortunately, Exotic, it feels like he's been shut here. We had the head-to-head between him and Blurred, and I mean, Blurred has 4 kills, but he doesn't need to explode. But Exotic, he's also 4 kills, but he's the one who needs to explode for Abaddon Abyss.
I forget which team we used to make that comparison with, in that, again, it's very similar in this microcosm of this match. Abaddon Abyss, they're somewhat relying on Exotic to get that pivotal first fight, but Action PH, they are much more keen on taking the space. Not just the fragging value of that duelist, of that Jet, of Blurred. And Blurred is still thriving. The thing is, despite the numbers, right, I feel like both these Jets could be feeling different things, because when you are on the, of course, when you're on the upper hand, you're not going to feel too bad about having only 4 kills, especially with how impactful they've been. That operator has given Action PH quite a bit of relief, knowing that, oh, the long angles are going to be dominated by such a consistent player in the form of Blurred, and it's been giving enough space for Derek and the rest of the gang to really just move the way they want to. And that's the biggest thing, right? You employ strats. You do the things you do to get comfort and to get value out of that comfort.
Well, Abaddon Abyss does not feel like they're in their comfort spot. I like the bait and switch there. Pop the... That's not supposed to work, right? It's too thick of a wall.
And that brings us to our segue. Is it bangable? And the answer is no, it is not.
Oh, hold on, man. The call-off here is to just go straight for A-Short, but there's the one-way from Micro, and of course, Derek gobbles it all up. You think you're going to be able to do that? He has the help for the turret. He has the help from his teammate all the way through Tree, and even if Slatham can even find the wall bang here, the rest of APH have already claimed the site, and even if they got the kill on Derek, he closed the door. With pistols, it's going to take a while longer to break it down.
Let me in. But you also mentioned earlier that a lot of the players on the side of Action PH have these experiences as duos, and with Micro and Derek, with a foundation like they've had, of course we're going to see plays like that. Very, very well curated, very well orchestrated. Granted, it was an eco round, but they're still needed to land the shot. You know what I mean? There is no taking away from them. And now Blurred in a very similar position, just a little more receded here. He does have that operator and that dash ready. Doesn't even use it just yet. And he might just double dip. He gets Exotic. Ooh. Nearly gets Hydra here. But if one falls, 2 will replace and take its place. We haven't really seen that so far. Kebsy gets a tag up, but what type of information is that going to give them? We see Derek trying to control out of tiles here, and we see the smoke being invested too. But Action PH, they're still very, very wary of a lurk threat that could come out from said position.
I just gotta say, man, Abaddon Abyss, it feels like they're following the flow of APH's defense. And because of that, the default that they are trying to utilize here hasn't been working, because APH are very much aware of it. Like, we're talking about the term conditioning, and it feels like APH are conditioning Abaddon Abyss up to an absolute T here. And couple that with Blur just being an absolute monster right now in the operator, there's really not a lot of options here for Abaddon Abyss. They try to go for these defaults because it's where they really shine, but maybe splitting up would be the better option for them. Rababs' push on mid, incredibly risky. Oh, he has to make something work here. I don't think Micro knows. He doesn't. This could be the opening that they're looking for. He can get the pinch onto Market, but Blurred is in the back of the site with the op. Kevsey still holding on, drops even though the recon actually exposed him. 9 seconds, they gotta push in. Where are these splashes coming from? That's Yanagi. He's coming in from the spawn, flashing them, setting him up for Kevsey and Blurred, and they basically just obliterate the slow push of Abaddon Abyss through speed lane.
Like a true Terminator. Your vision. Give it to me now. That's not actually how the line went, but I don't think you can say it on air. But one thing that I do want to highlight on the side of Action PH, despite Micro not getting the better end of that trade, the smoke timing to block out B main is still one of the catalysts why Action PH won that round. Again, very, very well placed. Did not allow Abaddon Abyss to get a clean fight going into the site and letting Yanagi go crazy. And they have been reveling in it. Exotic, he did something similar here, but this time with an SMG. Mike does not find the same success. Now Micro, he doesn't want to stay in the darkness. He gets a big 3K. Can't really confirm the kill on Hydra just yet, but this is pretty much in the bag for them. 1v5 with a lockdown, and no ultimates needed to secure a 9th round. And we've seen this many times, Asrai. For our Abaddon Abyss believers, this could be the beginning of the 9-3 curse. Now, I know you and I were not the most superstitious folk out there.
Yeah.
But once again, we hang on to everything we can. And Micro, what a hold.
Man, if you're an APH fan, right? Flip side first. This game is just so promising. This is the APH that we're already treated to see in the past couple of games that we've seen them before, right? This is, I'd still say, an up-and-coming team. They have the pieces I've talked about this with the panel. They have a lot of pieces that is working well for them. They have the experience and everything, but now it's that coming together with their own style of play here.
Absolutely, and you saw Blurred. He did take a bit of a spray on that wall. And this is me just getting distracted, but he took a trip to Neo Muna, an Exotic, true to his name, providing so much firepower with that rarity. And now Hydra and the rest of the boys, they capitalize on the numbers. And Action PH, surprisingly crumbling in this pistol round. Yanagi and Micro, they were the hero pair, but V-Black from the shadows yet again. He will find a pick here. Micro was up for the clutch, but the clutch did not love him back.
Well, let's see. Every pistol is incredibly important. We already know this, so that one was absolutely pivotal here for Abaddon Abyss. This sets them up for some beautiful things. Exotic, on the flip side, compared to Blurred, he's going to actually opt to go for the Marshall than the Bulldog, which I'm actually a big fan of, because Marshall buys incredibly well valued for the round that you need. So with all of that being said, let's see how this goes. But first step was that pistol for Abaddon Abyss. Speaking of the team, there you go. First pick onto Derek here. Doubling up onto Short. The setup was there from Kevs. The flash as well to force back onto Exotic, but the whips from Rababs might cost him a lot here. But Exotic holding on by himself. He needs to find more picks here. He already knows once he's on site, the dash in from Blurred. But unfortunately, he's used both of his shots on the Shorty, and that's just going to be the last one onto Kevs. But some damage was done, but the plant on the spike denied.
And we want to hyper-fixate on the importance of round swings. Basically, they won the pistol. They basically took as much effort as they did to take that upgrade round away from Action PH, and suddenly it's a lot more competitive. And remember, folks, drink your water. You might never know that you will get the powers of the Hydra here. Hydra actually getting 2 big kills there just to secure the round. Abaddon Abyss, a glimmer of hope. A surprising term for a team that, once again, enjoys the darkness here. And a lot of aggression towards A main this time. Action PH a little more hesitant in taking the opposite side of the map now. But Rababs, what can he really do with this Ghost? This is a little risky knowing that the Vandals are very well online on Action side.
Ooh. Yeah, that timing was kinda sus right there. If he dropped down and that was a catch-off from Blurred, that might have been really, really detrimental or bad for V-Black. It's never been confirmed. Was it confirmed that V-Black means Vanta Black? Because I knew he was on the team. You're the one that keeps reminding me not to say Vanta Black.
I'm just trying to avoid the confusion because, again, both very memorable.
He named the team after himself. I felt like that's what happened. Because he was the captain, I think. I will confirm that.
Is that the lore? Is that the lore?
I think that was the lore.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Anyways. V-Black. Ooh. That's a big blow. Oh, that is an absolutely big blow. Exotic's been blasted away, and the site easily taken. Hold on. Hydra, he's got a lineup. Or he at least threw the molly, but it's nowhere near the spike is being planted. It's going to be on Dice already here. There's the setups, there's the lineups, and the crossfires, all perpetrated here by APH, all orchestrated by the Action PH roster. And now the retake commences with just the subpar weapons right now for Abaddon Abyss on their bonus.
Again, it is a bonus. We don't necessarily expect Abaddon to take this, but at the very least, they should take a few kills. Derek and Blurred were very close to making that happen, but again, almost is never enough. This is also yet another big tell between teams that are a little more experienced versus up-and-comers, is that rounds where you don't have access to your complete armory tend to look a little more lost, and there's not a lot of intention with what you want to do with the deficit, right? Because we see a lot of teams, when they have SMGs, they'll probably try and run it down on a point of contention that is realistic for them.
Yeah.
I don't think that was apparent enough in that previous round.
There's a difference between a default setup with a full gun round to a default setup on a bonus round. And we've only seen, I feel like, a few teams in the Philippines actually truly encapsulate what that means, right? Of course, we already know this in the international scene, but the other direction is, well, this time, this is where Abaddon Abyss got a lot more bites. And Hydra's just going to be on the offensive. Yanagi, unfortunately, does not find any picks as he uses his null command. And APH, they're coming to the spotlight here, and they are getting dropped bit by bit. It's all down to Micro, but can't find the first kill onto Hydra. And that'll be another solid round here for Abaddon Abyss, really starting to heat things up. Exotic, does he have the money for his operator?
That is indeed a good question, but it will be answered very quickly when we are done with this buy phase. Now, the one I am about to pose, is that why have our Astras been playing a lot more forward and committed one-way positions? You see that? He's playing the corner on A here. It's not even just with his team. We saw it a lot with NCG, with Mid Mathers, who's arguably one of the more iconic Astras in our local region, getting sent to the slaughter just like that.
I think you asked or answered your question as well. I think both V-Black and Mid Matters are just players that are heavily impactful when they play the rifles, right? Unfortunately, it's not going to be that good when you have the Astra, but Exotic is popping off. They are lighting up to the slaughter like lambs too. That slaughter, like I mentioned, and absolutely roasting Action PH here. No way he hits that shot again. He went for the Hail Mary right click. Unfortunately, it gets denied, but the damage has been done. It's all down to Derek.
All down to Derek, a certified action star, Asarai. But how can he turn the script around? It is a 4v1.
Wow.
And a wallbang to just crucify him in this round. And Abaddon Abyss, they are finding quite a bit more confidence. And just to circle back, I think what you're trying to tell me is that V-Black and I guess the likes of Mid Mathers, they're very playmake heavy. So they have to be a lot more active. But my question is, yes, they're maximizing their individual potential, but how does that translate in a team-wide setting?
Well, it has kind of also lost them a couple of crucial games, I'd say.
Yeah.
And what we kind of saw with V-Black only having about 9 kills at this point. But you know what? I think it's effective against APH because APH, they need to put a lot more bodies here, and you can't really expend a lot of the other ones because at least V-Black, he has the courtesy of, you know, global utility. So that kind of makes sense to kind of use him as an anchor.
I feel like another thing too is it translates with how the team wants to approach the mid-round. With Abaddon Abyss, we don't necessarily see them as a team that likes to go for clean 5v5 retakes. They'd much rather anchor. And I feel like, thank you for actually answering that question for me, because V-Black, since they don't go for those heavy retake styles, they go for something a little more cheeky with, again, those micro smoke plays, those gravity wells, those stuns.
Yeah.
And there you go. It's a learning experience even for us on the desk here.
Yeah, because even if there is a KO, right? Because people will say, well, that's right, Raph. A KO is there. He's going to get you know, detained or unable to use his utility, the thing is, he can always pop at least one ability before he gets hit by that. So that's the good thing about being an Astra against a KO. In any case, APH, all the bodies that hit the floor, and Blurred, that took him a long time, but you know what? He's going to be able to find the blades. Exotic, bam! Another bam, but of course, it's a little bit too far with the shorty. Rababs edging ever close to the site, and unfortunately, the timing was just so off. He had the readjustment on the crosshair, but the spray would just not hit Micro.
Bodies everywhere and a drowning pool for the players trying to get into that site, Aserai. But we do have quite a few ultimates on the side of Abaddon Abyss, so maybe, just maybe, they'll relegate this into... Well, this is a little contradictory to what I said earlier. They might just have to retake here. They have the resources to do it cleanly. They have a Cosmic Divide. They have a Null Command. They have the Hunter's Fury. So all signs point to potentially that.
Yes.
But with Exotic, actually, I was about to say Blurred, taking a very aggressive posture here. If he can find one, then maybe this will prompt the rest of the team to take forward control. APH, they know what is, I guess, cooking on the side of Abaddon Abyss. So they're a little more cautious here. And look at this double up towards mid. Yanagi's ready to rock and roll if that shot is going to come. But 1 minute left on the clock, so there's still so much Valorant to play.
I love that. So if Yanagi finds the contact on Exotic, that's immediately when Blurred actually peeks down on mid. Because right now, he's holding short, so Yanagi doesn't really fear the wide swinger on Catwalk. But this is burning a bit of time, but it's fine because they want to get that information. They want to know because they already have an inkling that Exotic is on that op. In any case, this is still a lot of time used by APH, and they have to make a play here or now because they're still going to have to face the utility, the ultimate, as you mentioned, of the ABBA roster. With 30 seconds left on the clock, they got to call Blurred right back in, and the setups is already being prepped.
Prepped indeed, but who for and what for? As the playmake that we were basically spending a million rounds talking about could happen here again. Very precarious situation for V-Black. If anything clears him, that it is going to be Dunsies for him. Look at this, Aserai. That's enough from Hydra. He goes for the patience, and that's a big double kill. 8. Is that enough? You're starting to count here, and one more kill could find it, but I think they just barely missed it. Rababs, he denies what a close call! And a 2v2. Yanagi, he has been a hero, he has been a villain, he's been every iteration of the story! And it's all down to Rababs here. The anchor, it drops! It gets 3! And Abaddon, lucky number 8 for them.
Oh my god, they really went down the wire on the timer there. I honestly thought they didn't have enough time to take the side and plant the spike. But they just, as you mentioned, barely. Unfortunately for V-Black, we did mention this rap. He loves to play for the hold. He loves to play for those close encounter fights, but unfortunately, he needed 3 rather than 2. It was high impact, yes, but I mean, yeah, okay, he got the kills enough for that his teammate would have been clutched it. So, still incredibly amazing there for V-Black. I was about to say it was bad because he didn't get 3 kills, but you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, it's actually really good. Because if not, that wouldn't have let Rababs got the 1v1 against Yanagi.
So in layman's terms, Aserai, he killed a lot of people. So his teammates had to deal with less people.
Wow!
That's crazy, man.
My brain works in mysterious ways. I apologize.
It absolutely does, but the enigma that is known as Aserai is, I guess, well-loved by a lot of people. But APH, man, I feel like they're sweating bullets because Abaddon has made a serious case of being very competitive on this map. It is one of those darlings of the scene where, oh, we're going to default, oh, we're going to default. But what does that mean, right? What is a default? And this is exactly how the teams address it. This is how we want to play. And Rababs, oh, dear
damage. Yeah, onto Blurred here as he tries to just isolate a couple of fights. Gonna go for the repeat. Bad to Black is here once again. The man himself, the V-Black, back on the site. Exotic gets picked off. 3 remaining for the defenders right now, and there still is so much utility left for the APH roster. Here we go, the Hariba Cha-Cha-Cha as the ultimate was utilized. Hydra trying to capitalize on it. The flash is there. There's a pickup on the rifle, and Yanagi 3 bullets in a dream. 1v1 with Slatham, 20 seconds, and unfortunately, Slatham with the better positioning. But Yanagi almost popping off, and Slatham just showing them what it means to, squat, just showing that leg game.
Remember to keep your back straight and do not make your knees bend too much. You're kind of hurting your, I forget the name of the muscle group here, the quads. But basically, guys, we go back to the game here and avoid talking about the gym. That is the second clutch in a row that Yanagi failed to convert, unfortunately for him. So this may take a toll on him mentally, but he has a lot to look back on. He's already clutched enough rounds for his teammates, and he is healthily fragging out. So that 0 point's not going to get anybody first.
You should run.
But look at that Odin. Very, very curious on the side of Slatham here. I think that was supposedly 2 wall bang, this specific setup, if it ever occurred towards B. But this is a set play and a half on the side of Action PH.
Oh, that set play just forced Exotic out, and Kevsey, he will oblige. Ultimate going to be used here for Rababs.
Still?
As they edge closer and closer, the ultimate will be there to break down onto the lockdown. No, look at that. The wall bang from Slatham actually works out. 1 versus 1. Blurred. Does he have the spike? No. I think Slatham might have misinterpreted the intention, because does he know that the spike was there, or is he just going to maybe look for the rotation of Blurred here? Because both of these guys are clearing very different angles right now, Raf.
That is 2 stories to tell. Blurred, he has spotted out the spike here, but where is Slatham? Where has he gone to with that big bad gun? He does have a recon dart 2 and 2 shock darts, Asarai, so just indirectly winning this fight is very doable for him. But as time winds down, Blurred's options are slowly dwindling as well. Look at the patience on the side of Slatham. He knows no matter where the plant is going to happen, he's going to have ample time to rotate. He presses forward. He is going to be like a turret here. Completely entrenched! And Asarai, the value of the Odin from the heavens above. Yet again, Action PH. They fall. Oh my goodness, Abaddon Abyss.
Okay, for the experienced viewers out there, you already know what happened. For those that don't, the thing is, when you drop, veterans would usually, pros would usually pop a shot so that the drop sound will not be heard, right? But since Slatham saw that, he already knew what Blurred did. And his guess was 90%, I think, was the 90% that he was already there. And it was absolutely right. So great clutch altogether, 11-10. And one more step and Abaddon Abyss equalize.
Equalize, indeed. But what does that really mean? Exotic gets cut down by Blurred here, and Blurred wants more. But V-Black will not give him anything. And look at that small pocket of safety that he's using. Kind of like a turtle. He's eating that pizza to stay alive, but Derek is going to run him down. And Derek, with the SMG and the pistol, he is the master of these light weaponry. But with the Odin, the heavy caliber on the side of Slatham, does get another Asarai, but the weaponry still very, very imbalanced on the side of Action PH here. They only have 2 upgraded pistols with that single main rifle. How can they maneuver this?
This is a big risk for Cavs because they know that the Killjoy is still here somewhere on the site. There's the breakdown on it. Pop shots because of the turret. He can't really plant the spike right now because he has to wait for his teammates before anything else. Oh my god! What's the play here? He picked up the spike. Okay, Cavs is going to be a martyr. He drops down on the A site. And there's going to be a tuck tail and run back onto the B. My goodness, the calls from APH, the double shrouded step that's going to allow Micro to plant the spike. There's going to be the blind onto Slatham, but the thing is, there's only one player that has a proper weapon. It's Derek. Micro, if he can at least find some CQCs here, the Spectre might have some value against Slatham. But the first and just really strong line of defense right now for Action PH is the B main hold by Derek.
And exactly the range he wants to play here, Asarai. That is going to prove to be a bit of a blender to deal with. But Abaddon Abyss, they have been pulled towards. But my goodness, they're undeterred here. the sandwich, the pincer, everything going in the way of Action PH and Abaddon Abyss. They are fading in and out of existence, at least for map 1. They have so much utility and so many ultimates here. And they call that timeout at the brink of losing this map. They have to dig deep, Asarai.
Dude, that was the God call. I mean, all right. So in mid, they heard the spam of the Odin. They heard the spam of the Phantom. So they know that 2 players was there from Abaddon Abyss. And then they got for the God roll. Because again, even though Kev's got the control of the A site, that's not true control. He does not have his teammates with him there.
No info, nothing.
Nothing, no info whatsoever. Yeah. Well, he did get the info that somebody broke his recon dart, but he also knew that the KJ was still in the vicinity, that all her utilities was still active, so he can't plant the spike there. What's the call? We saw it. Drop it. Allow Micro to pick it up and just use him as bait. Just get solid information as to where the players of Abaddon Abyss are and risk the rotation on B, and it worked flawlessly for Action PH.
It was an Uguay and Sifu moment. My time has come. No, wait. I'm not ready. But he was. Again, the sacrificial lamb play.
Yeah.
Very, very intelligent approach to basically take that away, Asra.
Who's the Dragon Warrior this time?
Who is the Dragon Warrior?
Maybe it's Derek and Micro together. You know what? There's 2 dragons,
I guess,
swimming in the eternal abyss.
Maybe we don't overly explain that because we still have a potential final round ahead of us, Asarai.
2 rounds.
And what we have to look at is that Slay Them, knowing that he's the only rifle here, taking such a risky duel. Exotic does have blades. Rababs has a sheriff. And again, lethal weapons in their own right. But statistically speaking, not enough to potentially conquer 5 main rifles. Again, the chances are very slim. Action PH, they press on. They expend the null command. They want to take this fight. They want to take it clean. Rababs, unfortunately for him, cannot land anything with a 6-shooter, but Exotic will temporarily down Yanagi. What a dodge on that paranoia, but they have taken what they need to, and it's the A site. The spike is gonna go down anytime soon, but the trades happen on both ends, but Slay Them, he gets 2. Exotic with a sheriff gets another, and Kemsey, he has to hold on for dear life. We have seen him clutch. Are we gonna see it again? A wall and a hard place between him, but will get dug out by Rababs and Abaddon Abyss. They hang on.
They hang on. They had to use all of your utilities. The strong suit here for Abaddon Abyss is whenever they have, you know, ultimates to combo with, they combo it well, as what you saw there. I was kind of wondering what happened with Exotic, how he got the kill on Yanagi so late into the round. It's because of the null command. I was just confused a little bit there, but any case, this is looking really good for Abaddon Abyss. They're back on their rifles. They have Hydra's ultimate here, the null command. For APH, they have Derek. If he picks up an orb, he'll have his lockdown. There it is, straight up. They don't really need this for a true site take. They can just use this to clear up some space to be created maybe on mid, as what you're seeing right now with the rest of APH. Or even calling Derek back, I think, to go short with them.
It's easier said than done. I mean, what really is the call here? They try to go for a more indirect approach in that previous round, but we know what happened. Now they have the guns, and Abaddon Abyss as well. What is going to come down here? Exotic, he doesn't know how close Blurred actually is, Astrai, so they are just gonna try and dwindle down the clock. The dash has been prepped on both jets, but they will not engage in this dance. But V-Black, he is going to just swoop in. Derek has no issues of taking that portion of the map here, but is this lockdown enough to pull the attention, to make this lurk worthwhile? Exotic, if he does push through the smoke, if that does dissipate at the wrong time, then this could fall apart, Asarai.
Oh, it could really fall apart because Rababs had to fight the angle, or felt like he had to fight the angle there, and unfortunately that will give clear sight for APH. Now Rabab's utility is null and void on the side itself. Exotic, though, finds the pick onto the lurking Derek. This brings us back to the 3 versus 3 with the 2 players of Abaddon Abyss already at heaven. Kevs is going to be on the first contact as he holds on to Generator, and he does have some sort of crossfire alongside Yanagi. If they can time this perfectly, they might have the 2v1 swing. Micro comes in on 2 short. There's going to be the push already. Look at the isolation. Phantom Black is exploding. It's all down to Kevs. He does not have the wallbang angle. He needs to fight this right here, right now, but he has the first deal.
Micro!
Sonic! Micro! No time! And we go to overtime.
Overtime indeed. The Jenny position just could not be dug out, could not be flushed out. Call Rose, call Lisa, call Jisoo, but nobody's gonna stop this overtime from happening, Asarai.
I was trying to... What's the word?
You get it?
No.
I don't have to. Wow, okay, never mind. It doesn't matter.
Kind of had to. But anyways, that was a huge mid kill by V-Black, to be honest, because you can see Blurred was so focused on the market player that V-Black just had the time right there, and he still survives for the peaks. And this is what I was talking about, man. V-Black is a star in his own right, and he just absolutely melted APH's stone-cold push on A. Whether it was the right call for them or not, they got themselves the first pick onto Rababs. They got the clear-cut take on the A site, but Abaddon Abyss is still not a team that backs down, that gives up, and now we are looking, as I mentioned, in overtime.
And oh dear, this is where we see teams typically devolve into a bit of a brawl, and they kind of forget what to do with the clock. They just decide to try and size up everybody, but both these teams very, very well averse to that. They already get enough trades to make this an even fight, but Micro's so low. Doesn't matter. He gets a spray down still. But Abaddon Abyss, they have preoccupied this site, and they have won majority of their retake situations. Now the question is this enough for them to actually get the spike down? This is going to suppress them and delay them a little bit more, Asteroid. But with Derek being the only player at full HP, APH, they can't really rely on the numbers advantage here either.
Yeah, I was going to mention that Hydra has to do something with his flashes there. Okay, I gotta respect it because he still had a couple of utilities, and they needed to isolate the fights and make it at least a 2 versus 2 if ever need be. That turret again. It's Timmy the turret, man, and he's come to play. It's a 6 versus 5 at this point. Anyways, Hydra, he's so low. My God, just one pop shot through the wall here. This is gonna be his death sentence, and if he tries to plant this spike, that's so close.
That's exactly what we were both expecting to happen. I saw the cross towards the left, and that was pretty much checkmate for him. Sorry, just could not capitalize on the fact.
That's the ADS. It's not aim down sight. It's the automated defense system. Pew, 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 pew.
Oh my goodness, man. Once again, I couldn't tell if that was the actual ADS or Asteroid. Somebody get him as your VFX board, or rather, audio effects board. But we have to refocus our lens here, Asteroid, because despite teams simplifying their strategies, despite just basically trying to get at each other's throats here, there's still so much at hand. This is only the first map of the series too, which is incredibly competitive to say the very least here. Everybody's really woken up here. I don't necessarily think anybody has underperformed this series because we had a shining moment for all of these players. All of these players.
All of these players indeed. Abaddon Abyss. You know what? Any team worth their salt will always use a timeout, and this is the proper time to do so. We talked about many things that can happen with a timeout, the reset, the call of what was happening, what they needed to adjust on, or the play that they have to do on defense to hold the onslaught that is APH. You do know already that APH, they have a monstrous start to these rounds, but it's always the mid-round adjustment that is Abaddon Abyss's bread and butter. And if they can prolong it enough that it goes to that point, well, even better for them. Set up with the blade onto A main. Micro's going to be here onto contact first. He will get scanned. I'm not entirely sure if he got, but in any case, V-Black as well as Exotic, this could get hairy. They need to clear one out. Oh no. If Exotic gets exposed here, this could be bad, but Hydra triples up onto A main, but here comes the rest coming through A short. Good use on the Molly, delays them a little bit further, but they also need to delay with their flashes to keep APH at bay.
So now they lose both playmaking controllers here. It is definitely going to be a little more dangerous trying to raw clear a lot of angles here. They just don't have that vision denial. A mini version of that is going to be present in the Cloud Burst, but it's just not going to last long enough if you want to prolong it. Well, Rababs, wow, actually just getting run down here, but slay them. He will hold strong. We'll get that trade. Derek this time around is incredibly low. And the pinch is not present on the side of Abaddon Abyss here. They are pretty much funneled. So B main is going to be completely safe on the side of Action PH here, and they're just going to turtle up towards this B site. We still have Derek too, just really a breeze away from disappearing off the Mortal Coil.
They have a recon dart, so it's going to be used first for the back of the site, and that is unfortunate. Drop down to his demise. I kind of understood the reasoning there because he wanted to be quick, but maybe the recon dart could have been used for B main because that's usually a point of contention, right? In any case, the read was not to what APH was setting up for, and Abaddon Abyss fall in overtime 14-12.
Oh, experience, experience, experience. And just those micro decisions that we're used to. You know, I knew you were going to bring that up sooner or later, and I guess it's better sooner than never, right?
Never.
Yeah,
Exactly.
there you go. Great
Like
minds think alike. Oh, wow, of course.
We're finishing each other's
Rat Kings.
I was going to say sandwiches.
That's what I was going to say, too. Of course. The references from literally anywhere and everywhere. And that's basically what's been happening on the side of Abaddon. They just could not find a primary, I guess, blockade for them to really hinge off a defense. Action PH is so good rotating that primary pressure point around. We saw Yanagi being an exemplary of that. His flashes were pretty much unseen.
And even though it was as close as this, I also have to point out that it felt like Exotic was really struggling. Look at the difference here between Blur. Yes, both Jet players, 16-14, not really a much difference in the kills, but look at the deaths that Exotic has. 24 total. So he's been losing a lot of the fights. He's been getting picked off during the first half for the most part, and you really do see the struggle there. What was good here for Abaddon Abyss is, again, mid-round rotations, absolutely gorgeous. They also had just wonderful defenses, especially on the A site. And again, getting that pistol on the second half was a huge step in the right direction for them. And this clutch from Slatham was just that phenomenal.
Well, I want to round back to the deaths of Exotic. Again, he is playing hard entry for a team that is so incredibly reliant on the value of that hard entry. We talked about it, we discussed about it quite a bit.
Yeah.
But that's also reflective of how the team is supporting that hard entry. If there's just so much value in it, why aren't they investing more flashes? Why aren't they investing more smokes to properly accentuate the strengths of Exotic? But this is map 1, Asarai. That is a very clear-cut weakness that I believe has presented itself. So they might just make the adjustment as the series goes on.
The thing is, we're going to be going to Pearl next. And I'm unclear about how well Abaddon Abyss can actually play through that. Because again, did mention how they tend to struggle on maps such as that. But I could say the same with Action PH. Not the strongest of... what's the word here?
Pearl
performances? Yeah.
On Pearl. I feel like it's also a little contradictory to the way they would approach. Again, they're very unchanging in their defensive layouts, and that could prove to be a problem in Pearl. Knowing that Pearl is so hyperactive on the offensive side, and Abaddon have been great with capitalizing on that. I believe they've basically made everybody, even on the upper echelons, bleed. This includes both Naus and Oasis, if my memory serves me correctly. I don't have my notes here right now. But with that being said, Asarai, we could potentially be seeing a whole series then.
I would love to see a full series right now because Pearl is an amazing map, but if you can go for the third one as well, I would love to see that. Anyways, yeah, there we go. We have ourselves our delivering the win.
With Kevzy. You just didn't finish.
Something was blocking my vision. I don't know if it's just me getting
flashed.
older. I was flashed.
No, maybe that's why your eyes were glowing, you know. It's like... But in any case, right, there you go again. A pretty competitive map 1 and a tale of, I wouldn't necessarily say two halves, right? Although we did see a little bit of the 9-3 curse, didn't really fully flourish.
Not as much as I kind of wanted to see. But you know what? Still a great indicator of how well Abaddon Abyss has been playing. So with that being said, I think we're going to go on a quick break. When we do come back, it's going to be the second game, and we'll see if Abaddon Abyss will go down to the lower bracket or push this to game number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You know why I'm holding this glass of water? It's because I need to hydrate. And our teams need to hydrate. And what's the best way to hydrate? Is to hydrate under the sea. That's why we're going to Pearl for our next map. What's up, guys? My name is SR Nacague, and we're your casters for the second game in the series.
You're not supposed to drink salt water. You know that, right?
I mean, you could do what we call desalination.
Yes, but not under the ocean. Do not take this man's advice.
I mean, all right, if someone there in the chat has already lived under the sea, you know, there are like researchers who live in pods under the sea. So if you've done that before, maybe you can tell us how water is actually, you know, freshened up
They have a filtration system, Asrai. So, yes.
I mean, I want to hear, are you somebody? Are you accredited by the Under the Water to Sea Living Foundation?
I don't think that's what they're actually called.
I don't think so too, but I'm only guessing.
That's about what we can do, especially with the way the series has been going. There has been no clear-cut advantage between Abaddon and Action PH. Every time we try to count out Abaddon, or where it seemed like all hope is lost, we seem to really power up and make it as competitive as it can be. And with them setting foot onto their map, Pearl, I think this is going to be a win on their side.
This is a map where they were able to beat Oasis 13-11 with Slatham and V Black just absolutely wrecking on their respective agents here. So I kind of want to see again. Usually we don't see teams bringing out a different agent comp. It's more of just how they play that changes for the most part. We did see that with the series with GameLab.Alpha and SR Nacague. No changes in the picks. It's more of like how they approach it in play style and everything. So we could be looking at Abaddon Abyss still bringing out Exotics Phoenix here, which I think is highly underrated.
I think Black and Blue had the same sentiments. We actually talked about how Phoenix is such an incredibly self-sufficient and functional duelist, especially in comps and maps that are very similar to Pearl. There's no real need to have that explosive space taking that a Jet or Raze would provide, because we did mention earlier that Pearl is a type of map where your mobility does not come from your ability to hit a site directly. It's how you can rotate out of a site if things go bad. And again, it's been hinging off a lot of good mid-fights, which Phoenix can absolutely dominate with off-time flashes. He has a molly to pretty much secure an angle away from the opposing team. And of course, he has the run it back, which is incredibly powerful. So with all those points being mentioned, and pretty much the agent that Exotic has been making hella bank with, especially on this map, that is a very, very dangerous combination.
Now, APH we know is a team that definitely prepares for their match. I mean, all teams prepare for their matches, but they...
Wow.
I know, that's why I was making sure, you know, people knew about that. But I do want to say that they prepare specifically some comps as well here. Because I've seen, at least in Pearl, they have two different agent selections in the sense that in the Initiator and Duelist role, we would see Blurred sometimes go for the Raze, and it's accompanied by, I think, the Fade as well. So with that being said, what is APH going to bring out? They also have, of course, Blurred with his, you know, standard Duelist Jet and Yanagi, but that's going to be completely different here, as this is the first time we're going to see a complete adjustment from APH having themselves the Neon, while Abaddon Abyss, a double Sentinel.
A very eyebrow-raising composition on the side of Action PH. I wonder how they are going to take this map, because with the composition like that, it's usually very telling of commitment. We're not going to necessarily have the most secure information, especially on the side of Kevzi. Being away from his signature Sova, actually on that Sky, yes, there's going to be a sound cue, but you won't know how many people are there. You just know somebody is. You don't even know how flash they're going to be. So Yanagi's concussive relay bolt, actually, is going to help supplement that type of problem, while Blurred is going to be taking a lot, and I mean a lot of aggressive space, no matter where they go. The question is, how are they going to take the mid-round for this one? Because it just seems like it's an all-or-nothing comp. I mean, there are ways to stagger the utility, but I feel like this is a type of macro where it suffers from a trickling effect.
The straightforward thing that I'm going to be looking at here is, for example, it's going to be the B push by Action PH. You have the setup by Micro. You know, he's going to have the stars at the back of B. There's going to be the gravity well there. And when there's no gravity well on one particular point is where the relay bolt hits. And that's where Yanagi and Blurred's push comes into play. So it's a lot of quick, snappy setups for Action PH here, which could be good, which did work against Abaddon Abyss. but we'll have to see if it'll work against a double Sentinel that has the KJ, that has the Sage here, that can really hamper the playstyle right now of Action PH. And you're absolutely right. The mid-round might look shaky if they just blow all of their utilities in one single go and it doesn't go to plan.
There's quite a bit of stopping power, as you mentioned. Sentinel, not really a role or something that you would bestow upon a Sage.
It's a mindset.
I get it. I get it that Sage is in that category, but the way you play her is so counterintuitive. She's incredibly proactive, especially in pro play. And they'd have to make the best guesses here, the reads, basically, to not lose on this 50-50. And as simple as that sounds, fate can be incredibly cruel. It does seem like it's a little good the side of Abaddon as Asta slotted in here now, finds Inagi. That's one of the heads, one of the duelists inside of Action PH, biting the bullet, Aserai. That's going to be yet another molly being placed to push Blur just slightly out of position. But have no fear, the time is running down and no significant space has been made on the side of the defenders. Whoa.
Yeah, this is looking not too shabby for Abaddon Abyss's retake here. They've isolated so many of the fights. The smoke is giving them access to get closer and closer. It's all boiling down to the firefights. 3 versus 1 for Derek, caught on Pillar. He's hitting some of the shots here. He's actually denied the plant, or the defuse on the plant, and he cannot because of, Pistol's just not having enough bullets, unfortunately. And that'll be Abaddon Abyss, absolutely correct. And Yanagi getting picked off so early lost him a lot of map control that Blurred had to pick up.
Blurred had to pick up. That is very, very strong of a sentiment there. And once again, there's just so many things in the way of Blurred to really spearhead that type of offense. Yanagi falling down very, very early. A big, big problem here. Not even his fault, really. That was an insane shot on the side of Asta to land. And oh dear me, as the pistol is going to go in the way of Abaddon. Personally expected. Again, this is a map that they pretty much made their bank on. Action PH, seems like it's a bit of a gamble on their end here. I'm just really curious how these small adjustments are going to unfold as we watch the game, because so far, the set plays that they've been running, or at least the way that they've been approaching the sites and their points of interest, have not been super promising.
Well, again, it's too early to tell as well. You would never know what the true efficacy is of this comp, especially that we haven't seen the gun rounds. That's going to come in later on. Right now, Action PH, very slow on the contact first. They want to at least be able to group up properly to overwhelm opponents. Exotic is about to go on to contact here. One mistake. Yeah, that's going to be one of them. But look at this. Teammates are able to pop off. Blurred finds one on the retake, or on the refrag, and he gets himself the spike.
Oh,
and it's like, what is happening with Micro there? Fortunately, he survives, but damage is being done. On the corner, great flick from Slatham. And a 2 versus 3 ensues, but that plan on the spike will be committed.
How cinematic is this going to be for Micro? He gets one, but he will not ride into the sunset. Instead, he will be taken to the county jail. Too many of the lawmen on the side of Abaddon Abyss. No shenanigans will take place. Now, Abaddon losing quite a few members here. This is grounds to pretty much upgrade it. Use this as a full-on buy round, Aserai. I feel like that would be the more sane choice. Just really run up the bonus here. Because realistically speaking, Action PH, if you kick them while they're down now, it just seems like with this comp, it's so hard to come back from. Again, the execution is just so high. And it doesn't even help that, like, oh, if we fall into the loser's bracket, then every variable changes, right? Again, that's not something that they would want to look forward to. But aggressive is this fight towards mid.
Yeah. Again, I feel like it's just a little bit too early to see what the... Immediately just looks at me. Anyways, Cavs, he's got himself the Seekers. Gonna get activated already. Excuse me, as they try to clear out the back of the A site here. There's the overwhelm onto Asta. He's already down. V-Black into the corner here. Only has the Ghost. Not going to have fruition on the picks. You know what's kind of awkward here? Rabab's actually walled them off, so they can't pick up the rifle that Micro actually has. So look at this retake. It's still on the right. It's still on the SMGs. It's still just on the pistols. So there's no real bite to the retake here of the other rotating Abaddon Abyss players. But at least they show that they're not afraid to take good map control just to thwart the gung-ho style play here of APH.
I'm trying to think if they had guns would have been a lot more possible, because the way that Action PH approached that round, they're very, very individualistic. I mean, when you know you have a big gun advantage, sometimes your more, I guess, primal instincts do take over. And really, that's not something we can knock on it, because they did take that round. Again, expected. It is a bonus. But now this is going to be a full-fledged buy round. A lot of deterrence on the side of B. And maybe potentially a sound spot here. But they will have to commit this Sage on the flank, I believe. Or just at the bare minimum take that orb. But that lockdown, that is going to be the biggest light in the sky. And that's going to signify what Action PH is going to do.
Yanagi sneaking himself all the way through Bialy, and fortunately V-Black, unaware of the cheekiness of the play, he had a lineup with the relay ball. If you saw that, he bounced it on the floor or on the wall and actually hits onto Bialy, B-Link, however you want to call it. In any case, here comes the rest of Abaddon Abyss as that lockdown is done, as well as the plant on the spike. Great first catch for Rababs here as he almost picks it up. Exotic, unfortunately, tries to prime the curve flash, and he will fall to it. Where did Kevsey come from? I don't think Slatham was aware of the positioning in Action PH. Make quick, clean, precise picks against Abaddon Abyss.
I'm taking a moment to ponder here. Now what's Abaddon Abyss doing? They have the rotators absolutely getting roadblocked going into this. And somehow this retake looked as scuffed as we were talking about earlier. Again, Abaddon Abyss, not really a team that's very well versed in these raw retakes. You would expect them to do a little bit better considering they have a Phoenix. But now they have the Sheriffs in their hand. They do a little bit of damage, but Blurred is so quick on the trade. What is the intention here? Once again, Blurred's going to take that jump, and that B-side's going to be theirs. I'm pretty sure somebody's going to be pointing out, oh, Raph, you were so fickle. You were just talking about how difficult it is for Action PH. Yeah, it was.
Any case, they're going to be able to claim this B site very cleanly, only losing Yanagi for the most part. There's going to be the late lurk. Unfortunately, only good for the first one. Can they pick up the rifle? Absolutely not. They need to deal with what's already on the site. Ooh, this wall though. There's a setup there from Rababs. What is he thinking? Okay, just to isolate Blurred a little bit. Blurred, there's the jump down. He did not know, but his reaction time just a little bit too fast. And we're down to the one. Slay them. Great first flick onto Micro. In the back of B, both players of APH remain. Slay them, unfortunately, not going to be able to pick that one up. Spike, eep. All right, we're good.
I'm still trying to figure out what is Action PH doing to actually make this such an effective attack. Again, we talked about how it's not necessarily the forward space that they can take is the most potent thing about this game plan. But that's exactly what they're doing. They're really just taking a lot of forward space, and Abaddon not really winning on these 50-50s anymore. I want to think about how the Sage is affecting all these pushes, right? Okay, maybe we'll just get the results we need. A hypothesis, perhaps. If they run into the Sage with a stack, I feel like Action PH could potentially drop the round just because of the nature of their comp. But since we are going to be using the Sage as a bit of a weak side cushion instead of a focal point on the defense, then perhaps that might not even come into play here. As Exotic is just around the corner here, a counter flash is definitely going to happen, but with Sky Flash just having that much more range, it is a small window that he has to pretty much be perfect with. Okay, there you go. Science. What is the result going to be? Exotic gets a fair trade here. Oh no, indeed, Asarai. Blurred, he's still going for it. Can't find the kill. Whipping the dives, and he gets one. But the numbers still going on. We have the Nightfall, putting a shroud upon the eyes of every single Action PH attacker here. But where is Micro?
Where is he leaning towards? If he can isolate this, is it even enough time? Okay, there you go. Hypothesis answered. If they run into the stage with a full stack, then the mobility gets completely taken under their legs.
I will say, though, it was just more of Blur just whiffing.
Why whiff?
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Because, again, they had good setups about that. They already got the first pick against Exotic. They isolated the positioning of Rababs. They already knew he was there. He was already tagged very, very severely. And he was stunned. But Blur just whiffed incredibly hard.
So
simple as that.
Let's just say Blurred gets the pick. Does it affect them getting tagged by the Nightfall?
Yes, because now they have better backside control, and they have to deal with Blurred first rather than dealing with Micro and the other player in the middle of the site.
Okay, now we're gonna run test number 2. Anchor plus Sage is going to be our lab rats here, with Rababs having that res available for him. Now we'll just have to see with slightly different variables here, Asterai. We're not going to have Rababs equipped with the main rifle. Instead, that is going to be a Spectre in his hands. With the Molly out, the wall is still here. But Action PH, they sense enough of a deterrent to just move away from it. You know, why not just not gamble, right?
Another quick Seekers from Kevzy here. And that's going to give them some crucial information. Even the fake rotation, there it is. Exotic, or excuse me, Blurred. He's already gone for the push. If he gets another one here, this is going to be huge for them. Asta not really getting baited here. Will still be holding at the back, and he is a total demon as he finds 2. Tagged down heavily. There's the res from Rababs, as you mentioned, and it's a 2 versus 5. Wait. Asta, he's about to make a great pick, and he does. One more, maybe? Nope, leaving it all to Derek. Derek's already got himself a couple of nice frags from that last game.
Played anti-flash.
Yeah.
Anti-flash for what?
Exotic's there.
He wasn't gonna get flash from B-Link though, but I guess he was anticipating that, he's gonna push pillar and
he
whatever.
didn't know that the one right beside him was it B-Black?
Yeah.
So
In
that
any
makes
case,
sense.
Yeah. But I feel like in a situation like that, or just again to present all the variables we have on the table, we're going to be using this as a bit of a research project now, Asteroid. Is it really the best thing to do to play anti-flash? Okay, they know the Phoenix is there, but it's gonna hurt more knowing that Slaydom is still alive, right? Because now you can't deny virtually most of Slaydom's kit. But we put our lenses towards this round.
Yeah. Just to kind of add with that, it's better to get flashed and just have an idea of where to shoot rather than not get flashed and have your back turned, because you'll never know.
You should run.
Visual over sound in Valorant every day. Zappy zap zaps as we have the electric fingers right now from Yanagi. Let's find the first pick. This is good. They're going to have the Killjoy ultimate to isolate and force back Abaddon Abyss. But each and every round, Action PH are put to the test more times than not. And unfortunately for Yanagi, I don't think he's going to be able to pick up a weapon here. Thankfully, he's got himself a couple of tags, but that was only through to run it back. And they still have the Astro Wall to go in, get close with the spike, and start defusing it.
Oh, this is beautiful, but Blurred still gets the kill onto Exotic here. That's going to allow them some space. But what is space when the spike is just going to be diffused here? Abaddon Abyss. They are really kicking things into gear here, Asterai. Question again, was Rababs actually the first responder towards that B site? I think they rotated him, right?
Yeah.
So now you would think there's yet another question to be posed. Should Rababs be a rotator?
I'm okay with it.
Diba? Me? No, it's one of those things where I can't help myself, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's science.
Excuse me, I totally get you on that one. And I mean, it makes the most sense because you don't really want your Sage to just be, to be isolated, right? That is a Sentinel that you want a lot more proactiveness. And I've mentioned this before when you play the new chamber right now, where you can't really have him hold one angle forever. It just does not get the most value out of him. And the same could be said with the Sage now being played again by Rababs. And lo and behold, man, the stats from Abaddon Abyss from their last game against in Pearl against Oasis is peaking itself here in this second game against Action PH, where both V-Black and Slaydom are the heavy fraggers here. Because again, the value for Exotic is not that he gets the most kills, it's him just getting the most zone control, site control whenever they fight against their opponents.
Because we talked about Exotic, just having a passive threat and that gravity towards him that, oh my goodness, this guy can totally pop off. It's going to take a lot of light away from his teammates. And Abaddon Abyss, they've been very, very smart on how to maneuver that. But look at this. Reads on reads. They get the wall down here. Maybe they're going to have a flash. A little disjointed Aserai, but still they get everything they need to halt this push. Is it enough to pull the other members, the other defenders, to hard focus towards A? Now, Yanagi's so quick. Finding Exotic, so that is going to be every single...
Oh, these stuns! That's what you want to see, man. It's the relay bolts. That is just too quick for them to handle.
That is true. And I guess that ends the hypothesis, Aster. I feel like the science is going to continue when we actually hard VOD this matchup specifically. I think this is a really interesting take on Action PH. I mean, we could also put it that they want to simplify the problem and just use firepower. I mean, we could also put it at that, right? But maybe there's more to it.
Don't go complicated, just go simple. Absolutely. But to be fair, it's not easy what they're kind of doing here. They need the timing, they need to execute still, and there is that bit of risk with Yanagi entry fragging with a Neon like this, where he has to set up for himself. I usually tend to mention that Micro needs to set things up for him, but Micro is setting up for the team, not really specifically for Yanagi with how you saw with the utilities, right? I mean, there would be a little bit there, but not enough for Yanagi to really feed off of, especially that swing outside of Art and the first pick against Exotic right here. No, again, nothing whatsoever. It's just him and his ability to relay bolt.
It's funny how a man named Micro is so effective in the macro of all things, right? It's funny how life works. But Action PH, they're very, very close to trying to wrestle this lead away. Exotic actually deterred by the flash. Interesting choice there by Rababs to still push forward. I think he just thought that he had a small window to keep the wall going. But in any case, we saw the pretty much consequences of his action here, and a bit of a fight ensues here towards Art. Exotic. Rarity, but a common double kill for him. Micro and Kevzy do have a big bag of utility that they can pretty much pull from. Asta as well. But with a minute left on the clock, Astra, someone has to, I guess, give in this stalemate.
Ooh. Micro needs to double up right now with Kevzy. This is the perfect time for them to just swing against Leda.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, but that's a huge pick. That's a spike down as well. That's going to call the rotation from Asta and leave Micro to his devices 2 versus 1. 30 seconds, can always rotate for B. He's setting up the smokes there.
30 seconds.
But they're not going to get faked by that, yeah. I mean, he can still run back, I think. 25 seconds? No, never mind. No time to run back. All about the push. And Micro just approaching it ever so slowly, wanting to see if there's a wrong step from the defenders. But the correct move here is to not really over-aggress, just wait. It's the man that has to feel pressured, and Micro definitely did.
Pressure, and it is making this man crack. Still have a half to go, and I must say, Asterai, speed-wise and tempo-wise, I think Pearl's probably one of our slowest maps, if not the slowest map we have in the game. Complete antithesis of, I guess, Icebox, honestly, because Icebox can go just like that.
Because you have to second guess what you have to do on Pearl sometimes, right? In Icebox, you can be as decisive as you want, or the rotation is so quick because of how short attacker's spawn is.
I like Icebox.
Yeah, Icebox is one of those maps that you can never go wrong with. You know where you could go wrong? Bind.
Well, it's not here, so
exactly.
it's irrelevant.
That's why it's not here.
Thank you. Thank you, Debs.
Whenever the other host listens to this.
What do you mean the other host? You mean our hosts, right? Whoa!
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm just a sub-host. Right.
Yeah, relax.
I'm a
there,
subpar
buddy.
host. I'm sorry.
No, you're not a subpar host. It's just I miss Like already, to be honest with you. But
I don't. We were hosting 4 days straight.
Oh, he beefing. Oh, he beefing.
Anyways, Yanagi Oh, timing. Oh, timing is just so severe for him, but Micro is there to hold Yanagi's hand. The relay bolt, and Kevzi has his ultimate once again, but they haven't committed to this. Although the rotation from Abaddon Abyss seems to have made the misread, because they can't really tell. There's so much noise being thrown on B that Abaddon Abyss, they're not going to expect this. But once they not hear that the spike is not getting planted in a couple of seconds, look at that. The quick rotation back again. And now they've been hoodwinked.
Look at this.
They've been bamboozled. They've been fooled. But Blurred, he's been spotted out. But he can always just back away.
Can he really back away, though, as there's been so much firefighting? Rather, firefights happening across the map here that there's really no true point of pretty much heat. But look at this. 3v1 still, despite all the effort to wrap around and gather their forces. But Abaddon Abyss this round looking a little shaky, and Action PH are slowly crawling back. Now, I feel like Abaddon Abyss, despite still having a bit of a lead, is a little befuddled with this type of matchup too, because this is also unfamiliarity on their end. I mean, how often do we see a Jet Neon on this map?
On Pearl.
And a solo Sky.
It's a risk, but APH, because they started on the attacking side, it kind of makes sense. But
I don't think that's a very flattering angle of Phoenix. I'm just saying.
Excuse me. They got the hair right, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying it's not a very flattering angle.
You know what you sounded like?
What? Okay.
It's no. It starts with the K. It's living with the K's. You know, with the yeah. You know.
Are you really trying to put me there, Asarai? No, wait. There's so many things in this world, right? In any case, me and Asarai, to all our, I guess, I know. Why do you think I said that?
Yes.
To all our uninitiated
viewers,
viewers, for our newer viewers here, we will pull a reference from anywhere. But with this going on, I like the timeout and the decision of Abaddon to do that, because I feel like last map, it took them so long to actually call a proper timeout. And maybe, just maybe, this is where they can run up the lead just a little bit. Again, we've talked about how important it is to get a 7-5, because even if you lose the pistol, you're still guaranteed to have the lead after. But Exotic, he does have this run it back, not at the frequency we're used to seeing from him specifically, because he will have it every 2 or 3 rounds. And Action PH, they've done a good job of stonewalling him.
That's a huge risk for them to go that B main push. I mean, yeah, if there was a big, again, massive take there from APH, that could have worked. But again, because they walled it, because they saw the flash, they already know 2 pieces of the Abaddon Abyss set piece here is going to be on the B side. And APH, so quick to pull the trigger, so quick to go for that rotation, immediately goes for a expend Micro's Cosmic Divide. And now it's going to be a guessing game for Action's side here. Although, now that all of the utilities are being dropped down, there's the lockdown, there is the Emo Nightfall. I forget the name of the ultimate. In any case,
it is Nightfall.
Trade for trade. Oh yeah, Emo Nightfall.
No, Emo Rolling Thunder is
Emo Rolling Thunder. But you know what? Once rolling, kills and kills for both teams. As the Killjoy Detained finds some picks, and unfortunately, Blurred, gets gobsmacked. All down to Derek. Vanta Black finds, or excuse me, V Black finds him. A lot of confusion here, both on my side and APH's side, as they don't really know how to approach that one. Great retake for Abaddon Abyss altogether.
10,000 fists in the land of confusion, but Abaddon Abyss, they look a little invincible in that round. Asarai, indestructible, actually. Actually, PH, they pretty much have their work cut out for them, as again, the 7-5, I feel like it's just a big understatement, or rather just we cannot emphasize how important it is to actually just maintain this round.
Okay, even though there is going to be the double duelist here for APH, they still have really good set pieces on their defense. They still have the Killjoy, which has the most pickup of an agent here, and she has still amazing map control. You still have the Astra. And Kev's there, who I think I still prefer the Sky at this point, because you want to have the flash when you have the double duelist, rather than not having one and just having the Sova.
Why not just get one duelist, have the Sky, get a Fade, have immense brawling power and utility to have that flexibility. But again, there's just so many approaches to the game, right, that we cannot invalidate any single comp. And I feel like this would be the point where Black and Blue would probably say, you know, if they had a Cypher, and I think I would agree with that point because, again, they just have so much jumping power in the form of Blurred and Yanagi that those tripwires are going to prove to be so dangerous. But trips aside, they're going to go for just the single kills here. Blurred and Exotic, the duelist, the head-to-head. They get a piece. Yanagi's lighting it up. The rest of Action PH, they are collapsing on the side of Abaddon as they cannot get their treads going. Just the mud is too thick, Asarai. Babs will get a freebie on Kevs. What did I say? Did I just say Abaddon Abyss is not going to have the time and space to do this? But the lone star that is Derek has the responsibility to just try and steal this momentum away, and the wall's just too high.
He can't even retake his turret there just to help him isolate the corner. Now this is where it gets tricky because now he knows one in the front, one in the back, but he somehow manages to pick up back A. Unfortunately, Rababs perfect on the tucking right at the precipice of dugout. So Abaddon Abyss, huge pistol round. I honestly thought that was going to go to Action PH, but it got completely felt back, especially with that one pick that we saw from Rababs where he used the slow orb, forced Kevzy to think that he's not going to repeat that because it's a slow orb, right? And then just basically allow Exotic to just deal with one more person on dugout. He did, and that's a clean take on the A side.
I'm still trying to nitpick on this map a little bit more and how the rotations are going to be affected if they had an extra initiator. Was the Neon really necessary? Have we seen? We've only seen what? One round that the Neon has been super, maybe 2 rounds that Yanagi has been super high impact with Neon specific routes. And maybe those were the 2 rounds that Action PH need, but for now Abaddon has 3 up. So if you do the numbers, it's not really translating very well. And a quick hit towards A, the more, I guess, claustrophobic site. And Action PH, they're just so far away from this Asarai that's going to be a lot of seconds being burnt, but what does it really matter when they have just pistols anyway, right?
Yanagi for first contact. There's Blurred trying to overwhelm Asta, but unfortunately not enough of the tags to really net them in a weird spot. All of this is just going to be a cleanup right now because there's so much isolation. Yeah, Derek's going to find one, but there's too much. Yeah, there's even the wall. They can't really push through this, unfortunately. Maybe we could see a Rababs find a anti-lurk elimination here, but more than anything else, it's just going to be APH giving away another round. Derek just having a bit of a discussion, a meeting with the turret. Beep boop. Come with me if you want to eliminate.
I know that's not how it goes. You truly are the Terminator.
Give me your glasses. Now.
No. Man. I cannot believe that this is the first time I've ever seen this mural on this map.
Is this from art? That's why it's called art? That's why it's called art, right? Because there's art
I just
there.
thought it was a museum of some sort. Or
I thought that the
decor.
entryway looks like it was just an art museum. That's why it's probably called like that.
In any case, Asarai, a museum, perhaps a shooting gallery. It nearly eludes Asta. So many flashes being thrown in his face that one might think, is he not shooting on purpose? Well, there was a lot of visual impairment on that side, folks. And Abaddon Abyss, despite everything that they've done, a little more wary on this flank too, losing Asta early. They go back, and it seems that they want to reposture towards mid and maybe just branch out from there. Has Action PH actually been rotating Derek? He's been pretty much infrequent on sites, right?
I mean, he has to hold one location with his KJ util, so it kind of makes sense that he doesn't have to rotate as much as the others. Any case, lots of noise here. There's the pickup and Exotic. All right. Bit of delay with Kevzy's utility there as he gets a face full of the guiding light. But of course, this man will not be hindered or haltered whatsoever. Ooh, the plant on the spike, a little bit off kilter. But V-Black just absolutely loves that. Destroys Derek. And this is going to be an awkward retake here for Action PH. Micro. Oh, no way he didn't get that. It's all down to Kevs. He's done clutches before. Both Oasis and Naos as his previous teams. 3 versus 1, with just tight angles for the Abyss roster. Yeah, it's a far cry.
A far cry indeed. The light can only guide the Guardian for so long up until the Witness catches up to you. And Abaddon Abyss, they respond with darkness. They're making this map look as bleak as it possibly can be. And we are still befuddled what the primary modicum of success Action PH want to do. As again, 10-5, first to touch double digits, and Exotic has been fairly quiet, relatively quiet, considering his previous performances on this map.
And now there's a strand of hope for us getting into Game 3 here. Abaddon Abyss just looks so convincing. This is the roster that I feel feels the most solid when you're going to play on Pearl, right? You have control, you have a lot of utility from the Sentinel, from the Sage that just makes it so that you can have a safe take on the site. Asta, oh, his timing is going to be so crucial.
Oh,
he's moving.
Oh my gosh, did you see that?
Not even a whimper. That was the first time he took damage. Another one?
Maybe a 4?
Another one. One more. Go back.
And
get the ace.
Wow, the call of the void potentially being answered here by Asta. And now Derek. I think my teammates are dead. And there you go.
Is that Raze?
I don't know.
The hair kind of looks similar, though.
This is why me and Taylor get confused with each other a lot, because our hairstyle is very similar.
Yeah.
In any case, Derek trying to just find a little bit of value here, Aster. Just a consolation prize. And wow, my goodness, no birds are ever going to touch that shingle. And Asta actually still gets the ace. And that is going to be a very good mental round for Abaddon Abyss. Again, it is an eco, but rather Abaddon Abyss will take anything that they can take here.
I mean, it's 11-5, so they're taking everything. To be candid.
Shouldn't that be Neon's job?
Take what you want from me.
You are not very subtle, are you?
But you know what? Asta, he's on the same wavelength with me. He's not subtle whatsoever. He just picks up the casual 4K into the 5K. He's the eco-fragger, but you know what? He still had to time that perfectly. He still had to deal with a double swing. And he still had to get that ace.
There was still a step-by-step process. Yeah. And once again, we're never going to undermine the value of those types of kills, because now he has lockdown. That's
true.
Be so problematic considering Blurred as an operator.
So it was a tactical, help to get those 5 kills.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm just saying, guys, no matter what agent you pick, if you get 5 kills in a round, you know what you're doing, right? You get your orbs and you kill the enemy team. Wow. Yes. But again, on a more serious note, Astra, with the lockdown present, maybe this forces Blurred out to be a little more aggressive so he can prevent the lockdown or get a pick before that comes into play, or just play super far back to find any overextenders on the side of Abaddon Abyss. They do have rounds to give, and Blurred really needs to activate here, because so far, despite him top fragging, just maybe the impact hasn't been felt on this defensive round, but Yanagi, he is doing his best to just delay everything.
Smart to use the Prowler early just in case somebody came swinging. And Yanagi almost got himself a good pick there, especially with the setup from Kevs. Now that at least slows down Abaddon Abyss here, right? They're going to start fearing a little bit the positioning. But as you mentioned, they got the whole enchilada. Lockdown is there. They do have the orbs being set up. But they're still really afraid of that because they haven't really cleared up dugout. The slows that stunts would be there. It's going to be a little bit awkward for Rababs. Shoot through dugout would be huge right about now. The pop shots. Yanagi, where is he popping off as he finds pick by pick? Bait shot from Blurred. V-Black still holding on to the other side, and Asta's been already exposed by that Killjoy turret, or excuse me, Alarm Bot. The swing, and Micro, bonk. One tap, one kill, all shot, well, all... Like, say again? All luck, all skill, no luck. It's not sound, that does not rhyme properly.
As you mentioned, pick by pick, brick by brick.
No luck, all skill, there we go.
I'm glad it took you a good minute to really compose yourself for that. You know,
yeah.
It took quite a bit. But, Abaddon Abyss. They expended their lockdown. Got very little value off of it, Aster. I really feel like this attack, despite the big lead, somewhat suffering that Exotic is. Again, there is a gravity to him as a player, but right now it's just not exuding it. And maybe this is enough for Action PH to slowly crawl back, but that is still 5 rounds that they had to play. Pretty much flawless here.
Yeah. The thing is, I go back to my point here. Exotic doesn't really need to be the one to pop off. As long as he can secure certain positions, it's more than enough. Because again, Abaddon Abyss, they have a great second follow-up. They have great follow-up, to be honest. Because again, Rababs is getting a massive amount of eliminations here. So even Exotic gets dropped down, there's going to be the res, there's going to be the quick frag. And as you mentioned, right, they don't really need, or Abaddon Abyss hasn't shown that they need to go for the fast duelist because they want to be within earshot of each other. So as long as they can get those picks very quickly, it's not going to matter if they keep losing Exotic this early.
That is true, and I feel like on the opposite ends of the world, I feel like Yanagi should have pressed forward here, knowing that his fellow duelist has an operator.
30 seconds
But now,
left.
Blurred is in pretty much no man's land here, Asar. He has to kill someone here, otherwise it's just not worth it. And he gets one, he has the Blade Storm out. They burn the res, but what else can they get? Absolutely nothing! As every single defender on B gets cut down where they stand. And Kevzy, with one more guiding light in his back pocket, decides to go for the raw duel here. But his fellow rotator is just miles away. And in fact, hinging on this flank. Derek gets one. That's going to divide the attention. And maybe just enough to conquer this retake. But V-Black, he finds the other duelist. And now Derek, despite holding on to his position and just getting as much value as he could have, the hypothetics, they're not really mattering right now. Now he will eventually fall. And Abaddon Abyss, I mean, we called it, right? This is pretty much their map.
Match point.
This is their baby. And well, the struggles, the woes of APH. That was a good first pick for Blurred here, but like I mentioned, there is that res, and unfortunately, his risk to utilize that ultimate of his, to use the blades to get multi-kills, not really, returning investment. The ROI isn't good enough.
Absolutely.
And he used the blades too.
So we do have quite a number of aggressive ults on the side of Action PH here. Pretty much will be relegated for their retake here. As a lot of movement towards mid. There is an early warning system in the form of all that utility, at least the turret. And they do have a combo present with Micro, especially as to how close he's crawled up. But Art is where the action is going to be. Slay them, he'll be blinded temporarily. But does it really matter when there is a bulk of Abaddon forces here? Blurred has taken space towards A main, so this is going to provide just a little bit of relief on that side of the map. But they have nowhere else to really get the value off of that. And Derek, despite getting that pick, will not save the rest of his team on that other side of the map here. Exotic has the right idea, and they blind each other. Exotic has the comfort of range. V-Black, he doesn't know where Blurred is, but Blurred, he turns his back! An interesting choice. As a 2v4, it looked so good at the beginning for Action PH, but is this it for them? They do have that lockdown. They do have that Cosmic Divide, and it should come in anytime soon now, Asarai.
They already used it. I don't think the Cosmic Divide would be wise at this point. Maybe for A main? Oh, for back A. So that's the risk that they're willing to take. Great jump up from Derek, but is just too quick. That is a very long flash debuff. And we are going to go to game number 3, Abaddon Abyss. What an absolutely phenomenal second game for them. Full control. And Action PH just could not find the fights that they were looking for. Can't find the picks. And Abaddon Abyss's rotations here, man, just too overwhelming for APH to handle.
Overwhelming is pretty much the primary game style of Abaddon Abyss. Once again, if you cannot compete in the brawls and the scraps, then you are definitely asking for a lot of trouble, Aserai. But in any case, I feel like that was a highly experimental comp on the side of Action PH. I mean, I could be just reading into it too much. I'm trying to look for the proper, I guess, strategic macro that they were trying to enforce. And again, the games have been pretty sick.
No, yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right there. It did feel like there was an element of just, again, what can they really do, or how can they utilize Yanagi even better? His 15 and 17 right now, but it felt like because they had that Neon, there was a point where Action PH just had to play such a different style from what we knew before, right? And that all hinged with how well they could utilize Yanagi. It looked good in some rounds, but I think it wasn't as fleshed out as they were kind of hoping for.
Something is telling me that with a lot of mobility, yes, it's definitely going to enhance their efficiency on the attacking side. But it's also one of those things where maybe they just don't want to deal with the weak side. Maybe they just want to rotate as fast as they can. But in providing too many options and just trying to cover as many bases as they can, they're realistically not having any, I guess, fortresses, strongholds to really pivot off of.
Because the thing is, right, having a comp that works much better in one side than the other is always a risk.
Dangerous.
It's dangerous indeed, because things like this could happen, and when that happens, how else do you kind of recuperate yourself from that? And you saw here, there was a lot of lapses in how Action PH kind of approached that. So with all of that, Abaddon Abyss, they delivered the win. Grab Unlimited. It's got to be Exotic, of course, with that final blow.
Exotic, chaotic, really thriving in all the situations that he's been put through. And there was a little bit of, I guess, inspection from both of us on why he's not getting the volume of ultimates that we usually see from him. But that is also us overlooking that the playoffs is a completely different beast.
Yep, absolutely. Wow. So with all of that, I think we're going to go on a quick break, guys. When we come back, it's the decider match. But of course, let's just wait a little bit, you know, because we're still finishing things off. I do wonder what is going to be happening once we reach Haven here. I feel like it's going to be a reset. We're going to look at proper comps now and no more shenanigans from Action PH.
Well, that being said, Exotic, you mentioned, was part of that LFO squad, who is pretty much one of the founding fathers of our primary strats on Haven. But I feel like we are just, once again, overlooking into things, guys. So we won't be right back. My name is Raph. That has been Aserai. This is the playoffs, so stay tuned. to the point of no return, Asarai, as we head
Yep.
into the very first decider of the playoffs, too. So once again, there's a lot of urgency, especially with my hair trying to escape my head. Oh, actually, that's my single braid. All right, there it is.
Mine is kind of weird. Like, it looks good in person, but it just looks like I had myself a rebond.
So in practice, it's a little different, which brings us to our thoughts with that composition of Action PH,
True,
where on
true.
paper there was a lot of, I guess, theory crafting behind it. And we were thinking that the mechanics of the matchup was pretty much how can they handle the double Sentinel and pretty much the pretty apparent stopping power on the side of Abaddon Abyss. But with everything said and done, I feel like Action PH just kind of floundering on the execution, but that is not a knock on them as the stakes are only getting higher,
Yeah.
Asarai.
I mean, it did seem like they shot themselves in the foot. You know, trying to play off the cards of Oasis Gaming. Fluffy was mentioning how, you know, they also
No, he
he did a double duelist, but this time they had a KO compared to the Sky that Action PH did utilize. And I think because of that, they weren't really able to deal with the utilities of the double Sentinel as effectively. But again, outside looking in, it felt like there might have been other issues that was plaguing Action PH in terms of like the execution. And maybe one of those things is just Abaddon Abyss just having a much better time, you know, defending with how they approach this time compared to Ascent.
With, I guess, the KO in place, right, that would provide the propulsion that both the duos need to just have that window of opportunity to really sneak into. But once again, we must refocus on this matchup between Abaddon Abyss and, of course, Action PH on Haven, which is a map that I believe they're both really, really good at. If I'm not mistaken, if, again, my notes aren't completely with me right now. This is all completely at the top of my head. But my biggest point of interest for that is Exotic, because he was part of that LFO roster who was notoriously good on Haven and has crafted a lot of the pretty much blueprint of how we would approach it as a region, and those are fighting words, right? In any case, he's going to have that knowledge in hand, and they're probably going to be preparing to employ said strategies.
Speaking of employing set strategies here, just looking at this, Action PH, they've kind of used multiple comps in Haven. So I don't know which face they're going to be showcasing.
Visage, yeah.
Yeah, which visage they're going to showcase to us, because it seems like they've gone multiple directions here, where they have Blurred play as the Jet. He's also played as the Raze here. And then they've gone for either the Sova or the Fade accompanied by the Breach. So there's a lot of things. So it could be anything right now. But honestly, if I'm going to be completely candid, you know, just transparent, I would love to see Blurred still on the Jet. I feel like it has the most impact with him. It gives him a bit of flexibility. And again, we know Haven to be an operator map.
Oh, yeah.
So it could work in that direction if they go for, you know, the star of
If they go for
agents.
Hero Ball, basically.
Yeah.
Once again, my mind has been pretty stimulated today. A lot of fun facts being thrown around and a lot of notes going in the way of both our co-talent and pretty much everybody really having a stake in our study sessions.
Ooh, steak.
I would love to have steak. I would love to have steak. So we do have that Grab sponsorship, and we do have Grab Unlimited. So go ahead, guys. Celebrate great wins with a great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited for now. Grab Unlimited now for only
9 pesos
on your first month. So there you go. We will that into existence, but the many faces you mentioned on the side of Action PH, me personally, I feel like a Breach would be priority pick here just for the nature of the support.
Yeah.
And I think Abaddon Abyss actually employs a KO on this map, so that range deficit could prove to be a problem for them too.
We'll have to see again, because KO doesn't have the best, I feel like, approach to Haven, because his ultimate null command can only hit up at a certain point. It gets outranged by the fault line. It gets outranged by, I feel like, a good lineup with the Haunt here. So with that being said, just have to wait. What do you think Abaddon Abyss, or aside from the KO, what have they used differently in the past, or have they just gone the traditional pickups on Haven?
Well, you did mention earlier that KO could be the solution for a lot of these Sentinel heavy comps and pretty much heavy utility shuffle team compositions. But I feel like the Fade Breach was again higher in that list, right? Because we've talked about how notoriously toxic that pairing is. It's just there is a lot, and I mean a lot of interactive situations you can get into because of said pairing.
Here's a not so fun fact. Abaddon Abyss has 0% win rate on Haven.
Oh, really? Interestingly enough.
Yeah. So let's go to the agent select real quick, as I'm already looking at it, man. Oh, Derek is going to be bringing out the... Not Neon, excuse me, but the Cypher. Okay.
I also personally prefer Yanagi to be in that initiator. I feel like he's found way more success on that role and roles that have been of that nature. But Derek on that Cypher, probably going to have a lot more flank control in comparison to Rababs, but it's not going to have any immediate impact on offense unless he's going to establish a very stable lurk threat. That case, oh man, these cinematics are only getting better. I got a little distracted there.
It's a set it and forget it for the Cypher, right? You can always just play with your team as long as you've set up the traps, as long as you've set up the camera, it's going to be perfect for you, right? Compared to the KJ where you have to play with your team. I mean, you could probably put the turret somewhere far, or somewhere near you, and then it'll still see as far as even the other side of the map, but I kind of like this, but at the same time, it is a risk. What is good here, though, if an Action PH finds a lot of picks early on, Neural Theft could be a really good setter of pace for the rounds that it's active on.
That being said, I feel like the biggest differences between both these Sentinels, who are pretty much very valued and valid in the pro scene, there is a lot more preference towards Killjoy, mainly because teams are looking to play a little more compact. But as I mentioned earlier, when you do pick up that Cypher, it means you are looking for those smaller avenues that you can pretty much expand into a mile with established lurking. Haven could be a map that could be that case, but we've actually seen so many Killjoys lurk mid effectively and still be relatively compact with their team anyway.
True, because again, you can call for that smoke. This time you can't. You have to break the tripwire, or if you're the Jet, you can jump over it, but then that's kind of a death sentence. The thing is, Raph, I'm looking at the stats here for at least the agent picks overall in Split 1. Cypher has only a positive win rate on Breeze. Everything else that he's been picked on has been very subpar. So, at least from those statistics, APH is taking a huge risk at this.
Oh, wow.
But, I mean, that's not the whole story. APH is still, an incredible team. So, we'll see how they kind of utilize this less favored Sentinel agent.
Statham is back on the field, and we actually see Hydra being sidelined for now as the rotations are going to come in and the sight hit. Surprisingly, the corner remains unchecked, and Action PH, despite paying a very small price, succeeds in crossing into this A site. V-Black and Rababs looking to be as sharp as they can be. No more utility on their end either. Not a lot of weapons necessarily. And we have Blurred actually quickly getting that 4K. Okay, Asarai. Maybe Action PH is wide awake now.
Could be. Starts it off strong with the 4K on the pistol. Step in the right direction as always. And APH, make no mistake. Ooh. Are they going for the EMEA buy? Yes, they are, Raph. Look at this. Two players going to be holding off with just the pistols. Go in for the full utility. I love this buy because...
No, the Guardian.
It's okay.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Okay, just now 4 players picking up weapons. Want to save it up. Derek, though, all right. Cleaning up house. Mid-push. Cleans it up again, and only Rababs 2 remain. He's alone. He's deserted. He's on an island. and he's by himself.
It's crazy to think that Abaddon Abyss doesn't have a good win rate. In fact, any win rate to speak of in this map, right? When all of the Haven games they've played have been very, very competitive. And we saw a few flashes of brilliance, but I feel like the way that they have just been stacked towards wherever this defense is right now just has not benefited them, right? But going back to my original point, I don't think they're necessarily bad per se on a fundamental level. It's just every single team they've played on Haven have been...
I mean, they played against Oasis.
Yeah, there you go. See, that was the whole point I was trying to make. And Oasis has largely remained a dominant figure.
Yeah, and they've also, faced against GameLab.Alpha. I think GameLab.Alpha
is the team that beat Oasis.
Yes.
So that all makes sense. You know what I mean?
No, I was going to mention GameLab.Alpha would probably prefer, again, Icebox and Haven as their biggest maps because of the fact that they just...
It's a size-up map.
It's a size-up map, exactly. Yeah. It's all about the bang-bang. And Valorant is a true bang-bang.
Absolutely. There's no question to... I guess what game we're looking at right now. And the default could potentially happen and is happening on the side of Action PH. A little more interest towards A, but not a lot of sewer control. Thankfully for them, there's nobody actively playing the corner towards the A main and the breach to, typically have that support flash, that support stun. So they're probably going to go into this site fairly uncontested. The biggest worry here is pretty much for Babs. He has a Phantom. The cage is going to be triggered. And where is this camera going to spot? Nowhere, apparently. Flash is there. They do commit. Blurred with a Guardian. Can't really find any value as of the moment. But Abaddon Abyss, I really like the patience here. But look how close Yanagi actually is to Rolling Thunder, Asarai.
One elimination left. And that's going to be the reason why he's playing so close with his team here, because he wants to find that early pick. This is a massive stack from the rest of the team. Exotic, that was a very, very awkward drop down to slay them. But he's taking so much damage from Kemsey all the way through short. He's just getting pinged, shot through the smoke, and can't really retaliate because there's just so many opponents right beside him. APH. 3 quick starts, and there you go, man. You're talking about the Rolling Thunder. It's now active for this particular run here.
This is an incredibly attacker-sided map, so again, this type of result does not surprise us. I feel like there are just a few questionable decisions on that retake. Once again, a very peculiar jump. You did highlight earlier. Again, it is one of those things where, why? You'd like to ask, but I'm pretty sure there's some sort of reasoning for it. We have the Omen being fielded here by Micro. Throwing a little bit of pressure, but look at that. We actually see VBack already pushing through it. So maybe, just maybe, this is the edge that Abaddon need to steal a round away, but Blurred holding patient, holding strong. Knows that there could be somebody around this corner. Maybe even two.
Setup is there. The double up. Blurred. I thought he was using the default knife. No, that's the Xeno knife.
One of the best knives in the game.
One of the best knives. That's why I actually opted to go for the lock-in knife, because the animation is just there. Anyways, Derek. So aware. All right. Bit of a whiff, but Micro's, able to pick it back right up. Oh, that is just not good and Blurred. He blurred the lines between if you can shoot without vision and shoot through the smoke. V-Black by himself. Only with the frenzy. He's not frothing at the mouth. He's a little bit calm. He'll get dragged down.
Froth or not, he had to be put down to proceed with whatever competition we're going to have here. And APH proving to be incredibly vexing for Abaddon Abyss. Nothing cheeky has been found. None of these more sinister angles really have brought anything towards them. And this is just a testament on how refined Action PH have been. Once again, Abaddon Abyss, they have to rethink what is going on. Is our weak side being very, very exposed? I'm not even sure it's a weak side issue because Action PH have been running into Rababs. So maybe, just maybe, the problem is Abaddon taking so much control over the side lanes that they can't rotate safely into the side that they want to take, if that makes a lot of sense. And they're not even taking a lot of B control early on. to get any flank control. But again, they have Rebobs on that Killjoy. They don't necessarily want him to lurk as much, or if not, it's just going to have a limited area of control.
I'll pull it back first. I'll just say APH, their side take and their site and side corner takes have just been stellar.
Raw fundamentals.
Absolutely.
And
lots
like,
of pings on C. Sorry, just wanted to point that out.
No problem. It's like, as the series goes by,
Keep up.
diligence is one of the most highly sought out currencies in the pro scene because, like you mentioned, the corner clearing is still very much present. They play as if their legs are still incredibly fresh, and it has been bearing fruits. But V-Black is the rotten tomato there, poisoning Blurred apparently. So that is going to be the spearhead of Action PH being potentially blunted. And Action PH still working towards a main here.
Do they know that it's going to be an A push? Either way, Rababs is here. So he's not going to peek anymore. Because that was the problem for Rababs a while ago where he gets baited hard by his own utility. So now he's going to play it safe, utilize all of his Nano Swarms for delay tactics. Only delays him for a couple of seconds, but look at the flank coming in for V-Black. That is crucial. That is important. And now he has himself a good pitch play onto short, which Yanagi has to deal with. But Yanagi now, he's got the Rolling Thunder. He's got the boop. Kemsey was undetected at hell. And he could make some plays here. He could make some magic. He could make some noise. But Rababs just drops down. No care to break his own legs just to break bank and get that one round in for Abaddon Abyss.
That was a lot of work cut out for them. And as a bonus, Yanagi actually loses that Rolling Thunder, so no immediate side hits, or at least not with the same safety when paired with said ultimate. Kevzi, despite being in a good position, I love that Rababs didn't actually jump down immediately, waited for the most opportune moment to go for that double swing. But Rababs does have lockdown here, so this retake's going to be a little more lethal. Slalom also has that Hunter's Fury Asar, so everything they need, they can let Action PH walk into any of these sites, really, and just play it safe. But look at this. It's not in the books. They already have a lot of presence towards the corner. Which corner? The one in C, apparently. And V-Black, like a thief in the night, is going to remain undetected, but Derek, he will get exotic. But the ultimates that we mentioned, still very much on the field.
They have 3 big ultis to utilize here for Abaddon Abyss. So they can't really go for C unless they play for the site itself. C would not be good. Actually, no, any site that they actually try to take, they have to play inside the site because of the Cosmic Divide. But that's where the lockdown kind of just makes you say, what? How are we going to beat this? Kevzi does have at least the ultimate, so maybe that's the answer. In any case, they have to start moving in. The setups, though, for V-Black, he loves to play for his close off angles. There's the setup. No ping whatsoever. The slow approach, there's the stun. Nobody's blinded here, though. And V-Black and T-Main. Ooh. Yes, sir. That it is. Lightweight. As they just clean up house. Derek is by himself, lurking hard on mid.
30 seconds left.
Still has 30 seconds. Ooh, that's no go. Yeah, he got tagged. Prepared to get wall banged. Wait, whoa. Okay, hold on. He's fighting back. He's answering. And he's picked up the spike. He can rotate to B if he wanted to do so. Rababs, if he finds a pick here, that is going to be huge.
No way.
Deep breath. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. He's going to see the back. Oh my god, he still has time to plant the spike. Get into cover. And what an absolute read from Derek. And he's not hit by the shot. He doesn't know. He planted somewhere on the offside, and this ultimate will not connect. Rafi has time to set up for his utility, and the 1v1 continues. Slaydom.
No
tapping,
way.
No! And Slaydom finds him. Perfect positioning. Knew exactly where to initially peek, and that almost was the glorious round for Derek, but it was so much to expend. Abaddon Abyss almost losing grasp.
Valhalla was calling, and he was granted a warrior's death. But unfortunately for him, it is not a yeah buddy lightweight.
Yeah.
My mother told.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Bahal calling.
I know.
Yeah.
But I like how we have to look at each other and take a bit of a pause. And I feel like Abaddon Abyss, they are handling this very well. I feel like Action PH, after that round, that should have been a pause. But they haven't.
Don't really need it. They still have the buffer rounds here. They still have the money. They still have their default setups. And speaking of setups, yeah, buddy. Almost about to go for the peak.
Ooh.
Was he? Yeah, he's already primed his Tailwind. So if Micro was able to get a glimpse of that, not a glimpse of us, just a glimpse of that, at least now they know that Exotic will not have his predisposed dash ability to get away with murder.
Well, with an ability like that gone, I guess the weight of the world will probably be on his shoulders just a little bit more. And the neural theft, we were highlighting it a little bit ago, especially before this map, and it's highlighting everybody on the map. The second ping is going to be there, the sight hit. It's towards A.
Exotic knows.
Exotic knows, but what will he do with this information? He has an operator, Aserai, and a shorty, but wow, Blurred. No way. No way! Slay them!
Damage done, though.
Damage done, yes. And I think they are pretty much going to get away with this operator. I would honestly prefer for them to go for the exits here, and he does pick up the Vandal anyway. There is a lot of interesting...
He's getting hunted, though, so he knows something's up.
And now they're going to hear that, but they know it's an operator. I love the Cage Flash combo here. Just a lot of safety on the side of Action PH!
He's still trapped, though. So even if he can get these picks, there is still the case of the spike just imploding right at his neighborhood. You know what? It's like, oh, this is a nice day to take a stroll, look out the window, and then you see a spike. Kaboom!
Weather report, it wasn't there. Didn't tell me that there was a spike. But what a shot by Slay Them. It really was the hesitation that got him there, Aserai. The decisiveness to just kind of hold on to that operator, which, once again, we talked about many times. When the operator cannot find value in the first 10, 15 seconds, then it has to play in a much more passive position or just hard commit. But right now, without anything, without any sort of access to rifles, Abaddon Abyss, they have to make do with pistols. And Micro has already cut down a wandering V-Black. Again, it is that knack to be a playmaker that's also kind of biting him where it shouldn't. But with Exotic committing these blades, this still could be potentially doable, especially when he lands a fight like that. Convincing, making his case. As the 4v5, now a 4v3. And as I keep saying it, the numbers, the knives, it just does not benefit Abaddon Abyss as Action PH. They are slowly putting them in a vice grip.
You know, I will add, Raf, you know how we were mentioning or talking a while ago how Killjoy just has the more value because she's able to just basically do everything you want a Sentinel to do, right? With the mollies and everything. But Action PH right now, I can see the reason why they wanted to go for the Cypher. It's more of not relying on the abilities, but rather Derek's ability to lurk by himself. And how many times has he been able to get eliminations, get 1 to 2 kills out of nowhere, and have the neural theft create that opening? I did mention how the ultimate was going to be something to utilize with, but I did not expect it to be at that level. In any case, first pick onto Yonagi, step in the right direction here for Abaddon Abyss. Looks like they want to get the pick, or at least the aggressive C-long control to flush out the rest of the attackers onto the other side. But they're very fast into just kind of rotating here. Rababs again. Slow and steady. Ooh, Blurred gets spotted out. Left to the 3 versus 5. Perfect time for Rababs to create some damage. I think he tagged Kevs. And Derek just gets devoured by the Nano Swarm. Run away, Micro! Well, out in the open, gets basically blasted.
That was a very interesting round. I mean, I feel like that's how it would pan out if that was an eco, but guys, they had a bunch of rifles. Guys, they had a lot of armor. That's really worrying. But again, a potential small mistake on the side of Action PH. They do have buffer rounds, as Aserai mentioned. It hasn't really hurt their ult economy, but the mid-round decisions is something that we might just have to expect here. And in any case, we move forward. The gun rounds still remain unchanged. As Unagi, once again, very close to that Rolling Thunder, so he might just hang back, wait for that extension that Abaddon have been pretty much displaying all throughout this map. But B, look at B. We might have had a moment to think and a moment of silence, but the noise might just hit this side. Asteroids. Rabab looks to replicate the success of those Molotovs. But alas, the Nano Swarms, they do not bear fruit.
Do not bear fruit, but they've secured themselves, or rather APH has secured themselves that site. No stuns, no aftershocks, no nothing, at least for now. But again, yeah, they probably wanted to get the ultimate out of the way as quickly as. Blurred is playing so close because he's low.
Whoa!
Hello. Again, this is what I was talking about, right? Derek's timing on his lurks has just been absolutely out of this world. Any case, Rolling Thunder utilized, but it is a far cry from what Abaddon Abyss were searching for. And tears will be had as just APH beautifully defends, takes, and retakes the site to get another round in.
Not a roar, but a whimper. But an effort nonetheless. Abaddon Abyss, they have clawed their way out of worse situations. But just to add on what Asarai said, this is exactly what you have to do when you have a Cypher on board. Maximize that lurk potential, especially when you have Neural Theft. Everything else will fall into place. And look at that Exotic actually getting stunned up twice, not just by Yanagi's Rolling Thunder, but also Asta's.
Here.
And now Abaddon Abyss, like I said, shaken but unbroken.
I thought you were going to say shaken but not stirred.
Off your feet!
You know, how can you be a spy when you have such a recognizable accent? You know what I mean? But we recognize that Exotic not winning the head-to-head here, at least in that duel. Kevzy will support his teammate in conjuring up all the bad spells to get rid of the doppelganger.
Oh, we saw it.
Oh, the barrel! Oh, dear me. And a round that once again, Action PH dissect Abaddon Abyss.
Last round before the switch.
This is just miles different from what we saw in Pearl. The struggling Action PH is back on track.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Just look at how cleanly they've been playing with this one.
Here.
3-8. Gotta say, it's not the fluffiest of times.
Not at all.
Yeah, for Abaddon Abyss.
And we see a wave from the distance of disapproval, I would like to assume. As a lot of support coming into the way of these players, especially with basically their fans and their support staff and all those positive sources of light. Is that Hunter's Fury going to deny Yanagi of the plant? Not the plant, but the exit. And a significant man advantage will try and soften the blow.
Oh, saw it.
Did he really, though, is the question.
A whimper of white is, I think, what he kind of spotted there. In any case, this is good isolation, so that means that there's less people to play onto the side itself. And look at that, the call was true, the call was real. Kev's shot through the smoke.
Way.
No way indeed. I mean, Derek's not going to be able to get that unless he had some Renegade bullets that would just connect perfectly. Abaddon Abyss, they stop the bleeding, they stem the just oozing of rounds here, 4-8.
Okay, now we move on to the strong side, and yet another, I guess, thematically strong side on the side of Abaddon Abyss too. I think their win rate on their attacking sides are severely in their favor. Action PH, they're pretty well balanced in this regard, but of course having the Cypher is going to deter any would-be, I guess, offenders, any belligerents of his site. Pistols abound, both teams pretty even. I believe they've won, what, 2 apiece?
Yeah.
This could be the tipping point.
Interesting enough you mentioned this, but just looking at the Haven statistics for Abaddon Abyss, it is actually slightly better on the defending side than they're attacking.
Really now?
So that is a little bit concerning, at least. But, of course,
Here.
statistics can only go so far. It just gives us a picture of what was, not is what to be. But these lurks, man, Derek has just been an absolute deadness because he's a menace. In any case, gets picked off. This is a great pinch coming in from Abaddon Abyss. Not really expecting. Derek was setting up his util, thinking that his teammate could hold it off, but Exotic, he's had enough. He said, I will stand my ground and open things up for the Abyss.
Indeed. With Darkness, it could potentially expand here, Aserai, as the early advantage just could not be capitalized on the side of Action PH. Those pistol shots not necessarily doing anything to help this case either. Kevzy, oh man. Wow, how does he survive that? I would assume not for too long, as we already have somebody trying to crawl up garage. And that is going to be Abaddon Abyss taking the pistol round. They do have an upgrade round to capitalize on, but as you mentioned, Derek, not only a menace, but is pretty much was playing Home Alone. Many traps, many hot doorknobs, random toy cars everywhere. Of course, it has been a shock on the side of Abaddon Abyss, at least when they were defending. How is that lurk going to counter Abaddon Abyss's super brisk style, though? Because sometimes they really just do have the knack of 5-manning a site.
And because they're able to do just that, they're able to string rounds together as well. This is the first time I've seen that, you know, the camera setup. It's kind of nice, though, because you don't usually expect the utility to be there. In any case, clean C take. You know what? If all else fails and you don't want to think about it, just have your lineups all prepped. And C site is always a credible, just, you know, 1-2 punch.
C is for credible. Talk about Cypher cams. There is a Godspot cam that we haven't seen in a while, and it's actually the Cypher cam peering towards mid if you're an attacker. Only Cypher OGs know this.
Where do you place it, though?
You basically stand on the box. You see that small cubby from C main?
Ah, on the left. Yeah. I know what you mean.
No, you point towards the right, towards mid, because it's going to peek into grass and into window. But in any case, Aserai, before we start talking about lineups, there is a straight-up gunfight not happening at all. A pretty much pacifist round on the board for all these players, really.
Don't give the extra ult or charges. Perfect.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah. You know you're already going to lose, you know, the firefights, and you know that Abaddon Abyss has, you know, a setup for long-range fights. Yeah.
No orbs.
No orbs indeed. Look at how just slim that is. But all said and done, Abaddon Abyss 2 rounds away from equalizing.
The question is, how difficult will it be to actually take those 2 rounds? Action PH, pretty standard setup here. Having the breach be the rotator is nothing new to a lot of us, but that is also going to leave them fairly open for sewer takes just like this, and eventually they'll have to address it. But Abaddon, surprisingly enough, they double back. They don't actually hard commit towards the site, being a little more diligent and a little more careful towards this take. Now, Action Page, I love that they're not overly extending, or rather hyper responsive on these type of things, but an opportunity has presented itself for Abaddon Abyss, an open garage, inviting all these would-be thieves.
There it is. Master Stars on the site itself. There are trips.
Camera taken out.
Okay, that's the camera down. Calling for the smoke already. Oh, he gets tagged. Oh, this is so bad for Derek, excuse me. But he's hiding inside his own utility. He can't find anything. That was just good timing to take a breath from Abaddon Abyss, but that's allowed Micro to play it back to sight. Look at the 4K. Kevzy steals away the ace, but you know what? It's fine. They clean up house. 6-9. Very nice.
You know, speaking of 4K's Asteroid, there have been many iconic calls that you've done on this site specifically. Some of them I will not say. Some of them only the more observant, well, I guess audience member would remember. But like you said, an impressive hold on the side of Action PH here.
You just got that.
Of course you did.
Actually, it's all on Haven for some reason.
Like I said, trust me, when these types of things happen, I remember. And we haven't had a chance to use one of the more iconic calls here, but Exotic playing with fire, playing with Derek. Derek uninterested. Tries to go parallel here, just trying to avoid his counterparts.
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh my god. Exotic still finds it. What an absolute demon. He was paranoid. He was smoked off. He was just thrown the whole enchilada, the whole 9 yards?
Yeah.
9 yards.
And with all of those yards being thrown their way, Action PH suddenly being, once again, getting, I guess, some free kills in this situation. Slay them and VBlack are actually so low. It's only really Asa that has a fighting chance if he doesn't get that first shot accuracy. And it's looking a little more doable, but already they can see it. They know that it's just not enough time. And the economy is just about to break on the side of Action PH. And Abaddon in a very similar situation now, Sarai. Just 2 more to equalize. But it's always 2 more. It always has been 2 more. Action PH still have very, very firm control.
That they do. They've been so much more decisive. But Abaddon Abyss, you know what? They're going for the standard. They're going for the El Clasico in Haven, which is if you're on the attacking side, you dictate the pace of your rotation. You can also dictate the pace of the utility of your opponents, right? Because they showed a lot of forces on A, they're baiting a lot more of the fault lines, they're baiting a lot more of the recons just to make sure that they're there. And because of that, default plays for Abaddon Abyss tend to be a whole lot more successful. And now they're starting to understand Derek's, side of the story, side of the map. And they're starting to just play well against his trips.
That is true. Once again, the thing that the Cypher doesn't have is mobility. But look at this. He traps it. If he finds one, or will be found, again, a one-way trip to either Bane or Boone. And the former has rated 10 and VBlack. Oh my goodness. So manages to get out alive, and Blurred gets a stray rebabs with the Sheriff. Action PH, despite starting off this round with a bit of a disadvantage, beautifully recover. Kevzy and Micro, they still have enough to really, once again, contest these longer angles. But Abaddon indeed bringing the pain. And now the rounds are looking that much more scary, Asarai.
Man, from a deficit in the first half to almost equalizing right here, right now. Because APH, oh, that's why. So the thing is, I thought Derek had a great position where he pocketed himself, but it's actually, the what's the word? The
Decipher?
No.
The code?
No. What's the word where you kind of fool yourself? My words are escaping me.
The Orb of Confusion.
Yeah, the thing is, if you're Cypher and you play on your own cage, you don't know sometimes if you're actually not exposing your weapon, right? Because it doesn't make a sound that you're going through your own cage. And at that point, Derek was just like, I thought I, pocketed myself properly. That's why Exotic spotted him. I thought Exotic was just like, playing very clairvoyant about just holding as much angles, thinking that there's going to be a quick, close position. But in any case, could be both. Just an observation. Anyways, APH forced back because of the Rolling Thunder. And Abaddon Abyss, yeah, not going to get denied. It's going to be all about the retakes here.
Okay,
or
but
maybe not.
Look at this. We have a double lurk threat here towards Garage. This could potentially dictate how this round is going to go, and they narrowly miss each other. But Blurred playing Overwatch here. The narrow eyes that could find his target, and he makes his mark yet again onto Exotic. And now, still, the delicate balance that Abaddon Abyss have to strike to really take this away, to wrestle it away from Action PH is looking that much more difficult to achieve. They have been scanned. The information is there. Blurred looks angry, and he wants to push forward, but gets Kevzy to supplement the advance. And Blurred exploding for a 3rd kill. What a clean retake on the side of Action PH. Unfortunately for Abaddon, despite all the advantages in the world, will still get their spear, their sword blunted on that initial duel, Asarai.
Cause and effect, man. Cause and effect. First thing, you're mentioning about the Derek X or versus Rabab's lurk anti-lurk. That could have gone Rabab's way, but because Blur was able to pick off Exotic, they needed to recall Rababs much faster than what was expected. And you saw there, look at that, on sewers, the late lurk from Derek. So even if APH may have, botched their retake from this popping out of their own spawn, there still was the late lurk from Derek that could have gotten them the wipeout. They still had time to defuse the spike. So, man, good first take here for Blurred that just kept piling on possible usable advantages here for Action.
Now let's swap Derek with Rababs in that late lurk situation. It's planted for him. He would have the utility to do it, the double nano, and it would become so problematic, right? But again, it's just the way the cookie crumbles, the way the butterfly effect, I guess, would take place.
When a butterfly flaps its wings, there is a tornado that happens somewhere else.
Basically the Mandela effect also. And again, Murphy's Law, if something bad is going to happen, it's going to happen, and it happens to Blurred this time around. The duel equalizes itself. How is this retake going to look? They still have the recon dart on the side of Kevzi, and they actually have the fault line on the side of Yanagi. But what is this going to do? No longer is it the end-all be-all counter for the Killjoy lockdown, so they might just have to give up precious seconds. Everything, as you mentioned, slowly stacking against Action PH this time. Goes for the God Dart.
Oh, they're going to save.
Wow. That's an interesting save call.
I like it. They don't have the flank control. They're going to have to go into the site blind, knowing that there's still basically a bajillion utilities that can still be thrown by Abaddon Abyss. Especially the Astra Gravity Well will just put them dead in the water. So the call for the 4-man save, I think, was pretty smart from Action PH. They're just going to take the L on the round itself, right? Might as well save the weapons, keep the money, play for the next round.
Never have to deal with the doldrum if you don't sail into it. Wisdom in picking your fights. An Action PH could have potentially saved themselves for an excruciating, I would say, eco if ever they force the issue. Again, there is EV and immediate value that we have to both look at. Action PH, I like the timeout again. Very, I guess, cohesive of them to do that and to deal with this type of problem as a unit. What high impact also they have? It's Yanagi, he's building towards it, but they haven't really had the type of avenues to enable him, especially in the latter rounds of the game. Meanwhile, we have Slatham and that Hunter's Fury, so they could go for a quick explode. There is no Killjoy threat on the side of Action PH, so they are free to do whatever they want with that.
Yeah. At least what that kind of screams for me for APH here, they can't... Well, I mean, they're on the defending side, so they're not going to get picked off that early from Slatham's ultimate if it was, swap on the sides. In any case, it's going to boil down to this round. APH, they've been just suppressed for cash. If I look correctly, actually, no, if they lose this round, they still should be able to buy somewhat
reliably
into the next round. Yeah. I thought that last round that they saved up, hindered them. Maybe if they saved and they didn't have the rifles, that would have been the case. But since they have 4 rifles coming into this round, better than nothing. Here we go.
Sometimes
set up.
You gotta look past what's in front of you.
Ooh, both dashes on Jets on opposite sides of Haven, and Exotic finds the first pick. That's huge.
Huge is an understatement, but Derek will not shy away from a challenge as big as taking Exotic. And that, my friend, is gonna just immediately change the narrative here. Abaddon Abyss, they still have not wrestled the lead away from Action PH, but you can see signs of struggle. Slowly but surely building up. Blurred has the knives available to him, but really is in nowhere to be an initial doorstop for Abaddon. But Abaddon, if they could make the correct guess to where they want to go. Ooh. Hey, man, that is...
Yeah, put it into high gear because now they know where they're going to go. Micro's already on the flank. Oh, he's not on the flank. He's going to be waiting for his teammate there. And Blur picks up 2. That's huge. Even if he gets tagged just a little bit, it doesn't matter. He's already done the damage. He has another dash. If they push up onto him, he can just get away. And Micro's already there. His teammate's already there. Wait. He has the Cloud Burst. And he has, again, Yanagi to help him out. Even if he whiffs, because they have the numbers, his teammate will always be there to refrag.
Still, man, that was an uncharacteristic whiff on Blurred, but to his credit too, those first 2 knives were amazing. And with that being said, we are going to be treated to it again.
The double ooh.
See, the thing is, sometimes when you're looking at somebody from the side or even from behind, somehow the hitboxes get so distorted and the pattern just doesn't really register in our brains. But Action PH, what they have noticed and what they can smell now is blood in the water for Abaddon Abyss. Ready to send them into lowers if the snowball continues. But Abaddon, knowing them, they will power up. V-Black gets one, and that's Derek. That's the big pick. No more traps, no more anti-flag, but Micro manages to maneuver away from the competition. Asta will respond in kind. But somehow these Vandal shots are only going to give Micro's position away. Kevzi has a shock dart to deny this potentially, but nope, he will save it for another situation. Rabab's very, very thoughtful on where he would want to position himself. There is an op on the side of Blurred, and I don't think this information is present on the side of Abaddon Abyss. They could wildly swing into this. Kevzi gets traded eventually. 1v2. They double up. They double stacking. It's Blurred.
He saw him.
He saw him indeed, but what a swap. This Phantom.
Wait, he didn't?
He could be the stranger to end all the hopes and dreams of Abaddon Abyss. But look at Rababs. He tries to run away. He knows that there's time to actually just stick this. Then he tanks it. Rababs, though, he's not going to bite. Abaddon Abyss. They stay alive yet again.
Wow. Just so clutch. It all stemmed from Micro's whiff all the way through his own smoke just being caught out by Asta there. This I really like, that play from Derek. He knew that somebody was inside his own smoke, knew that they didn't bopped out because the smoke didn't noise itself, just make any noise again, excuse me, if that's the proper term for it. Any case, that one, I honestly thought that Blurred saw him, but we have the X-ray, he doesn't, so I could be wrong as well.
I mean, we're only human. You know, despite how robotic these players can be, they're absolute gods. And Action PH still looking to defy everybody, especially Abaddon. Abaddon Abyss actually going into this matchup as heavy underdogs. Still, they made it very, very far. Still want to take this to the distance. Bird still has that operator. Where is he going to be posted up? It is towards that C-long angle as we saw earlier. And Derek's camera going to be removed. Do they expect a double up here? Exotic, the senses. He even sees as his teammates fall here. I can't believe Micro got tagged by that, but that paranoia is absolutely beautiful. They cannot capitalize on the rolling thunder. Gets stuffed completely.
Wow. Just from one ability, too. I mean, I thought, you know, maybe a counter of ultimate would be perfect, but because a lot of the players here are getting just pulled back or pushed back because of that cosmic divide, lots of noise not being heard. 30 seconds. Rababs has to play entry frag now that his teammate or his opponent has heard the alarm bot. That's going to call the immediate rotation here of APH. Weapon on weapon. Blurred is on and op. He has to hold for an angle here first and look for the pick. But Abaddon Abyss, excuse me, just looking to play this a lot more disciplined than anything else.
I feel like with Abaddon maneuvering themselves and just the way they're looking at the map now, I feel like Blurred has to get rid of this operator if it doesn't find any value in the latter rounds. But they don't have that margin for error anymore as Asta and the Rain of Bullets are cutting down every single person on Abaddon, or rather an Action PH. And Blurred is all alone. Time is ticking. This is pretty much impossible for him. He only has to get the freebies. And Asterai, we could be setting up for an even scoreline and a potential overtime.
Abaddon Abyss, they are getting the highest grade in the Wizarding world, exceeding expectations. EE.
Eyes down.
Oh my goodness, too many E's have been said and too many E's have been given on this cast. But once again, what an interesting way to start our playoffs. It's been such an absolutely lovely ride, but this will eventually crash and burn. Abaddon Abyss, APH on that 11. But as you can see, that's right. Time is winding down. And, well, Action PH, they have a little bit more time to consolidate the resources and see what they have in store. Once again, Micro, I feel like he's been the unsung hero of the series. Those paranoia timings, just utility timing in general. We saw it in Ascent, now we're seeing it on Haven, and it has made the series so incredibly competitive, and he's been so impactful despite his fragging power taking a little bit of a backseat.
But I will add as well, man, even though that has been the case, the utility shuffle from APH has gone way up just to counter a lot of the setups for Abaddon Abyss here. They're put in positions where they just whiff a lot. You know, just as simple as that. That last round was okay, that was kind of weird. But that last round was a kind of testament to that as well, with what you saw with APH. There was so many times. The utility usage was actually good. They used the Aftershock to flush out Rababs. They used basically everything to force Abaddon Abyss to prematurely peak them. But unfortunately, it just didn't mesh well together.
Sometimes, despite how powerful the individual pieces are, not everything is, I guess, an infinity gauntlet, for the lack of a better comparison. Action PH, man, they are suffering such a bad buy at the most inopportune time. They do have Hunter's Fury to somewhat alleviate this, and it does kind of boggle my mind that this Breach is still not here to go for that sewer pressured exotic, clearing angles as much as he can. And once again, the cage can be your own death trap. We saw it once, we saw it happen again on Derek.
Oh, Slatham.
Slatham indeed, and wow, Action PH, they still fight back! But Kevzy, with a Sheriff in hand, even gets Asta right on the head. Now a Vandal retrieved by him. 1v2, both targets healthy, but with a Vandal, 1 is all it takes. He has a drone, no real point to try to use utility here. How will he divvy up this pie? Oh man, the swing is going to come from any direction. Can't get one, can't get the other. Abaddon Abyss, one more round, Asarai.
The approach was correct, man, from Kevs there, but he whiffed. And Abaddon Abyss played that 2 versus 1 to absolute perfection, just waiting for it a little bit more. This is just, again, you know, I don't know, man. This is a huge comeback from Abaddon Abyss. And from what was, you know, the prediction of the panel where it's 2-1 Action PH. It started off that way, but I don't know, man. Fluffy is looking to be the prophet of this series.
Well, whatever Fluffy says.
Fluffy goes. Oh, sorry. It goes.
One time? No, I'm kidding. Anyway, Abaddon Abyss. They can taste it. They can sense it. It is within arm's reach, but Action PH, they can still be the heartbreakers. They can still deny whatever chances that Abaddon have. And I love the patience. I love the measured approach here. And then even a double setup with the tripwires. Just so that Jet, that nasty, nasty Jet, is going to be caught. But so far, Asarai, there's no real threat to any of these ultimates, really, at least not the high value ones. Sure, Derek has it, but he has to fight himself out of here first. He does get tagged up at 87 health, still very, very healthy. Tries to get something with his camera, and Micro backstepping into a burning nano swarm. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Blurred. All he has to do is turn around, and Asta, how does he not check? Once again, all these questions remain unanswered. Aslatham will get that tag, and no matter how far he moves, he will still get stunned and B. This could be the final resting place for at least the regulation. V Black doesn't have any stars to his name, and every single cooldown is just there for him. Derek still has that neural theft, so that could be the X Factor, Asarai.
X Factor is exotic, holding on garage, or rather window. Wait, there's another one. Kevs is going to be coming around the corner. He needs to find him right here, right now. Yanagi gets picked off. Kevs is right there. 2 versus 2. One in the back of the site. Micro's coming in closer and closer. Oh my god. Now they know. They should know about this. The swing. And we go to overtime. It's not yet done, man. It's not yet done.
Not at all. Abaddon Abyss. They had a chance. But once again, it remains
Switching
at
sides.
arm's length.
Overtime.
Action PH. They have to recognize that this is going to be a big mental blow on the side of Abaddon. They have to capitalize now. They can't let them recover. And with the timeout at hand.
Wow.
Wow.
How? Oh, yeah. Blurred heard the... Yeah, this one was kind of nuts. Yeah, that one. Man. Is Ray recasting?
Huh?
Ray recasting? No.
No.
Okay.
I don't think so. She was earlier.
Staville, right?
Staville right now. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
I love that question. It is part of the science of the broadcast. You guys didn't know that. But
it surpasses all laws of physics. You know, it also happened in Lock-In, I believe. It was Vil and Ray that was casting for the rebroadcast.
Really?
And when you know what happened? Reverse sweep into reverse comeback or absolute comeback from Fnatic.
What about that time when we had 8 overtimes? Was Ray casting? It was you and me. It was SB versus Secret Split. It was 8 overtimes. And then we had another overtime on Breeze. I remember. Are we going to actually see yet another gauntlet of overtimes here? Because so far it's been a wild ride of results on both ends, really. Action PH, they haven't been consistent on attack at all. Their defense remained a little spotty. You could say the same thing about Abaddon. But this time around, they don't have that firepower edge that we normally see them, I guess, employ in these types of matchups. But as we continue talking, maybe, and just maybe, this game could devolve into a brawl.
Well, let's see if this brawl turns into an absolute rumble. Quick use of V-Black's smoke outside of A here, though, but can immediately see that Micro and Blur just didn't really get phased by it. So they push through, get good control. They have good looks at both A long and A short, unless if somebody pushes through on this. They've allowed Derek to go by himself first while he gets set up by his team. Just love taps, just, you know, presence here, presence there. Nothing really, although they did bait out some smokes once again. This is where Astra's utility gets a little bit, or Astra's utility gets a little bit thinner, Raf, and APH knows this.
You would think that a team like Abaddon would employ the Omen a little bit more, but no, they go for that Astra pick. Again, comfort.
Oh, we saw the paranoia.
An exotic, beautiful shot onto Micro here. They now have a very limited window to capitalize on these smokes, and Exotic gets another one. V-Black from the heavens above strikes them down. Exotic is the lightning bolt too, and burned to a crisp. Derek had to witness the rest of his team really just kind of disintegrate their Aserai. And I can't believe the drone doesn't spot him. But what can you really do? 14 seconds left on the clock. Where are you going to push? Where are you going to get sliced up? And the lobby is all you get. Abaddon Abyss. Could this be a repeat of the last round, or are they going to push for the finish line?
This is the biggest upset I think that we would probably ever see at the start of the playoffs. Because again, all odds are stacked against Abaddon Abyss, but they just keep saying no. We will not falter. We will not back down. This timeout is going to be, obviously after this is the decider. If we go into another overtime or Abaddon Abyss, clean up house and go up against Oasis Gaming. That is a huge undertaking if they do.
So pretty much with what you're saying is that Abaddon Abyss has been dealt the 7-2, the dead man's hand. But against all odds, and they're already showing it now, they could break every single person and every single team ahead of them down. And that is what makes the whole tournament, the whole circuit, such an amazing thing to witness, because sometimes just the spark plugs, you know, the open qualifier teams, they suddenly just go on fire, go on a rampage. We are expecting, we're not really expecting, but we would like to see that happen here. Action PH, so they are filled with consistent performance. The frag distribution is so even. Now, how can they really capitalize on this? They go for a pretty similar take here, Aserai, with nobody really...
There's an op on Blurred, though.
How many rounds have they won with Blurred on an op?
Have they played an op with Blurred before?
Yes.
Once or twice, right? Yeah, I actually don't
many rounds did
remember
they
it
win?
as much. Not at
None.
all. Yeah. That's why I don't remember it as much. It's not as impactful, I guess. But, you know what? Never count out the man's operator. Oh, he shot the wrong one.
Ooh.
That almost cost V-Black's life. Ooh, close. But they baited some utilities here. Fault line's been expended already by Asta, not Astra. Blurred. Ooh, he's waiting for it. Budget smoke. Now they know the operator's there. This is gonna be
That's actually a full
quite
smoke.
risky. Oh, it is a full smoke. Oh, they want to go for full blind or no vision for Blurred here. The pop shot's being used. Now they know the two players are on C, and with that information, excuse me, hit my mic there. They're gonna go for a quick rotation. Whether it's going to be A, no, it's going to be a B push here, and there is the setup once again.
Oh,
Micro, what does he use or want to achieve with this paranoia without anybody following up on this? This might not be useful, and he does hold off on it for the retake.
but what can they do now? It's been posted up. It's been pretty much handed on a silver plate for Abaddon Abyss. Action PH, they have to throw every single knife, every single piece of cutlery to try and survive this. Blurred, he has that operator.
That's timing.
And timing, just not in the favor. As we have a V-Black gone. No more gravity well. No more smokes. That's going to temporarily blind them. But Action PH, they're still clawing back. And now, suddenly, we're still back into the overtime situation. Abaddon, they're good at clawing back, but they also have to learn how to finish the game.
Come on, get me in the line of fire.
V-Black was by himself, wasn't he? Or did he have someone else with him? Maybe Exotic, I think, was with him there. I was a little bit confused with what was happening because it was just a little bit too quick. But in any case, Abaddon Abyss got picked off bit by bit, one by one. They should have utilities and post-plant, but somehow wasn't there. V-Black, as I mentioned, was playing on the side itself. If he had another star, which I believe he had, he could have just refunded, placed it on the spike, and that would have been such a hill to climb on for APH here, V-Black. No way he goes for, again, the smoke criminal, playing the Stewie 2K. Oh, and he's not taking any... Never mind, reject that statement. He took some damage.
He did take some damage, and it's enough to deter him, enough to just push him back in the corner. But Abaddon, they're still trying to get some sort of semblance of control in this situation. Action PH, they haven't really done anything to pressure the rest of the map too, so none of the members on the defending team have had any real reasons to rotate out. And it does look like we have Action PH rotating back on the safe side. Any hit they're going to do now is going to suffer a little bit. They're not going to have the recon, they're not going to have the owl drone, and they're definitely not going to have any presence of the double shock dart. If that comes to light, but Asta, man of the hour, blinds one, stuns one, maybe wins one for Abaddon Abyss, but there again, Micro's ability to clutch has now been further diminished by just sheer numbers, and Micro potentially on a god flank here. Oh, that's a one pick, but Rababs will make his brain splatter all over that concrete, and Abaddon Abyss once again in the lead.
Match point.
A bit too graphic for my liking there, but I mean, it's the perfect assessment. It's the perfect description of what is just happening. You know what? If Micro had an extra 30 seconds, he might not have pushed that too hard. But since he had like 20, 15, he had to do something because he still needed to get the spike and the 1 versus 4 as well.
Yeah, and if he had 1,000 health, he would have killed everybody, right? But that's just the way the cookie crumbles, and the game has such a finite window for them to really, really squeeze as much value as they can. Now Asura, a pretty much fresh round, a hard reset on the board for Action PH, but Abaddon Abyss, they will not do anything too fancy. Simplify the game if it's getting a little too complicated. And Asta getting that opening pick onto Derek. No more Sentinel, no more wall to keep them away from the site. And despite Exotic being on 4 health, they still can use that as a resource. And Rababs, look at this. He gets 2! And Abaddon Abyss, they look to consume Action PH. But Blurred, he fights back. The jaws, they're slowly closing and biting onto the skin here. Micro still has 2 smokes. What can he do? die, apparently, despite getting one more for the grave. Blur, this is your time to be a hero, but Abaddon, they are your villains. What an upset.
What an upset. What a comeback. From 0 to hero, Abaddon Abyss have just clawed their way. They've opened up the portal, and now they're looking at the promised land, my man. Upper bracket still worthy for them, and they're going to go head-to-head with another revenge match on the plate against Oasis Gaming.
Once again, the odds are stacked against them, Asteroid. The dead man's hand to a lot of people, especially considering how dominant of a team Oasis is. But we have to focus our lens on this W for Abaddon Abyss because it was heavily in favor of Action. Again, the veterancy was there. The map pool was definitely there. And, well, what wasn't was the W for Action.
You know, Abaddon Abyss, they're not what you could call a Cinderella story. But, you know what? That's not really, something. They're more of gritty. They're going through a lot of phases right now. They're coming off of not the best of performances in the regular season. They barely got through into the playoffs, but they are slowly but surely creaking their way back up. Every single match is, a fight for them. They're basically Zuko. Nothing handed to them. Of everything, they have to fight hard for it.
My honor. And, of course, their fantastic hair in Book 3. Are we going to get to the Book 3, though, for Abaddon?
Oh, that's a question.
That is a question, so I'm asking you.
I'm just hyping up the question, man. What do you mean? But yeah, you know what? With that look against Action PH, it's possible. But obviously, the upper bracket demons that we have with Oasis and Naos, they're totally different teams, obviously, as what we know, right? These are teams that have one loss apiece in terms of the series. And Abaddon Abyss, they got their work cut out for them.
That they do. And strategically speaking, too, they've evolved as the regular season progressed. And now the playoffs, despite time being a little more limited, we have no more breaks in between the matches now.
True.
So whatever R&D that they have to pull out, you have to do it as quickly and as cleanly as they can because there were really moments where the mistakes, and pardon me for my language, but were incredibly egregious.
That one round we saw from Rababs, they gave him he gave the rest of Action PH a taste of their own medicine. And the person that gave us delivering the win with Grab Unlimited is Slay Them 999. My man.
Max damage towards Action PH.
He got the jutsu up and running too. Or was he just gaining chakra?
Either way, it's a reference that you thoroughly enjoy.
Oh, yeah.
Me personally, I'm a Dragon Ball man. So,
He was building up his Kaioken. All right. We're going to go on a break, and we're going to pass it on to the panel to discuss these things. I'm paneling too, so we're going to discuss things when we get to the panel. All right, so let's take a break. All right, we're still waiting for the other side. They're saying hello from the other side too.
I feel like, well, listen, man, you're still not on panel. You don't control the show just yet. You're still here with me.
All right, you control the show with me.
I don't know.
Maybe. You know what? I mean, we are finishing each other's sandwiches.
No. We did that once. Never again.
All right. So with all that being said, you know what? All right, now we can go to the panel. That's what I wanted to say. Anyways, yeah, let's go. All right. Wait. Pwede pala mag-Tagalog ulit. Okay, so sa mga hindi nanood ng English broadcast, nandun kami, ayan, sakto pala. Kapag ito pala yung nangyari, pwede pala akong tumakbo Anyways, nanggaling kasi ako sa English panel, or sa English broadcast. Wow, grabe, ang galing. Anyways, we're coming back out of that reverse sweep, I would say, from Abaddon Abyss. What an absolutely gorgeous run para sa that, especially on that Haven map.
I mean, I said at the very beginning, any believers, and I bet there's going to be a lot of believers now because they had a I wouldn't say decisive win, but they had a win against one of what is basically a top 3 team in VCT in my opinion. And I think that they did it in a way that really proved that they can handle themselves in these stressful situations.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? When we look at the track record of Abaddon Abyss in the regular season, they basically lost to every single team in the top 6 right now.
Yeah.
And this just means that they're growing so fast that they're able to take it to the 3rd game, to take it to several overtimes, and then finally dealing the final blow and winning their first match here over at the playoffs. It's such a big deal, considering the fact that this team, there's a lot of like young talent in Abaddon Abyss.
They're breaking themselves down and building themselves up once again. My man, these guys are egoists. Shoutouts to the people who know. Anyways.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Then.
All right. You don't know?
I don't know.
Nice, nice. Very good. All right. To people who watch Blue Lock, all right? I've been referencing it because it is really applicable to a lot of the teams. Sorry, but ako nag-English ng todo-todo. Applicable siya sa mga teams na meron tayo dito. But I have to say, it wasn't easy para sa Abaddon Abyss. Like I was mentioning kanina with Raf nung nagkakaspa kami sa English broadcast, it looked like they had to grind each and every round. And it kind of showed then. So some of the rounds weren't as clean as I was kind of expecting. Tapos bigla na lang bumawi dito. They played something different on each and every round that caught Action PH off guard.
Do you actually think that it's more of them improving, or did you expect a bit more from APH?
I also kind of expected a bit more from APH then, kasi there was a point where I felt like Blurred just nawalan siya ng I think clarity or cleanliness niya on how he approached yung attack sa sites.
And I feel like ang contribution kung bakit ganun yung nangyari is because Action PH is a team that requires to win the first game. While they didn't get the most comfortable match like they always do when they get Icebox. It's always like a steamroll. It's always a score gap. Kaya pag dinagay mo sila sa uncomfortable position na ganun, hindi sila nakapag-build ng tamang momentum, so they couldn't bring it to the next few games, next few maps and rounds. So I feel like yun yung start in a macro perspective kung saan nagsimula, kung bakit nandito si Abaddon ngayon sa result nila.
Yeah, I mean, the first game really sets the tone for the rest of the series. And like you mentioned, yes, starting out with a bang is always good, but they did win the map. But at an overtime cost, it really shows, I think, what the enemy team is really made of, more than just your game plan. It might even scare you a bit.
Let's look at the MVP ng ating entire series. Who is it?
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, I was about to say maybe it's going to be Exotic, but he had some trifles in some of those matches. Then I believe I mentioned how he had like 0 kills in 9 rounds nung sa Ascent. But this time, Abaddon Abyss, they're looking at their initiator, Slatham. What an absolutely phenomenal demon this guy has been. Multi-kills, great setups altogether. And again, I think he's one of the players alongside si V Black on Pearl that really had so much impact in that entire game.
Yeah, I like how you said impact kasi feeling ko the reason why Slatham had such a huge impact is because every single time na kunwari siya yung last 2 players that are left standing, he always manages to clutch for the team. He always manages to get the kills for his squad.
I mean, talking about him a bit more with that 75% kill assist, he's always involved in a lot of these major fights. And since he always lands the frags, when you look at the map like Haven, where he's a top fragger for their team, it also shows that he's willing and he's able to win a lot of these fights on his own.
Yeah, and because of that then, ang laking bagay talaga eh. Kasi I was mentioning with you guys din kanina that Abaddon Abyss, they love their mid-round adjustments. Right. And it just got better and better. You know, aside sa sinabi nga na may weaknesses or may cracks in the armor dito ang Action PH, it felt like Abaddon Abyss had that great mid-round adjustment that got just way better as the games proceeded.
Yeah, I feel like sila yung team na nakakatakot din once kunwari they're in a score deficit. They're a scary team na pag bumawi sila, babawi talaga sila.
Ito na, we have our interview. Sino ba pinili natin dito, Boss Direk, para sa ating Anyways, we prepared it. I know you guys have burning questions.
Yeah.
You know, si V Black. Hello.
Hello, Lods.
Ayun. Anyways, first and foremost, brother, congratulations sa win nyo. It was hard-fought. Grabe ang performance. So, I'm gonna pass it to our panel muna. Just, answers some of our burning questions dun sa series na yun and everything's happening right now.
Siguro for me, yung una kong question, the series was just So tight. So, kamusta yung communication nyo as you guys, especially when overtime, nung dumating na yung mga overtimes?
For the past few weeks kasi, we practice the endurance kasi laging naririnig namin sa panel na Abaddon will win first map, but then game 2, game 3, wala na, talo na kasi dahil sa endurance. So what we did was we scrimmed a lot of parang tinasaan namin yung more teams para ayun, ma-ready for the yung endurance ma-increase ba.
Wow, yeah, ang galing. Sobrang kita yung huge improvement, yung jump nyo as a team, and it's so nice to watch.
You know, just saying, I like the commitment. You know, V-Black's the name, the background as well, everything. You have the whole package. So, congrats to you again. Like Asar, I said, I want to know, out of the 3 maps, you guys practiced the endurance, but did you expect to win those specific maps that you won, or did you think like on Pearl or something that it'll be a little different?
Nung early rounds, parang shaky pa kasi I was adjusting pa to how do I counter their playstyle. And then ayun, sa late rounds we managed to read how they play and did some counters.
Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. Nakita nga naman natin na you were able to do that so well, and amazing din. Always playing nearby as an Astra. Ang laki ng confidence mo dun, brother. Last question na lang para sa akin. Natawa ka pa bigla. anyways. Also lang, before I ask my question, nakikinig sila sa panel So, gumagana pa lang panel natin.
Okay.
Okay. Last question, bago namin pakawalan. What do you feel, going still in the upper bracket? I asked this kanina din sa other team. Now sa'yo naman, what do you feel going up against Naos Esports?
Siguro di na tulad nung regular season na kabado kasi we faced them already and we're confident na kahit underdog kami, we're still gonna fight.
Perfect.
We will not back down without fighting. So
nice. I love the confidence. Always maganda ang sagot pag ganyan talaga kasi alam mo na handa na kayo para dun sa laban. Anyways, man, I'll let you, enjoy the victory. Congrats sa inyo again and good luck sa next series nyo. Thank you so much, man. Again,
thank
congrats.
you. I love you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you guys.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Bye-bye.
Nice. That was absolutely wholesome, guys. Ang ganda ng sagot niya na first and foremost, yung endurance nga nila, they really double down on that kasi they notice nga na nahihirapan sila to finish off this series pag hindi sila nag-explode.
Oh, that's true. Kasi kung titingnan natin yung record nila, yun nga, they always win the first game pero they're running out of steam kumbaga pagdating na sa ibang map. So, it's such a huge improvement. It's very, very clear kung saan yung direction na nila ngayon as a team.
Yeah, I'm actually most impressed by the fact that they're taking this adaptation so early because we always mention they're a young team, and most young teams, in my experience, don't take feedback that well. So when they're listening to the panel or they hear that, what can we do to improve, and then they fix it with this endurance training, it's really paid off for them, especially opening playoffs like this.
Yeah. Nasampal tayo na onte kasi hindi ka, tayo dalawa. Kasi nag-Action PH kami. Anyways, we have the updated standings na for today, guys. So after, honestly, the word for it is grueling. Na 2 series natin, we now have, again, look at this, SR Nacague facing Naos Esports, still in the upper bracket, and of course, as we just finished yung interview natin, Abaddon against Oasis. Did you guys think na ganito yung magiging labanan natin for the upper brackets, tuloy-tuloy, or something else?
I am honestly surprised, even though I believed in Abaddon, that APH didn't manage to at least work it out for them to get in the upper bracket and maybe play against Oasis Gaming. On the other side, though, I think NCG versus Naos is something that I would have guessed.
Yeah, for me then, parang there is a possible, I guess, upcoming revenge story that's happening. Kasi kung titingnan natin, I mean, between Abaddon Abyss and APH, kasi regular season, panalo si APH 2-0. Now Abaddon, kind of like even the score out. So if ever, Oasis beats Abaddon again, we might potentially see that rematch. But that's like in the future. Later pa yun.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, dahil nga sa double elimination bracket, this does
give chance to, for that comeback nga. I love double eliminations kasi nga, meron tayong itawag na mga lower bracket runs.
Oh, yeah.
It could be a possibility dito, guys. Anyways, we're now looking dito sa ating matches for tomorrow. What do we have lined up for you guys? Syempre, na handang-handa na. And syempre, tutuloy pa rin natin ang excitement. We have more upper bracket action dito with Naos Esports versus SR Nacague. And second series naman, Oasis Gaming and Abaddon. Sinabi na Rafto, no breaks. Tuloy-tuloy lang every day. There is a match. Sorry, wala bila. And of course,
there is a match. This is true.
This is true. Thank you guys sa pagsunod sa akin doon. But of course, ang susunod natin doon is thanking the people and the organizations that made this possible. This event is made possible by Riot Games together with Mineski Philippines.
We'd also like to say thank you to our official sponsor, Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month QR code on the site.
And of course, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. So thank you very much.
I think that's it enough for us. So with that, guys, we're gonna, close off this day. Ayaw nga pala, sorry. Buti pinaalala sa akin ni Boss Direk kasi siyempre, namin tanggalin yung efforts ng mga nanonood sa atin ngayon. Meron pala tayong giveaway, guys. Nakalimutan ko sabihin, pasensya na po. We're giving away 790 or 1650 Valorant points.
Wow.
Araw-araw yan. Sabi nga sa ni Taylor, kung gusto nyo, guys, pwede kayo araw-araw manalo din. Stack up. Prepare for only 2.0 maybe. And of course, the mechanics are there. Easy screenshot lang naman. Again, all you have to do is follow Valorant Esports Philippines and grab Food PH. Share the live stream with the hashtags #VCTPH and VCT VALORANT Challengers PH, #GrabUnlimited, and comment on the live stream which team you are rooting for. Winners will be announced every end of playoffs broadcast day. So meron na ba tayong i-announce ngayon, Boss Direk? Kasi March 7 ngayon, di ba? Tama ba ako?
Yes, that is correct.
Salamat. Okay.
Tama.
Meron ba? May lalabas ba dito?
Magic.
Imagine.
Magic. Are we just gonna announce it na lang sa post or something like that? In any case, double check na natin muna kay Boss Direk. Nag-iintay ako ng kanyang magandang boses. But, okay. So I think i-announce na lang ata via post. Again, guys, we still have or we are gonna have just exciting, explosive fire matches for tomorrow. Para sa tomorrow.
Para sa tomorrow.
Kasi dami
For the bukas.
You know what? I came from the English broadcast, kaya ganito ang pagsasalita ko. Yun na, guys. We're gonna wrap it up. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in para sa Day 1 ng ating playoffs dito sa VCTPH 2023 Split 1. Ako nga pa si Asrak, kasama ko si Fluffy at si Riku. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more VCT action.